One Percy Jackson does his level best to kill me again, Percy told me. This time with less dying. Standing on the yardarm of the USS Constitution, looking down at Boston Harbor 200 feet below, I wished I had the natural defenses of a turkey buzzard. Then I could projectile vomit on Percy Jackson and make him go away. The last time he'd made me try this jump, only an hour before, I'd broken every bone in my body. My friend Alex Fierro had rushed me back to the Hotel Valhalla just in time for me to die in my own bed. Unfortunately, I was an Einherji, one of Odin's immortal warriors. I couldn't die permanently as long as I expired within the boundaries of Valhalla. 30 minutes later, I woke up as GCK, D as new. Now here I was again, ready for more pain. Hooray! Is this strictly necessary? I asked. Percy leaned against the rigging, the wind rippling little waves through his black hair. He looked like a normal guy, orange t-shirt, jeans, battered white leather Reeboks. If you saw him walking down the street, you wouldn't think, hey, look, a demigod son of Poseidon. Praise the Olympians. He didn't have gills or webbed fingers, though his eyes were sea green, about the same shade I imagined my face was just then. The only strange thing about Jackson was the tattoo on the inside of his forearm, a trident as dark as seared wood, with a single line underneath and the letters SPQR. He'd told me the letters stood for Sono Pazzi Quelli Romani, those Romans are crazy. I wasn't sure if he was kidding. Look, Magnus, he told me. You'll be sailing across hostile territory. A bunch of sea monsters and sea gods and who knows what else will be trying to kill you, right? Yeah, I suppose. By which I meant, please don't remind me. Please leave me alone. At some point, said Percy, you're going to get thrown off the boat, maybe from as high up as this. You'll need to know how to survive the impact, avoid drowning, and get back to the surface ready to fight. That's going to be tough, especially in cold water. I knew he was right. From what my cousin Annabeth had told me, Percy had been through even more dangerous adventures than I had. And I lived in Valhalla. I died at least once a day. As much as I appreciated him coming up from New York to offer me heroic aquatic survival tips, though, I was getting tired of failing. Yesterday, I'd gotten chomped by a great white shark, strangled by a giant squid, and stung by 1,000 irate moon jellies. I'd swallowed several gallons of seawater trying to hold my breath, and learned that I was no better at hand-to-hand combat 30 feet down than I was on dry land. This morning, Percy had walked me around Old Ironsides, trying to teach me the basics of sailing and navigation, but I still couldn't tell the mizzenmast from the poop deck. Now here I was, a failure at falling off a pole. I glanced down, where Annabeth and Alex Fierro were watching us from the deck. You got this, Magnus. Annabeth cheered. Alex Fierro gave me 2 thumbs up. At least I think that was the gesture. It was hard to be sure from this distance. Percy took a deep breath. He'd been patient with me so far, but I could tell the stress of the weekend was starting to get to him, too. V.V. Henniver, he looked at me, his left eye twitched. It's cool, man, he promised. I'll demonstrate again, okay. Start in skydiver position, spread eagle to slow your descent. Then, right before you hit the water, straighten like an arrow, head up, heels down, back straight, butt clenched. That last part is really important. Skydiver, I said. Eagle. Arrow. Butt. Right, Percy said. Watch me. He jumped from the yardarm, falling toward the harbor in perfect spread eagle form. At the last moment, he straightened, heels downward, and hit the water, disappearing with hardly a ripple. A moment later, he surfaced, his palms raised like see? Nothing to it? Annabeth and Alex applauded. Okay, Magnus. Alex called up to me. Your turn. Be a man. I suppose that was meant to be funny. Most of the time, Alex identified us female, but $TC he was definitely male. Sometimes I slipped up and used the wrong pronouns for him/her, so Alex liked to return the favor by teasing me mercilessly. Because friendship. Annabeth hollered, you got this, cuz. Below me, the dark surface of the water glinted like a freshly scrubbed waffle iron, ready to squash me flat. Right, I muttered to myself. I jumped. For half a second, I felt pretty confident. The wind whistled past my ears. I spread my arms and managed not to scream. Okay, I thought. I can do this. Which was when my sword, Jack, decided to fly up out of nowhere and start a conversation. Hey, Sapphire. His runes glowed along his double-edged blade. What cha doing? I flailed, trying to turn vertical for impact. Jack, not now. Oh, I get it. You're falling. You know, one time Frey and I were falling before he could continue his fascinating story, I slammed into the water. Just as Percy had warned, the cold stunned my system. I sank, momentarily paralyzed, the air knocked out of my lungs. My ankles throbbed like I'd bounced off a brick trampoline. But at least I wasn't dead. I scanned for major injuries. When you're an Einherji, you get pretty good at listening to your own pain. You can stagger around the battlefield in Valhalla, mortally wounded, gasping your last breath, and calmly think, oh, so that's what a crushed rib cage feels like. Interesting. This time I'd broken my left ankle for sure. The right one was only sprained. Easy fix. I summoned the power of Frey. Warmth like summer sunlight spread from my chest into my limbs. The pain subsided. I wasn't as good at healing myself as I was at healing others, but I felt my ankles beginning to mend as if a swarm of friendly wasps were crawling around inside my flesh, mud-daubing the fractures, reknitting the ligaments. Ah, better, I thought, as I floated through the cold darkness. Now, there's something else I should be doing. Oh, right. Breathing. Jack's hilt nudged against my hand like a dog looking for attention. I wrapped my fingers around his leather grip and he hauled me upward, launching me out of the harbor like a rocket-powered lady of the lake. I landed, gasping and shivering, on the deck of Old Ironsides next to my friends. Whoa. Percy stepped back. That was different. You okay, Magnus? Fine, I coughed out, sounding like a duck with a chest cold. Percy eyed the glowing runes on my weapon. Where'd the sword come from? Hi, I'm Jack, said Jack. Annabeth stifled a yelp. It talks. It? Jack demanded. Hey, lady, some respect. I'm Sumar Brander. The Sword of Summer. The weapon of Frey. I've been around for thousands of years. Also, I'm a dude. Annabeth frowned. Magnus, when you told me about your magic sword, did you perhaps fail to mention that he can speak? Did I? Honestly, I couldn't remember. The past few weeks, Jack had been off on his own, doing whatever sentient magic swords did in their free time. Percy and I had been using standard issue Hotel Valhalla practice blades for sparring. It hadn't occurred to me that Jack might fly in out of nowhere and introduce himself. Besides, the fact that Jack talked was the least weird thing about him. The fact that he could sing the entire cast recording of Jersey Boys from memory. That was weird. Alex Fierro looked like he was trying not to laugh. He was wearing pink and green today, as usual, though I'd never seen this particular outfit before: lace-up leather boots, ultra-skinny rose jeans, an untucked lime dress shirt, and a checkered skinny tie as loose as a necklace. With his thick black Ray-Bans and his choppy green hair, he looked like he'd stepped off a new wave album cover circa 1979. "Be polite, Magnus," he said. "Introduce your friends to your sword." Right," I said. "Jack, this is Percy and Annabeth. They're demigods, the Greek kind." Jack didn't sound impressed. "I met Hercules once." "Who hasn't?" Annabeth muttered. "Fair point," Jack said. "But I suppose if you're friends of Magnus." He went completely still. His runes faded. Then he leaped out of my hand and flew toward Annabeth, his blade twitching as if he was sniffing the air. "Where is she? Are you hiding the babe?" Annabeth backed toward the rail. "Whoa, there, sword. Personal space." "Jack, behave," Alex said. "What are you doing?" "She's around here somewhere," Jack insisted. He flew to Percy. "Aha! That's in your pocket, see boy." "Excuse me." Percy looked a bit nervous about the magical sword hovering at his waistline. Alex lowered his Ray-Bans. "Okay, now I'm curious. What do you have in your pocket, Percy?" Inquiring swords want to know. Percy pulled a plain-looking ballpoint pen from his jeans. "You mean this?" "Bam!" Jack said. "Who is this vision of loveliness?" "Jack," I said. "It's a pen." "No, it's not." "Show me." "Show me." Sure." Percy uncapped the pen. Immediately it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword with a leaf-shaped blade of glowing bronze. Compared to Jack, the weapon looked delicate, almost petite, but from the way Percy wielded it, I had no doubt he'd be able to hold his own on the battlefields of Valhalla with that thing. Jack turned his point toward me, his runes flashing burgundy. "See, Magnus. I told you it wasn't stupid to carry a sword disguised as a pen." "Jack, I never said that." I protested. "You did." Percy raised an eyebrow. "What are you two talking about?" "Nothing," I said hastily. "So I guess this is the famous Riptide?" "Annabeth told me about it." "Her," Jack corrected. Annabeth frowned. "Percy's sword is a she." Jack laughed. "Well, duh. Percy studied Riptide, though I could have told him from experience it was almost impossible to tell a sword's gender by looking at it." "I don't know," he said. "Are you sure?" "Percy," said Alex. "Respect the gender." "Okay, fine," he said. "It's just kinda strange that I never knew." On the other hand, Annabeth said, "You didn't know the pen could write until last year." "That's low, wise girl." "Anyway," Jack interrupted, "the important thing is Riptide's here now, she's beautiful, and she's met me. Maybe the two of us can have some private time to talk about, sword stuff." Alex smirked. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. How about we let the swords get to know each other while the rest of us have lunch?" "Magnus, do you think you can handle eating falafel without choking?" 2 falafel sandwiches with a side order of Ragnarok 8 on the aft spar deck. Look at me with the nautical terms. After a hard morning of failing, I felt like I'd really earned my deep-fried chickpea patties and pita bread, my yogurt and chilled cucumber slices, and my side order of extra spicy lamb kebabs. Annabeth had arranged our picnic lunch. She knew me too well. My clothes dried quickly in the sunlight. The warm breeze felt good on my face. Sailboats traced their way across the harbor while airplanes cut across the blue sky, heading out from Logan Airport to New York or California or Europe. The whole city of Boston seemed charged with impatient energy, like a classroom at 2:59 p.m., waiting for the dismissal bell, everybody ready to get out of town for the summer and enjoy the weather. Me, all I wanted to do was stay put. Riptide and Jack stood propped nearby in a coil of rope, their hilts leaning against the gunnery rail. Riptide acted like your typical inanimate object, but Jack kept inching closer, chatting her up, his blade glowing the same dark bronze as hers. Fortunately, Jack was used to holding one-sided conversations. He joked. He flattered. He name-dropped like a maniac. You know, Thor and Odin and I were at this tavern one time. If Riptide was impressed, she didn't show it. Percy wadded up his falafel wrapper. Along with being a water breather, the dude also had the ability to inhale food. So, he said, when do you guys sail out? Alex raised an eyebrow at me like, yeah, Magnus. When do we sail out? I'd been trying to avoid this topic with Fierro for the past 2 weeks, without much luck. Soon, I said. We don't exactly know where we're headed, or how long it'll take to get there. Story of my life, said Percy, but we have to find Loki's big nasty ship of death before it sails at midsummer. It's docked somewhere along the border between Nibelheim and Jotunheim. We're estimating it'll take a couple of weeks to sail that distance. Which means, Alex said, we really should have left already. We definitely have to sail by the end of the week, ready or not. In his dark lenses, I saw the reflection of my own worried face. We both knew we were as far from ready as we were from Nibelheim. Annabeth tucked her feet underneath her. Her long blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail. Her dark blue t-shirt was emblazoned with the yellow words College of Environmental Design. UC Berkeley. Heroes never get to be ready, do we? She said. We just do the best we. Percy nodded. Yep. Usually it works out. We haven't died yet. Though you keep trying. Annabeth elbowed him. Percy put his arm around her. She nestled comfortably against his side. He kissed the blonde curls on the top of her head. This show of affection made my heart do a painful little twist. I was glad to see my cousin so happy, but it reminded me how much was at stake if I failed to stop Loki. Alex and I had already died. We would never age. We'd live in Valhalla until doomsday came around, unless we got killed outside the hotel before that. The best life we could hope for was training for Ragnarok, postponing that inevitable battle as many centuries as possible, and then, one day, marching out of Valhalla with Odin's army and dying a glorious death while the 9 worlds burned around us. Fun. But Annabeth and Percy had a chance for a normal life. They'd already made it through high school, which Annabeth told me was the most dangerous time for Greek demigods. In the fall, they'd go off to college on the West Coast. If they made it through that, they had a decent chance of surviving adulthood. They could live in the mortal world without monsters attacking them every 5 minutes. Unless my friends and I failed to stop Loki, in which case all the worlds would end in a few weeks. But, you know. No pressure. I set down my pita sandwich. Even falafel could only do so much to lift my spirits. What about you guys? I asked. Straight back to New York today. Yeah, Percy said. I gotta babysit tonight. I'm psyched. That's right, I remembered. Your new baby sister. Yet another important life hanging in the balance, I thought, but I managed a smile. Congratulations, man. What's her name? Estelle. It was my grandmother's name. On my mom's side, obviously. Not Poseidon's. I approve, Alex said. Old-fashioned and elegant. Estelle Jackson. Well, Estelle Blofey, Percy corrected. My stepdad is Paul Blofey. Not much I can do about that surname, but my little sis is awesome. 5 fingers. 5 toes. 2 eyes. She drools a lot. Just like her brother, Annabeth said. Alex laughed. I could totally imagine Percy bouncing baby Estelle in his arms, singing Under the Sea from The Little Mermaid. That made me feel even more miserable. Somehow I had to buy little Estelle enough decades to have a proper life. I had to find Loki's demonic ship full of zombie warriors, stop it from sailing off into battle and triggering Ragnarok, then recapture Loki and put him back in chains so he couldn't cause any more world-burning mischief. Or at least not as much world-burning mischief. Hey. Alex threw a piece of pita at me. Stop looking so glum. Sorry. I tried to appear more cheerful. It wasn't as easy as mending my ankle by sheer force of will. I'm forward to meeting Estelle someday, when we get back from our quest. And I appreciate you guys coming up to Boston. Really? Percy glanced over at Jack, who was still chatting up Riptide. Sorry I couldn't be more help. The sea is, he shrugged, kinda unpredictable. Alex stretched his legs. At least Magnus fell a lot better the second time. If worse comes to worst, I can always turn into a dolphin and save his sorry butt. The corner of Percy's mouth twitched. You can turn into a dolphin. I'm a child of Loki. Want to see? No, I believe you. Percy gazed into the distance. I've got a friend named Frank who's a shapeshifter. He does dolphins. Also giant goldfish. I shuddered, imagining Alex Fierro as a giant pink and green koi. We'll make do. We've got a good team. That's important, Percy agreed. Probably more important than having sea skills. He straightened and furrowed his eyebrows. Annabeth unfolded herself from his side. Oh. I know that look. You've got an idea. Something my dad told me. Percy rose. He walked over to his sword, interrupting Jack in the middle of a fascinating tale about the time he'd embroidered a giant's bowling bag. Percy picked up Riptide and studied her blade. Hey, man, Jack complained. We were just starting to hit it off. Sorry, Jack. From his pocket, Percy pulled out his pen cap and touched it to the tip of his sword. With a faint chink, Riptide shrank back into a ballpoint. Poseidon and I had this conversation about weapons one time. He told me that all sea gods have one thing in common: they're really vain and possessive when it comes to their magic items. Annabeth rolled her eyes. That sounds like every god we've met. True, Percy said. But sea gods even more so. Triton sleeps with his conch shell trumpet. Galatea spends most of her time polishing her magic seahorse saddle. And my dad is super paranoid about losing his trident. I thought about my one and only encounter with a Norse sea goddess. It hadn't gone well. Ran had promised to destroy me if I ever sailed into her waters again. But she had been obsessed with her magical nets and the junk collection that swirled inside them. Because of that, I'd been able to trick her into giving me my sword. You're saying I'll have to use their own stuff against them, I guessed. Right, Percy confirmed. Also, what you said about having a good team sometimes being the son of a sea god hasn't been enough to save me, even underwater. One time, my friend Jason and I got pulled to the bottom of the Mediterranean by the storm goddess, Chimapolia. I was useless. Jason saved my butt by offering to make trading cards and action figures of her. Alex almost choked on his falafel. What? The point is, Percy continued, Jason knew nothing about the ocean. He saved me anyway. It was kind of embarrassing. Annabeth smirked. I guess so. I never heard the details about that. Percy's ears turned as pink as Alex's jeans. Anyway, maybe we've been looking at this all wrong. I've been trying to teach you sea skills. But the most important thing is to use whatever you've got on hand, your team, your wits, the enemy's own magical stuff. And there's no way to plan for that, I said. Exactly. Percy said. My work here is done. Annabeth frowned. Percy, you're saying the best plan is no plan. As a child of Athena, I can't really endorse that. Yeah, Alex said. And, personally, I still like my plan of turning into a sea mammal. Percy raised his hands. All I'm saying is the most powerful demigod of our generation is sitting right here, and it isn't me. He nodded to Annabeth. Wise girl can't shapeshift or breathe underwater or talk to Pegasi. She can't fly, and she isn't super strong. But she's crazy smart and good at improvising. That's what makes her deadly. Doesn't matter whether she's on land, in water, in the air, or in Tartarus. Magnus, you were training with me all weekend. I think you should have been training with Annabeth instead. Annabeth's stormy gray eyes were hard to read. At last she said, okay, that was sweet. She kissed Percy on the cheek. Alex nodded. Not bad, seaweed brain. Don't you start with that nickname, too, Percy muttered. From the wharf came the deep rumbling sound of warehouse doors rolling open. Voices echoed off the sides of the buildings. That's our cue to leave, I said. This ship just got back from dry dock. They're reopening it to the public tonight in a big ceremony. Yeah, Alex said. The glamour won't obscure our presence once the whole crew is aboard. Percy arched an eyebrow. Glamour? You mean like your outfit? Alex snorted. No. Glamour as in illusion magic. It's the force that clouds the vision of regular mortals, huh? Percy said. We call that the mist. Annabeth rapped her knuckles on Percy's head. Whatever we call it, we'd better hurry. Help me clean up. We reached the bottom of the gangplank just as the first sailors were arriving. Jack floated along ahead of us, glowing different colors and singing Walk Like a Man in a terrible falsetto. Alex changed form from a cheetah to a wolf to a flamingo. He does a great flamingo. The sailors gave us blank looks and a wide berth, but nobody challenged us. Once we were clear of the docks, Jack turned into a runestone pendant. He dropped into my hand and I reattached him to the chain around my neck. It wasn't like him to shut up so suddenly. I figured he was miffed about his date with Riptide being cut short. As we strolled down Constitution Road, Percy turned to me. What was that back there? The shape-shifting, the singing sword. Were you trying to get caught? Nah, I said. If you flaunt the weird magical stuff, it confuses mortals even more. It felt good to be able to teach him something. It kind of short-circuits mortal brains, makes them avoid you. Huh. Annabeth shook her head. All these years sneaking around, and we could have just been ourselves. You should always do that. Alex strolled alongside, back in human form, though he still had a few flamingo feathers stuck in his hair. And you have to flaunt the weird, my friends. I'm going to quote you on that, Percy said. You'd better. We stopped at the corner, where Percy's Toyota Prius was parked at a meter. I shook his hand and got a big hug from Annabeth. My cousin gripped my shoulders. She studied my face, her gray eyes tight with concern. Take care of yourself, Magnus. You will come back safely. That's an order. Yes, ma'am, I promised. We chases have to stick together. Speaking of that. She lowered her voice. Have you been over there? I felt like I was in free fall again, swan diving toward a painful death. Not yet, I admitted. Today. I promise. The last I saw of Percy and Annabeth, their Prius was turning the corner on First Avenue, Percy singing along with Led Zeppelin on the radio, Annabeth laughing at his bad voice. Alex crossed his arms. If those two were any cuter together, they'd cause a nuclear explosion of cuteness and destroy the Eastern Seaboard. Is that your idea of a compliment? I asked. Probably as close as you 11 ever hear. He glanced over. Where did you promise Annabeth you would go? My mouth tasted like I'd been chewing foil. My uncle's house. There's something I need to do. Oh. Alex nodded. I hate that place. I'd been avoiding this task for weeks. I didn't want to do it alone. I also didn't want to ask any of my other friends, Samira, Hearthstone, Blitzen, or the rest of the gang from floor 19 of the Hotel Valhalla. It felt too personal, too painful. But Alex had been to the Chase Mansion with me before. The idea of his company didn't me. In fact, I realized with surprise, I wanted him along pretty badly. I cleared the last falafel and seawater out of my throat. You want to come with me to a creepy mansion and look through a dead guy's stuff? Alex beamed. I thought you'd never ask. 3-1 inherit a dead wolf and some underwear that's new, said Alex. The brownstone's front door had been forced open, the dead bolt busted out of the frame. In the foyer, sprawled across the oriental rug, lay the carcass of a wolf. I shuddered. You couldn't swing a battle axe in the 9 worlds without hitting some kind of wolf, Fenris wolf, Odin's wolves, Loki's wolves, werewolves, big bad wolves, and independently contracted small business wolves that would kill anybody for the right price. The dead wolf in Uncle Randolph's foyer looked very much like the beasts that had attacked my mom 2 years ago, the night she died. Wisps of blue luminescence clung to its shaggy black coat. Its mouth was contorted in a permanent snarl. On the top of its head, seared into the skin, was a Viking rune, though the fur around it was so badly burned I couldn't tell which symbol it was. My friend Hearthstone might have able to identify it. Alex circled its pony-size carcass. He kicked it in the ribs. The creature remained obligingly dead. Its body hasn't started to dissolve, he noted. Usually monsters disintegrate pretty soon after you kill them. You can still smell the burning fur on this one. Must have happened recently. You think the rune was some kind of trap? Alex smirked. I think your uncle knew a thing or two about magic. The wolf hit the carpet, triggering that rune, and bam. I remembered all the times when, as a homeless kid, I'd broken into Uncle Randolph's house when he wasn't there to steal food, rifle through his office, or just be annoying. I'd never been bammed. I'd always considered Randolph a failure at home security. Now I felt a little nauseous, wondering if I could wind it up dead on the welcome mat with the rune burned into my forehead. Was this trap the reason Randolph's will had been so specific about Annabeth and me visiting the property before we took possession? Had Randolph trying to get some post-mortem revenge? You think the rest of the house is safe to explore? I asked. Nope, Alex said cheerfully. So let's do it. On the first floor, we found no more dead wolves. No runes exploded in our faces. The most gruesome thing we discovered was in Uncle Randolph's refrigerator, where expired yogurt, sour milk, and moldy carrots were evolving into a pre-industrial society. Randolph hadn't even left me any chocolate in the pantry, the old villain. On the second floor, nothing had changed. In Randolph's study, the sun streamed through the stained glass window, slanting red and orange light across the bookshelves and the displays of Viking artifacts. In one corner sat a big runestone carved with the sneering red face of, naturally, a wolf. Tattered maps and faded yellow parchments covered Randolph's desk. I scanned the documents, looking for something new, something important, but I saw nothing I hadn't seen the last time I'd been here. I remembered the wording of Randolph's will, which Annabeth had sent me. It is critical, Randolph had stated, that my beloved nephew Magnus examine my worldly belongings as soon as possible. He should pay special attention to my papers. I didn't know why Randolph had put those lines in his will. In his desk drawers, I found no letter addressed to me, no heartfelt apology like "Dear Magnus, I'm sorry I got you killed, then betrayed you by siding with Loki, then stabbed your friend Blitzen, then almost got you killed again." He hadn't even left me the mansion's Wi-Fi password. I gazed out the office window. Across the street in the Commonwealth Mall, folks were walking their dogs, playing frisbee, enjoying the nice weather. The statue of Leif Erikson stood on his pedestal, proudly flaunting his metal bra, surveying the traffic on Charles Gate, and probably wondering why he wasn't in Scandinavia. So, Alex came up next to me. "You inherit all of this, huh?" During our walk over, I told him the basics about Uncle Randolph's will, but Alex still looked incredulous, almost offended. "Randolph left the house to Annabeth and me," I said. "Technically, I'm dead. That means it's all Annabeth's." Randolph's lawyers contacted Annabeth's dad, who told her, who told me. Annabeth asked me to check it out and I'll decide what to do with this place. From the nearest bookshelf, Alex picked up a framed photo of Uncle Randolph with his wife and daughters. I'd never met Caroline, Emma, or Aubrey. They'd died in a storm at sea many years ago. But I'd seen them in my nightmares. I knew they were the leverage Loki had used to warp my uncle, promising Randolph that he could see his family again if he helped Loki escape his bonds. And in a way, Loki had told the truth. The last time I'd seen Uncle Randolph, he was tumbling into a chasm straight to Helheim, the land of the dishonorable dead. Alex turned over the photo, maybe hoping to find a secret note on the back. The last time we'd been in this office, we'd found a wedding invitation that way, and it had led us into all sorts of trouble. This time, there was no hidden message, just blank brown paper, which was a lot less painful to look at than the smiling faces of my dead relatives. Alex put the picture back on the shelf. "Annabeth doesn't care what you do with the house." "Not really. She's got enough going on with college and, demigod stuff. She just wants me to let her know if I find anything interesting, old photo albums, family history, that kind of thing." Alex wrinkled his nose. "Family history?" His face had the same slightly disgusted, slightly intrigued expression as when he'd kicked the dead wolf. "So what's upstairs?" "I'm not sure. When I was a kid, we weren't allowed above the first 2 floors. and the few times I broke in more recently. I turned up my palms. Guess I never made it that far. Alex peered at me over the top of his glasses, his dark brown eye and his eye like mismatched moons cresting the horizon. Sounds intriguing. Let's go. The third floor consisted of 2 large bedrooms. The front one was spotlessly clean, cold, and impersonal. 2 twin beds. A dresser. Bare walls. Maybe a guest room, though I doubted Randolph entertained many people. Or maybe this had been Emma and Aubrey's room. If so, Randolph had removed all traces of their personalities, leaving a white void in the middle of the house. We didn't linger. The second bedroom must have been Randolph's. It smelled like his old-fashioned clove cologne. Towers of musty books leaned against the walls. Chocolate bar wrappers filled the wastebasket. Randolph had probably eaten his entire stash right before leaving home to help Loki destroy the world. I supposed I couldn't blame him. I always say, eat chocolate first, destroy the world later. Alex hopped onto the 4-poster bed. He bounced up and down, grinning as the springs squeaked. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Making noise." He leaned over and rifled through Randolph's nightstand drawer. "Let's see. Cough drops. Paper clips. Some wadded up Kleenex that I am not going to touch. And," he whistled, "medication for bowel discomfort. Magnus, all this bounty belongs to you. You're a strange person. I prefer the term fabulously weird." We searched the rest of the bedroom, though I wasn't sure what I was looking for. "Pay special attention to my papers," Randolph's will had urged. I doubted he meant the wadded-up tissues. Annabeth hadn't been able to get much information out of Randolph's lawyers. Our uncle had apparently revised his will the day he died. That might mean Randolph had known he didn't have long to live, felt some guilt about me, and wanted to leave me some sort of last message. Or it might mean he'd revised the will because Loki had ordered him to. But if this was a trap to lure me here, then why was there a dead wolf in the foyer? I found no secret papers in Randolph's closet. His bathroom was unremarkable except for an impressive collection of half-empty Listerine bottles. His underwear drawer was packed with enough navy blue jockeys to outfit a squadron of Randolph's all briefs, perfectly starched, ironed, and folded. Some things defy explanation. On the next floor, 2 more empty bedrooms. Nothing dangerous like wolves, exploding runes, or old dude underwear. The top floor was a sprawling library even larger than the one in Randolph's office. A haphazard collection of novels lined the shelves. A small kitchenette took up one corner of the room, complete with a mini fridge and an electric teapot and, curse you, no chocolate. The windows looked out over the green shingled rooftops of Back Bay. At the far end of the room, a staircase led up to what I assumed would be a roof deck. A comfy-looking leather chair faced the fireplace. Carved in the center of the marble surround was, of course, a snarling wolf's head. On the mantel, in a silver tripod stand, sat a Norse drinking horn with a leather strap and a silver rim etched with runic designs. I'd seen thousands of horns like that in Valhalla, but it surprised me to find one here. Randolph had never struck me as the mead-swilling type. Maybe he sipped his Earl Grey tea out of it? "Madre de Dios," Alex said. I stared at him. It was the first time I'd ever heard him speak Spanish. He tapped one of the framed photos on the wall and gave me a wicked grin. "Please tell me this is you." The picture was a shot of my mother with her usual pixie haircut and brilliant smile, jeans, and flannel camping shirt. She stood in the hollowed-out trunk of a sycamore tree, holding a baby Magnus up to the camera, my hair a tuft of white gold, my mouth glistening with drool, my gray eyes wide like what the heck am I doing here? That's me, I admitted. You were so cute. Alex glanced over. VV had happened. Ha, ha. I scanned the wall of photos. I was amazed Uncle Randolph had kept one of me and my mom right where he'd see it whenever he sat in his comfy chair, almost as if he actually cared about us. Another photo showed the three Chase siblings as children: Natalie, Frederick, and Randolph, all dressed in World War XI military uniforms, brandishing fake rifles. Halloween, I guessed. Next to that was a picture of my grandparents, a frowning, white-haired couple dressed in clashing 1970s-style plaid clothes, like they were either on their way to church or the senior citizens' disco. Confession, I had trouble telling my grandfather and grandmother apart. They'd died before I could meet them, but from their pictures, you could tell they were one of those couples that had grown to resemble each other over the years until they were virtually indistinguishable. Same white helmet hair. Same glasses. Same wispy mustaches. In the photo, a few Viking artifacts, including the mead horn that now sat on Randolph's mantle, hung on the wall behind them. I'd had no idea my grandparents were into Norse stuff, too. I wondered if they'd ever traveled the 9 worlds. That might explain their confused, slightly cross-eyed expressions. Alex perused the titles on the bookshelves. Anything good? I asked. He shrugged. The Lord of the Rings. Not bad. Sylvia Plath. Nice. Oh, The Left Hand of Darkness. I love that book. The rest. Meh. His collection is a little heavy on dead white males for my taste. I'm a dead white male, I noted. Alex raised one eyebrow. Yes, you are. I hadn't realized Alex was a reader. I was tempted to ask if he liked some of my favorites, Scott Pilgrim or maybe Sandman. Those were fabulously weird. But I decided this might not be the right time to start a book club. I searched the shelves for diaries or hidden compartments. Alex meandered over to the last flight of stairs. He peered upward and his complexion turned as green as his hair. Magnus. You should probably see this. I joined him. At the top of the staircase, a domed plexiglass hatch led to the roof. And on the other side, pacing and snarling, was another wolf. Your but wait. Act now, and you get a second wolf free. Do you want to handle this? I asked. From his belt loops, Alex pulled the golden wire that served triple duty as fashion accessory, ceramic cutting tool, and melee weapon. I was thinking we should kill it. The wolf growled and clawed at the hatch. Magical runes glowed on the plexiglass. The beast's facial fur was already smoking and charred from previous attempts to bust in. I wondered how long the wolf had been on the roof, and why it hadn't tried to gain access another way. Maybe it didn't want to end up dead like its friend downstairs. Or maybe it was single-mindedly focused on this particular room. It wants something, I guessed. To kill us, Alex said. Which is why we should kill it first. You want to open the hatch or... Wait. Normally I would have been all in favor of killing a glowing blue wolf, but something about this animal bothered me. The way its cold dark eyes seemed to be looking past us, as if searching for different prey. What if we let it? Alex stared at me like I was crazy. He did that a lot. You want to offer it a cup of tea? Maybe lend it a book. It has to be here on a mission, I persisted. Somebody sent those wolves to retrieve something, maybe the same something I'm looking for. Alex considered. You think Loki sent the wolves? I shrugged. Loki's gonna Loki. And if we let the wolf in, you think it might make a beeline for whatever it's hunting. I'm pretty sure it isn't here for the irritable bowel medicine. Alex loosened his checkered tie even more. Okay. We open the hatch, watch where the wolf goes, and then we kill it. Right. I pulled the runestone pendant off my neck chain. Jack grew into sword form, though he felt heavier than usual, like a kid having a meltdown on the floor of a department store. What is it now? He sighed. Can't you see I'm dying of a broken heart? I could have pointed out that he was incapable of dying, and he had no actual heart, but I thought that would be mean. Sorry, Jack. We have a wolf to deal with. I explained to him what was going on. Jack's blade glowed violet. But Riptide's razor-sharp edges, he said dreamily. Did you see her edges? Yeah. Great edges. Now how about we prevent Loki from launching his mighty death ship and starting Ragnarok? Then maybe we can arrange a second date for you and Riptide. Another heavy sigh. Wolf. Roof. Hatch. Got it? I glanced at Alex and stifled a shriek. While I wasn't looking, he'd transformed into a large timber wolf. Do you have to turn into animals behind my back? I asked. Alex bared his fangs in a canine grin. His snout pointed toward the top of the stairs like, what are you waiting for? I'm a wolf. I can open that hatch. I climbed to the top of the stairs. The temperature was like the inside of a greenhouse. On the other side of the hatch, the wolf snuffled and chewed at the plexiglass, leaving drool smears and fang marks. Those protective barrier runes must have tasted great. Being this close to an enemy wolf made the hairs on the back of my neck do corkscrews. What would happen if I opened the hatch? Would the runes kill me? Would they kill the wolf? Or would they deactivate if I let the wolf in of my own free will, since that was literally the stupidest thing I could do? The wolf slavered at the plexiglass. Hey, buddy, I said. Jack buzzed in my hand. What? Not you, Jack. I'm talking to the wolf. I smiled at the beast, then remembered that showing teeth meant aggression to canines. I pouted instead. I'm going to let you in. Won't that be nice? Then you can get whatever you came for, since I know you're not here to kill me, right? The wolf's snarl was not reassuring. Okay, then, I said. 1, 2, 3. I pushed against the hatch with all my energy strength, shoving the wolf back as I surged onto the roof deck. I had time to register a barbecue grill, some planters overflowing with hibiscus, and 2 lounge chairs overlooking an amazing view of the Charles River. I wanted to slap Uncle Randolph for never telling me he had such a cool party spot. The wolf stepped from behind the hatch and growled, its hackles raised like a shaggy dorsal fin. One of its eyes was swollen shut, the eyelid burned from contact with my uncle's rune trap. Now? Jack asked with no particular enthusiasm. Not yet. I flexed my knees, ready to spring into action if necessary. I would show this wolf how well I could fight. Or, you know, how fast I could run away, depending on what the situation called for. The wolf regarded me with its one good eye. It snorted dismissively and bolted down the stairwell into the townhouse. I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or insulted. I ran after it. By the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, Alex and the other wolf were having a snarl off in the middle of the library. They bared their teeth and circled one another, looking for any signs of fear or weakness. The blue wolf was much larger. The neon wisps glowing in its fur gave it a certain cool factor. But it was also half blind and wincing in pain. Alex, being Alex, showed no sign of being intimidated. He his ground as the other wolf edged around him. Once our glowing blue visitor was confident Alex wasn't going to attack, it raised its snout and sniffed the air. I expected it to run toward the bookshelves and chomp some secret book of nautical maps, or maybe a copy of How to Stop Loki's Ship of Death in 3 Easy Steps. Instead, the wolf lunged toward the fireplace, jumped at the mantel, and grabbed the meat horn in its mouth. Some sluggish part of my brain thought, hey, I should probably stop it. Alex was way ahead of me. In one fluid movement, he morphed back into human form, stepped forward, and lashed out with his garrote like he was throwing a bowling ball. Actually, it was a lot more graceful than that. I'd seen Alex bowl, and it wasn't pretty. The golden cord wrapped around the wolf's neck. With one yank backward, Alex cured the wolf of any future headache problems. The decapitated carcass flopped against the carpet. It began to sizzle, disintegrating until only the drinking horn and a few tufts of fur remained. Jack's blade turned heavier in my grip. "Well, fine," he said. "I guess you didn't need me after all. I'll just go write some love poetry and cry a lot." He shrank back into a runestone pendant. Alex crouched next to the mead horn. Any idea why a wolf would want a decorative drinking vessel? I knelt next to him, picked up the horn, and looked inside. Rolled up and crammed into the horn was a small leather book like a diary. I pulled it out and fanned the pages, drawings of Viking runes, interspersed with paragraphs written in Uncle Randolph's cramped cursive. "I think," I said, "we've found the right dead white male author." We reclined in the lounge chairs on the roof deck. While I flipped through my uncle's notebook, trying to make sense of his frenzied rune drawings and cursive crazy talk, Alex relaxed and sipped guava juice from the mead horn. Why Uncle Randolph kept guava juice in his library's mini fridge, I couldn't tell you. Every so often, just to annoy me, Alex slurped with exaggerated gusto and smacked his lips. "Ah, are you sure it's safe to drink from that horn?" I asked. "It could be cursed or something." Alex grabbed his throat and pretended to choke. "Oh, no. I'm turning into a frog." "Please don't." He pointed at the diary. "Any luck with that?" I stared at the pages. Runes swam in front of my eyes. The notations were in a mix of languages, Old Norse, Swedish, and some I couldn't begin to guess. Even the passages in English made little sense. I felt like I was trying to read an advanced quantum physics textbook backward in a mirror. "Most of it's over my head," I admitted. The earlier pages look like they're about Randolph's search for the Sword of Summer. I recognize some of the references. But here at the end, the last few pages were more hastily written. Randolph's writing turned shaky and frantic. Splotches of dried blood freckled the paper. I remembered that, in the tomb of the Viking zombies in Provincetown, Randolph had gotten several of his fingers lopped off. These pages might have been written after that, with his non-dominant hand. The watery cursive reminded me of the way I used to write back in elementary school, when my teacher forced me to use my right hand. On the last page, Randolph had scratched my name, Magnus. Under that, he'd sketched 2 serpents interlocking in a figure 8. The quality of the drawing was terrible, but I recognized the symbol. Alex had the same thing tattooed on the nape of his neck, the sign of Loki. Below that was a term in what I assumed was Old Norse, mjug. Then some notes in English, "Might stop El Whetstone of Bulwark Guards." Where? That last word trailed downward, the question mark a desperate scrawl. "What do you make of this?" I passed the book to Alex. He frowned. "That's my mom's symbol, obviously." You heard right. Loki was normally a male god, but he happened to be Alex's mother. Long story. And the rest of it? I asked. This word looks like moo with a J. Perhaps Scandinavian cows have an accent. I take it you don't read Old Norse, then, or whatever that language is. Magnus, it may shock you to learn that I do not have every talent in the world. Just most of the important ones. He squinted at the page. When he concentrated, the left corner of his mouth twitched like he was enjoying a secret joke. I found that tick distracting. I wanted to know what he found so funny. Might stop Alex read. Let's assume that's Loki. Whetstone of Bolverk. You think that's the same thing as the Skofnung stone? I shuddered. We'd lost the Skofnung stone and Skofnung sword during a wedding party in Loki's cavern, when he'd escaped the bindings that had held him for 1,000 years. Oops. Are bad. I never wanted to see that particular whetstone again. I hope not, I said. Ever heard the name Bolverk? Nope. Alex finished his guava juice. I'm kind of digging this mead horn, though. You mind if I keep it? All yours. I found the idea of Alex taking a souvenir from my family mansion strangely pleasing. So if Randolph wanted me to find that book, and Loki sent the wolves to get it before I could, Alex tossed the journal back to me. Assuming what you just said is true, and assuming it's not a trap, and assuming those notes aren't the ramblings of a madman. Yeah. Then best case scenario, your uncle came up with an idea to stop Loki. It wasn't something he could do himself, but he hoped you could. It involves a whetstone, a Bolverk, and possibly a Scandinavian cow. When you put it like that, it doesn't sound so promising. Alex poked the tip of the mead horn. Sorry to burst your bubble, but most plans to stop Loki fail. We know this. The bitter edge in his voice surprised me. You're thinking about your training sessions with Sam, I guessed. How are they going? Alex's face told me the answer. Among Loki's many disturbing qualities, he could command his children to do whatever he wanted whenever they were in his presence, which made family reunions a real drag. Alex was the exception. He'd somehow learned to resist Loki's power, and for the past 6 weeks, he'd been trying to teach his half-sister Samira Halabas to do the same. The fact that neither of them talked much of L1T their training suggested that it hadn't been a rousing success. She's trying, Alex said. It doesn't make it easier that she's. He stopped himself. What? Never mind. I promised not to talk about it. Now I'm really curious. Is everything okay with her and Amir? Alex snorted. Oh, yeah. They're still head over heels, dreaming of the day when they can get married. I swear, if those two didn't have me to chaperone them, they'd do something crazy like hold hands. Then what's the problem? Alex waved off my question. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't trust anything you get from your Uncle Randolph. Not the advice in that book. Not this house. Anything you inherit from family. It always comes with strings attached. That seemed a strange thing for him to say, considering he'd been enjoying the view from Randolph's magnificent roof deck while sipping chilled guava juice from his Viking mead horn, but I got the feeling Alex wasn't really thinking about my dysfunctional uncle. You never talk much about your family, I noted. I mean your mortal family. He stared at me darkly. And I'm not going to start now. If you knew half the Brock. In a flutter of black feathers, a raven landed on the tip of Alex's boot. You don't see a lot of wild ravens in Boston. Canadian geese, seagulls, ducks, pigeons, even hawks, sure. But when a huge black raptor lands on your foot, that can only mean one thing, a message from Valhalla. Alex held out his hand, not normally recommended with ravens. They have a vicious bite. The bird hopped on his wrist, barfed up a hard pellet the size of a pecan right into Alex's palm, and then flew away. Its mission accomplished. Yes, our ravens deliver messages via barf mail. Ravens have a natural ability to regurgitate inedible substances like bones and fur, so they have no qualms about swallowing a message capsule, flying it across the 9 worlds, and vomiting it to the correct recipient. It wouldn't have been my chosen career, but hey, no judgment. Alex cracked open the pellet. He unfolded the letter and began to read, the corner of his mouth starting to twitch again. It's from T.J, he said. Looks like we're leaving today. Right now, in fact. What? I sat up in my recliner. Why? Of course, I'd known we were running out of time. We had to leave soon in order to reach Loki's ship before midsummer. But there was a big difference between soon and right now. I wasn't a big fan of right now. Alex kept reading. Something about the tide? I dunno. I'd better go bust Samira out of SCHCK, She'll be in calculus. She's not going to be happy about leaving. He rose and offered me a hand. I didn't want to get up. I wanted to stay there on that deck with Alex and watch the afternoon sunlight change the color of the river from blue to amber. Maybe we could read some of Randolph's old paperbacks. We could drink all his guava juice. But the Raven had barfed up our orders. You couldn't argue with Raven barf. I took Alex's hand and got to my feet. You want me to come with you? Alex frowned. No, dummy. You've got to get back to Valhalla. You're the one with the boat. Speaking of which, have you warned the others about? No, I said, my face burning. Not yet. Alex laughed. That should be interesting. Don't wait for Sam and me. We'll catch up with you somewhere along the way. Before I could ask what he meant by that, Alex turned into a flamingo and launched himself into the sky, making it a banner day for Boston birdwatchers. 5 I bid farewell to Eric, and also Eric. Legends tell us that Valhalla has 540 doors, conveniently distributed across the 9 worlds for easy access. The legends don't mention that one of those entrances is in the Forever 21 store on Newbury Street just behind the women's activewear rack. It normally wasn't the entrance I liked to use, but it was the closest to Uncle Randolph's mansion. Nobody in Valhalla could explain to me why we had a gateway in Forever 21. Some speculated it was left over from a time when the building was not a retail store. Personally, I thought the location might be one of Odin's little jokes, since a lot of his Einherjar were literally Forever 21, or 16, or 60. My dwarf friend Blitzen especially hated that entrance. Every time I mentioned Forever 21, he would launch into a rant about how his fashions were much something about hemlines. I don't know. I strolled through the lingerie section, getting a strange look from a saleslady, then dove into the activewear rack and popped out the other side into one of the Hotel Valhalla's game rooms. There was a pool tournament in progress, which Vikings play with spears instead of pool cues. Hint: never stand behind a Viking when he shoots. Eric the Green from floor 135 greeted me cheerfully. From what I can tell, approximately 72% of the population of Valhalla is named Eric. Hail, Magnus Chase. He pointed at my shoulder. You've got some spandex just there. Oh, thanks. I untangled the yoga pants that had gotten stuck on my shirt and tossed them into the bin marked for restocking. Then I strode off to find my friends. Walking through the Hotel Valhalla never got old. At least it hadn't for me so far, and Einherjar who'd been here hundreds of years had told me the same thing. Thanks to the power of Odin, or the magic of the Norns, or maybe just the fact that we had an on-site IKEA, the decor was constantly changing, though it always incorporated a lot of spears and shields, and perhaps more wolf motifs than I would have liked. Even just finding the elevators required me to navigate hallways that had changed size and direction since the morning, past rooms I'd never seen before. In one enormous oak-paneled lounge, warriors played shuffleboard with oars for pushers and combat shields for pucks. Many of the players sported leg splints, arm slings, and head bandages, because of course Einherjar played shuffleboard to the death. The main lobby had been recarpeted in deep crimson, a great color to hide blood stains. The walls were now hung with tapestries depicting Valkyries flying into battle against fire giants. It was beautiful work, though the proximity of so many wall torches made me nervous. Valhalla was pretty lax about safety codes. I didn't like burning to death. It was one of my least favorite ways to die, right up there with choking on the after-dinner mints in the feast hall. I took the elevator up to floor 19. Unfortunately, the elevator music hadn't changed. It was getting to the point where I could sing along with Frank Sinatra in Norwegian. I was just glad I lived on a low floor. If I lived somewhere up in the hundreds, I would have gone. Well, berserk. On floor 19, everything was strangely quiet. No sounds of video game violence emanated from Thomas Jefferson Jr.'s room. Dead Civil War soldiers love their video games almost as much as they love charging up hills. I saw no signs that Mallory Keene had been practicing her knife throwing in the hallway. Half-born Gunderson's room was open and being serviced by a flock of ravens, who swirled through his library and his weapons collection, dusting books and battle axes. The big man himself was nowhere to be seen. My own room had recently been cleaned. The was made. In the central atrium, the trees had been pruned and the grass mowed. I could never figure out how the ravens operated a lawnmower. On the coffee table, a note in T.J's elegant script read, "We're at Dock 23, Sublevel 6. See you there." The TV had been turned to the Hotel Valhalla channel, which displayed a list of the afternoon's events: racquetball, machine gun tag, like laser tag, except with machine guns, watercolor painting, Italian cooking, advanced sword sharpening, and something called flighting, all done to the death. I stared wistfully at the screen. I'd never wanted to practice watercolor painting to the death before, but now I was tempted. It sounded much easier than the trip I was about to take from Dock 23, Sublevel 6. First things first, I showered off the smell of Boston Harbor. I changed into new clothes. I grabbed my go bag, camping supplies, some basic provisions, and, of course, some chocolate bars. As nice as my hotel suite was, I didn't have much in the way of personal stuff, just a few of my favorite books, and some photos from my past that magically appeared over time, gradually filling up the fireplace mantel. The hotel wasn't meant to be a forever home. We Einherjar might stay here for centuries, but it was only a stopover on our way to Ragnarok. The whole hotel radiated a sense of impermanence and anticipation. "Don't get too comfortable," it seemed to say. "You might be leaving any minute to go die your final death at Doomsday." Hooray! I checked my reflection in the full-length mirror. I wasn't sure why it mattered. I'd never cared much about appearances during the 2 years I'd lived on the streets, but lately Alex Fierro had been teasing me mercilessly, which made me more conscious of how I looked. Besides, If you don't check yourself from time to time in Valhalla, you could be walking around for hours with raven poop on your shoulder, or an arrow in your butt, or a pair of yoga pants wrapped around your neck. Hiking boots, check. New pair of jeans, check. Green Hotel Valhalla t-shirt, check. Down jacket, appropriate for cold water expeditions and falling off masts, check. Runestone pendant that could turn into a heartbroken magical sword, check. After living on the streets, I wasn't used to my face. LCK, king so clean. I definitely wasn't used to my new haircut, which Blitz had first given me during our expedition into Jotunheim. Since then, every time it started to grow out, Alex hacked it off again, leaving my bangs just long enough to fall in my eyes, the back chop to collar level. I was used to my hair being much wilder and more wiry, but Alex took such glee in murdering my blonde locks it was impossible to tell him no. "If perfect," Alex said. "Now you at least look like you regroomed, but your face is still obscured." I slipped Randolph's notebook into my pack, along with one last item. I'd been trying hard not to think about, a certain silk handkerchief I'd gotten from my father. I sighed at the Magnus in the mirror. "Well, sir, you'd better get going. Your friends are eagerly waiting to laugh at you." "There he is," yelled Halfborn Gunderson, berserker extraordinaire, speaker of the obvious. He barreled toward me like a friendly Mack truck. His hair was even wilder than mine used to be. I was pretty sure he cut it himself, using a battle axe, in the dark. He wore a t-shirt today, which was unusual, but his arms were still a wild landscape of muscle, and strapped across his back was his battle axe named Battle Axe, and holstered up and down his leather breeches were half a dozen knives. He wrapped me in a bear hug and lifted me off my feet, perhaps testing to make sure my rib cage would not crack under pressure. He put me down and patted my arms, apparently satisfied. "You ready for a quest?" he bellowed. "I'm ready for a quest." From the edge of the canal, where she was coiling ropes, Mallory Keene called, "Oh, shut up, you oaf. I still think we should use you as the rudder." Halfborn's face mottled red, but he kept his eyes on me. "I'm trying not to kill her, Magnus. I really am. But it's so hard. I'd better keep busy or I'm going to do something I'll regret." "You have the handkerchief?" Yes, but good man. Time's a wasting." He tromped back to the dockside and began sorting his supplies, huge canvas duffels no doubt full of food, weapons, and lots of spare leather breeches. I scanned the length of the cavern. Along the left-hand wall, a river rushed through the canal, emerging from a train-sized tunnel on one end and disappearing into an identical tunnel on the other. The barreled ceiling was polished wood, amplifying the water's roar and making me feel like we were standing inside an old-fashioned root beer keg. Supplies and baggage lined the dock, just waiting for a ship to be put on. At the far end of the room, Thomas Jefferson Jr. stood deep in conversation with the hotel manager, Helgi, and his assistant, Hunding, all three of them looking over some paperwork on a clipboard. Since I had an aversion to paperwork and also to Helgi, I walked over to Mallory, who was now stuffing iron grappling hooks into a burlap sack. She was dressed in black furs and black denim, her red hair pulled back in a severe bun. In the torchlight, her freckles glowed orange. As usual, she wore her trusty pair of knives at her sides. "Everything good?" I asked, because clearly it wasn't. She scowled. "Don't you start, too, mister." She called me a Gaelic term I didn't recognize, but I was fairly sure it didn't mean dearest friend. "We been waiting on you and the boat. Where are Blitzen and Hearthstone?" It had been several weeks since I'd seen my dwarf and elf buddies, and I'd been looking forward to them sailing with us. One of the few things I was looking forward to. Mallory grunted impatiently. We're picking them up on the way. That could have meant we were stopping by a different part of Boston, or stopping by a different world, but Mallory didn't look like she was in the mood to elaborate. She scanned the space behind me and scowled. What about Alex and Samira? Alex said they'd meet us later. Well, then. Mallory made a shooing gesture. Go sign us out. Sign us out. Yeah. She drawled the word to indicate just how slow she thought I was. With Helgi, the manager. Off you go. Since she was still holding a fistful of grappling hooks, I did what she told. TJ had his foot planted on a supply box, his rifle across his back. The brass buttons gleamed on his Union Army coat. He tipped his infantry cap at me in greeting. Just in time, my friend. Helgi and Hunding exchanged nervous looks, the way they did whenever Odin announced one of his motivational staff retreats. Magnus Chase, Helgi said, tugging at his roadkill beard. He was dressed in his usual dark green pinstripe suit, which he probably thought made him look like a service industry professional, but only made him look like a Viking in a pinstripe suit. We were beginning to worry. The high tide will be here any minute. I looked at the water raging down the canal. I knew that several subterranean rivers wove their way through Valhalla, but I didn't understand how they could be subject to tides. I also didn't see how the water level here could get any higher without flooding the entire room. Then again, I was having a conversation with two dead Vikings and a Civil War soldier, so I decided to give logic a rest. Sorry, I said. I waved vaguely, trying to indicate reading mysterious journals, killing wolves, breaking my leg in Boston Harbor. TJ practically vibrated with excitement. You got the boat? I can't wait to see it. Yeah. I started rummaging in my knapsack, but the handkerchief seemed to have fallen to the bottom. Hunding wrung his hands. His bellhop uniform was buttoned wrong, like he'd rushed to get dressed this morning. You didn't lose it, did you? Oh, I warned you about leaving unattended magic items in your room. I told the cleaning ravens not to touch it. It's a warship, I said. Not a napkin. But they kept wanting to launder it with the linens. If it's missing, then you 11 be held responsible, Helgi snarled at the bellhop. Floor 19 is your service area. Hunding winced. He and Helgi had a feud that went back several centuries. The manager welcomed any excuse to make Hunding work extra shifts shoveling garbage into the incinerators or hosing out the lindworm warrens. Relax. I pulled out the piece of cloth. See? Here it is. And, Hunding, this is for you. I handed him one of my chocolate bars. Thanks for keeping an eye on my room while I'm gone. The bellhop's eyes turned misty. Kid, you're the best. You can leave unattended magic items in your room anytime. Humph. Helgi scowled. Well, then, Magnus Chase, I'll need you to sign out. He thrust the clipboard at me. Read carefully and initial at the bottom of each page. I flipped through a dozen pages of dense contract language. I schemed over phrases like in the event of death by squirrel attack and the proprietor shall not be held liable for off-site dismemberment. No wonder my friends preferred to leave the hotel without permission. The release forms were brutal. TJ cleared his throat. So, Magnus, maybe while you're doing that, I could set up the boat? Can I? I'm ready to get this regiment underway. I could tell. He was loaded down with enough ammunition pouches, haversacks, and canteens for a 30-day march. His eyes gleamed as brightly as his bayonet. Since TJ was usually the voice of reason on floor 19, I was glad to have him along, even if he did get a little too excited about full frontal charges on enemy positions. "Yeah," I said. "Sure, man. Yay." He plucked the handkerchief out of my hand and hustled toward the dock. I signed the release forms, trying not to get hung up on the clauses about arbitration in case we got incinerated in the fires of Muspelheim or got pulverized by frost giants. I handed the clipboard back to Helgi. The manager frowned. "You sure you read everything?" Yeah. I'm a fast reader." Helgi gripped my shoulder. "Then good luck, Magnus Chase, son of Frey. And remember, you must stop Loki's ship Naglfar from sailing at midsummer, I know. Or Ragnarok begins." "Right. Which means our renovations to the banquet hall won't ever be complete, and we'll never get high-speed internet restored on floor 242. I nodded grimly. I did not need the extra pressure of being responsible for an entire floor's internet connection. "We'll succeed. Don't worry." Helgi tugged at his beard. "But if you do start Ragnarok, could you please get back here as soon as possible, or send us a text?" "Okay. A text." As far as I knew, the hotel staff just used Ravens. They didn't know how to use mobile devices. None of them even had numbers. But that didn't stop them from talking a good game. "We'll need to get everyone started on their checkout surveys before we march off to Doomsday," Helgi explained. "To expedite their deaths. If you can't make it back, you can also fill out your survey online. And if you wouldn't mind marking excellent wherever it mentions the manager, I'd appreciate it. Odin does read those. But if we're all going to die anyway, good man." He patted my shoulder. "Well, have a safe successful journey." He tucked the clipboard under his arm and strolled off, probably going to inspect those renovations to the banquet hall. Hunding sighed. "That man has no sense. Thanks for the chocolate, though, my boy. I just wish there was something more I could do for you." My scalp tingled with inspiration. During my time at the hotel, Hunding had become my best source of information. He knew where all the bodies were buried, literally. He knew all the secret room service menu items, and how you could get from the lobby to the observation deck, the Grove of Glazier, without having to pass through the gauntlet of gift shops. He was a walking Vikingpedia. I pulled out Randolph's journal and showed him the last page. "Any idea what this word means?" I pointed to Mju. Hunding laughed. "It says mead, of course." "Huh. So it has nothing to do with cows." "Pardon. Never mind. VV had about this name here, Bolverk." Hunding flinched so violently he dropped his chocolate bar. "Bolverk? No. No, no, no. What is this book, anyway? Why would you possibly arg?" Halfborn yelled from dockside. "Magnus, we need you over here, now." The river was starting to surge, frothing and lapping over the edge of the canal. TJ shook the handkerchief desperately, yelling, "How does it work? How does it work?" It hadn't occurred to me that the foldable ship, being a gift from my dad, might only work for me. I ran over to help. Mallory and Halfborn were scrambling to gather their supplies. "We've got a minute at most before the high tide comes flooding through here," yelled Halfborn. "Ship, Magnus. Now." I took the handkerchief and tried to steady my shaking hands. I'd practiced this ship unfolding trick a couple of times on calmer water, once by myself and once with Alex, but I could still hardly believe it would work. I definitely wasn't looking forward to the results. I flicked the handkerchief toward the water. As soon as the cloth hit the surface, the corners unfolded and kept unfolding. It was like watching the building of a Lego rondel in a sped-up stop-motion video. In the space of 2 breaths, a Viking longship lay at anchor in the canal, the turbulent water coursing around its stern. But, of course, nobody complimented me on its beautifully trimmed hull, or the elaborate Viking shields lining the rails, or the 5 rows of oars ready for service. No one noted how the mainmast was hinged and folded over so it could pass through this low tunnel without breaking apart. No one gasped at the beauty of the carved dragon figurehead, or praised the fact that the ship was much larger and more spacious than your typical longship, even boasting a covered area below deck so we wouldn't have to sleep in the rain and snow. Mallory Keene's first comment was, "Can we talk about the color?" TJ frowned. "VVHY is it?" "I don't know." I wailed. "I don't know why it's yellow. My father, Frey, had sent me the boat weeks ago, promising that it was the perfect vessel to use on our voyage. It would get us where we needed to go. It would protect us on the most treacherous seas." My friends had been excited. They had trusted me, even when I'd refused to give them a preview of our magical ship. But why, oh, why had my father made the boat the color of I can't believe it's not butter? Everything about it was neon, eye-melting yellow, the ropes, the shields, the hull, the sail, the rudder, even the dragon figurehead. For all I knew, the bottom of the keel was yellow, too, and we'd blind every fish we sailed past. "Well, it doesn't matter now," Halfborn said, scowling at me like it mattered very much. "Load up. Hurry." A roar echoed from the upstream tunnel like an approaching freight train. The ship banged against the dock. Halfborn tossed our supplies on deck as TJ hauled up the anchor, while Mallory and I held the mooring lines fast with all our energy strength. Just as Halfborn threw the last sacks, a wall of water burst out of the tunnel behind us. "Let's go," yelled T.J. We jumped aboard as the wave slammed into our stern, propelling us forward like the kick of a 70-million-gallon mule. I glanced back at the dock one last time. Hunding the bellhop stood knee-deep in water, clutching his chocolate bar, staring at me as we rocketed into the darkness, his face bleached with shock as if, after all these centuries of dealing with the dead in Valhalla, he'd finally seen an actual ghost. 6 I have a nightmare about toenails. I like my rivers the way I like my enemies, slow, wide, and lazy. I rarely get what I like. Our shot down the rapids in near total darkness. My friends scrambled around the deck, grabbing ropes and tripping over oars. The ship rocked from side to side, making me feel like I was surfing on a pendulum. Mallory hugged the rudder with her full weight, trying to keep us in the middle of the current. "Don't just stand there," she yelled at me. "Help." The old saying is true, no nautical training survives first contact with the water. I'm pretty sure that's an old saying. Everything I'd learned from Percy Jackson evaporated out of my brain. I forgot starboard and port, stern and aft. I forgot how to discourage shark attacks and how to fall off a mast properly. I hopped across the deck yelling, "I'm helping! I'm helping!" Without knowing what to do at all. We swerved and sloshed through the tunnel at impossible speeds, our retracted mast barely clearing the roof. The tips of our oars scraped against the stone walls, leaving trails of bright yellow sparks that made it look like fairies were ice skating alongside us. TJ rushed past me, heading for the prow, and nearly impaled me with his bayonet. "Magnus, hold that line," he yelled, waving at pretty much every rope on the ship. I grabbed the nearest bit of rigging and pulled as hard as I could, hoping I had the right line, or hoping I at least looked helpful while doing the wrong thing. We bumped down a series of cataracts. My teeth clattered out telegraph messages. Frigid waves crashed over the shields on the railing. Then the tunnel widened and we sideswiped a rock that came out of nowhere. The boat spun a 360. We dropped down a waterfall toward certain death, and as the air turned to cold misty soup around us, everything went dark. What a fantastic time to have a vision. I found myself standing on the deck of a different ship. In the distance, glacial cliffs rimmed a vast bay marbled with ice. The air was so cold, a layer of frost crackled over my coat sleeves. Beneath my feet, instead of wooden planking, spread a bumpy surface of glistening gray and black like the shell of an armadillo. The entire ship, a Viking vessel the size of an aircraft carrier, was made of the same stuff. And unfortunately I knew what it was: the clipped toenails and fingernails of the dishonored dead, billions upon billions of nasty zombie cuttings, all cobbled together by evil pedicurist magic to create Naglfar, the ship of nails, also known as the ship of the dead. Above me, gray sails rippled in the freezing wind. Shuffling across the deck were thousands of desiccated human husks dressed in rusted armor, Draugr, Viking zombies. Giants strode among them, shouting orders and kicking them to form ranks. Out of the corners of my eyes, I caught glimpses of darker things, too, incorporeal shades that might have been wolves, or serpents, or skeletal horses made of smoke. "Look who's here," said a cheerful voice. Standing before me, in the white uniform of a Navy admiral, was Loki himself. His autumn leaf-colored hair swept around the edges of his flag officer's hat. His intense irises glinted like rings of hardening amber, suffocating the life out of his poor trapped pupils. Despite the pitted wreckage of his face, damaged from centuries of snake venom dripping his eyes, despite the scarred and twisted lips that had once been sewn together by an angry dwarf, Loki grinned in such a warm, friendly way it was almost impossible not to smile back. "Coming to visit me?" he asked. "Awesome." I tried to yell at him. I wanted to berate him for getting my uncle killed, for torturing my friends, for ruining my life and causing me 6 solid months of indigestion, but my throat was filled with wet cement. Nothing to say. Loki chuckled. "That's all right, because I've got plenty to tell you. First, a friendly warning: I'd really think twice about following old Randolph's plan." His expression tightened with false sympathy. "I'm afraid the poor man got a little senile there toward the end. You'd have to be crazy to listen to him." I wanted to strangle Loki, but my hands felt strangely heavy. I looked down and saw that my fingernails were growing at unnatural speed, stretching toward the deck like taproots seeking soil. My feet felt too tight in my shoes. Somehow I knew that my toenails were also lengthening, pushing through my socks, trying to escape the confines of my hiking boots. "What else?" Loki tapped his chin. "Oh, yes. Look." He gestured past the hordes of shuffling zombies, sweeping his arm across the bay as if revealing a fabulous prize I'd just won. On the misty horizon, one of the glacial cliffs had begun to calve, sheeting massive curtains of ice into the water. The sound hit me half a second later, a muffled rumble like thunder through thick clouds. "Cool, huh?" Loki grinned. "The ice is melting much faster than I thought. I love global warming. We'll be able to sail before the week is out, so really, you're already late. I'd turn around and go back to Valhalla if I were you. You've only got a few days to enjoy yourself. Ragnarok hits. Might as well take some of those fabulous yoga classes." My rebellious fingernails reached the deck. They wove their way into the glistening gray surface, pulling me down, forcing me to double over. My toenails burst through the tips of my boots. They rooted me in place while dead men's nails began to grow upward like saplings, curling eagerly around my shoelaces, vining their way up my ankles. Loki looked down at me with a gentle smile, as if watching a toddler take his first steps. Yes, it's a wonderful week for Doomsday. But if you do insist on challenging me, he sighed and shook his head like, you crazy kids and your quests, then please leave my children out of it, will you? Sam and Alex. They've suffered enough. If you care for them at all. Well, this quest will destroy them. I promise you that. They have no idea what they'll be facing. I fell to my knees. I could no longer tell where my own fingernails and toenails stopped and the ship began. Jagged branches of gray and black keratin tightened around my calves and wrists, chaining me to the deck, encircling my limbs, pulling me down into the fabric of the ship itself. Take care, Magnus. Loki called. One way or another, we'll talk again soon. A rough hand clamped my shoulder, shaking me awake. Magnus, yelled half-born Gunderson. Snap out of it, man. Grab an oar. I found myself back on the deck of our bright yellow ship. We were drifting sideways through a cold, dense fog, the current pulling us to port, where the river fell away into roaring darkness. I swallowed the wet cement clogging my throat. Is that another waterfall? Mallory dropped onto the bench next to me. One that'll send us straight into Jinyunga and kill us, yeah. You feel like rowing now? TJ and Halfborn took the bench in front of us. Together, we four rowed with all our strength, turning starboard and dragging our ship away from the precipice. My shoulders burned. My back muscles screamed in protest. Finally the roaring sound faded behind us. The fog burned away, and I saw that we were in Boston Harbor, not far from Old Ironsides. Rising on my left were the brick row houses and church steeples of Charlestown. TJ turned and grinned. See? That wasn't so bad. Sure, Mallory said. Except for almost falling off the edge of the world and being vaporized. Halfborn stretched his arms. I feel like I've just carried an elephant up Bunker Hill, but good job, all. He faltered when he saw my face. Magnus. VV hat is it? I stared at my trembling hands. I felt as if my fingernails were still growing, trying to find their way back to the ship of the dead. I had a little vision, I muttered. Give me a sec. My friends exchanged wary looks. They all knew there was no such thing as a little vision. Mallory Keene scooted closer to me. Gunderson, why don't you take the rudder? Halfborn frowned. I don't take orders from. Mallory glared at him. Halfborn muttered under his breath and went to take the rudder. Mallory fixed me with her eyes, the green irises flecked with brown and orange like the shells of cardinal's eggs. Was it Loki you saw? Normally, I didn't get this close to Mallory unless she was pulling an axe out of my chest on the battlefield. She valued her personal space. There was something troubling about L1T, her gaze a sort of free-floating anger, like a fire that jumped from rooftop to rooftop. You never knew what it would burn and what it would leave alone. Yeah. I described what I'd seen. Mallory's lip curled with disgust. That trickster. We've all been seeing him in our nightmares lately. When I get my hands on him. Hey, Mallory, TJ chided. I know you want revenge even more than most of us, but Keene stopped him with a harsh look. I wondered what TJ was talking about. I'd heard that Mallory had died trying to disarm a car bomb in Ireland, but beyond that, I knew very little of her past. Had Loki been responsible for her death? She gripped my wrist, her calloused fingers reminding me uncomfortably oft keratin vines of Naglfar. Magnus, Loki's calling you out. If you have that dream again, Don't talk to him. Don't be baited. Baited into what? I asked. Behind us, Halfborn yelled, Valkyrie at 10 o'clock. He pointed to the Charlestown waterfront. About a quarter mile ahead, I could just make out two figures standing on the dock, one with a green hijab, the other with green hair. Mallory scowled back at Gunderson. Do you have to be so loud, you oaf? This is my regular voice, woman. Yes, I know, loud and annoying. If you don't like it, Magnus, she said, we'll talk later. She stomped over to the deck hatch, where Halfborn had dropped his battle axe during all the confusion. She scooped up the weapon and brandished it at Halfborn. You can have this back when you start to behave. She slid down the ladder and disappeared below decks. Oh, no, she didn't. Halfborn abandoned his post and marched after her. The ship began to list to starboard. TJ scrambled back and took the rudder. He sighed. Those two picked a terrible time to break up. Wait, what? I asked. TJ raised his eyebrows. You didn't hear. Halfborn and Mallory argued so much, it was hard to tell when they were angry and when they were just showing affection. Now that I thought about it, though, they had been a little more aggressive with each other the last few days. Why the breakup? TJ shrugged. The afterlife is a marathon, not a sprint. Long-term relationships are tricky when you live forever. It's not uncommon for Einherji couples to break up 60, 70 times over the course of a few centuries. I tried to imagine that. Of course, I'd never been in a relationship, long-term or otherwise, so. Point one couldn't. And we're stuck on a ship with them, I noted, while they're working out their differences, surrounded by a wide assortment of weapons. They're both professionals, said TJ. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thunk. Below my feet, the deck shuddered with the sound of an axe impaling wood. Right, I said. And the stuff Mallory was saying about Loki. T.J.'s smile melted. We all have our problems with that trickster. I wondered what T.J.'s were. I'd lived with my friends on floor 19 for months now, but I was starting to realize how little I knew about their pasts. Thomas Jefferson Jr., former infantryman in the 54th Massachusetts, son of the war god Tyr and a freed slave. TJ never seemed to get flustered, even when he got killed on the battlefield, or when he had to intercept Halfborn Gunderson sleepwalking naked through the halls and get him back to his room. TJ had the sunniest disposition of any dead person I knew, but he must have seen his share of horrors. I wondered what sort of ammunition Loki used to taunt him in his dreams. Mallory said Loki was calling me out, I remembered. And that I shouldn't take the bait. TJ flexed his fingers, as if he were having sympathetic pains from his father, Tyr, who'd gotten his hand bitten off by Fenris Wolf. Mallory's right. Some challenges you should never take, especially from Loki. I frowned. Loki had used the term challenge, to not fight. Not stop. He'd said, if you do insist on challenging me. TJ, isn't your dad the god of personal challenges and duels and whatnot? Exactly. T.J.'s voice was as stiff and flat as the hardtack bread he loved to eat. He pointed to the docks. Look, Sam and Alex have company. I hadn't noticed earlier, but lurking a few feet behind the children of Loki, leaning against the hood of his car in his jeans and teal work shirt, was my favorite supplier of fresh falafel sandwiches. Amir Fadlan, Samira's fiancé, had come to see us off Point 7, we all drowned said as we approached the dock. You're right, Alex. That ship is really yellow. I sighed. Not you, too. Alex grinned. I vote we name it the Big Banana. All in favor? Don't you dare, I said. I love it, Mallory said, throwing Alex a mooring line. Keane and Gunderson had emerged from below decks in an apparent truce, though both sported fresh black eyes. It's decided, then, bellowed Halfborn. The GCK-D ship Mikilgulr. TJ scratched his head. There's an Old Norse term for big banana. Well, not exactly, Halfborn admitted. The Vikings never sailed far enough south to discover bananas. But Mikilgulr means big yellow. That's close enough. I looked skyward with a silent prayer. Frey, god of summer, Dad, thanks for the boat. But could I suggest that forest green is also a great summery color, and please stop embarrassing me in front of my friends. Amen. I climbed ashore and helped tie up the big yellow humiliation, my legs still wobbly from the rough river ride and my vision of Loki. If I felt this grateful to be back on dry land after only a few minutes of travel, our journey across the sea promised to be tons of fun. Amir shook my hand. How are you, J. Magnus? Even after all these months, he sometimes slipped and called me Jimmy. That was my bad. During the 2 years I'd been homeless, Amir and his dad had been one of my few dependable sources of hot meals. They'd given me leftovers from their restaurant in the transportation building court. In exchange for their kindness, I hadn't trusted them with my real name. I still felt guilty about that. Yeah, I'm good. I realized I was deceiving him yet again. I mean, as good as can be expected given that we're heading off on another dangerous quest. Samira nudged my ribs with the butt of her axe. Hey, don't get him agitated. I've spent the past few days trying to convince Amir not to worry. Alex smirked. And I've spent the past few days chaperoning them as she tried to convince him not to worry. It's been very cute. Samira blushed. She was dressed in her typical travel clothes, leather boots, sturdy cargo pants fitted with 2 axes, a long-sleeved turtleneck, and a dark green jacket that complemented her magical hijab. The fabric of the headscarf rippled in the breeze, catching the colors from her surroundings and ready to go into full camouflage mode at a moment's notice. Sam's face, though, seemed a little off. Her lips were dry and peeling, her eyes sunken and dull like she was suffering from a vitamin deficiency. You okay? I asked her. Of course. I'm fine. But I could smell the ketones on her breath, a stale sour scent like lemons left out in the sun. It was the smell of someone who hadn't eaten in a while. I'd gotten used to that on the streets. Nah, I decided. You're not okay. She started to deny it, but Amir interceded. Ramadan started 2 weeks ago, he said. We're both fasting. Amir. Sam protested. Well? Magnus is a friend. He deserves to know. Alex was working his jaw, trying to bite back his frustration. Of course Alex had known. That's what he'd been talking about at Uncle Randolph's, the reason Sam was having so much trouble focusing on her training. I didn't know much about Ramadan, but I knew a lot about going hungry. It can seriously mess up your concentration. So, what are the rules about that? I asked. It will not affect me on this quest, Sam promised. I didn't want to say anything, because I didn't want anyone worrying. It's just no drinking or eating during daylight hours. Or bathing, Amir said. Or cursing. Or smoking. Or violence. Which is fine, Alex said, because our quests never involve violence. Sam rolled her eyes. I can still defend myself if attacked. It's only 1 month, 1 month. I asked. I've done this every year since I was 10, Sam said. Believe me, it's no big deal. It sounded like a pretty big deal to me, especially in the summer when the days were so long, and we'd be facing all sorts of life and death situations that would not wait until after regular business hours. Couldn't you, like, take a rain check until after our quest? She could, Amir said. That's allowable if you're traveling, or if fasting would be too dangerous, both of which are true in this case. But she won't, Alex chimed in. Because she is as stubborn as a very devout mule. Sam poked Alex in the ribs. Watch it, brother. Ow, Alex complained. What happened to no violence? I was defending myself, Sam said. Hey, you all, Half-Born called from the ship. We're loaded up and ready to sail. What are you gabbing about? Come on. I looked at Amir, as well groomed as always, his clothes spotless and perfectly ironed, his dark hair cut to razor-straight perfection. You'd never guess he was a guy who was probably weak from hunger and thirst. But his facial muscles were more taut than usual. His gentle brown eyes kept blinking like he was expecting a drop of cold water to splash on his forehead. Amir was suffering, but it was from something that had nothing to do with Ramadan. Just be careful, he pleaded. All of you. Magnus, I'd ask you to watch out for Samira, but if I did that, she would hit me with her axe. I would never hit you with my axe, Sam said. Anyway, I'll watching out for Magnus, not the other way around. I'll watch out for Sam, Alex volunteered. That's what family is for, right? Amir blinked even more. I got the sense that he still wasn't sure what to make of Alex Fierro, Sam's green-haired gender-fluid half-sibling chaperone of doom. Okay. Amir nodded. Thanks. I couldn't help feeling guilty about Amir's anguish. Months ago, when he'd started seeing into Samira's weird double life as a Valkyrie of Odin, I'd healed his mind to keep him from going insane. Now his mortal eyes were permanently opened. Rather than living in blissful ignorance, he could see the earth giants that occasionally strolled down Commonwealth Avenue, the sea serpents that frolicked in the Charles River, and the Valkyries that flew overhead, bringing souls of fallen heroes to check in at the Hotel Valhalla. He could even see our huge Viking warship that looked like a heavily armed banana. We'll be careful, I told him. Besides, nobody would dare attack this ship. It's way too yellow. He mustered a faint smile. That much is true. He reached behind him from the hood of his car. He heft a large green insulated pack, the kind Fadlan's Falafel used for deliveries. This is for you, Magnus. I hope you enjoy. The scent of fresh falafel wafted out. True, I'd eaten falafel just a few hours ago, but my stomach growled because, well, more falafel. Man, you're the best. I can't believe wait. You're in the middle of a fast, and you brought me food. That seems wrong. Just because I'm fasting doesn't mean you can't enjoy. He clapped me on my shoulder. You'll be in my prayers. All of you. I knew he was sincere. Me, I was an atheist. I only prayed sarcastically to my own father for a better color of boat. Learning about the existence of Norse deities and the 9 worlds had just made me more convinced that there was no grand divine plan. Kind of God would allow Zeus and Odin to run around in the same cosmos, both claiming to be the king of creation, smiting mortals with lightning bolts and giving motivational seminars. But Amir was a man of faith. He and Samira believed in something bigger, a cosmic force that actually cared about humans. I suppose it was kind of comforting to know Amir had my back in the prayer department, even if I doubted there was anybody at the other end of that line. Thanks, man. I shook his hand one last time. Amir turned to Sam. They stood a few feet apart, not touching. In all the years they'd known each other, they had never touched. I wondered if that was killing Amir even worse than the fasting. I wasn't much of a toucher myself, but every once in a while, a hug from somebody I cared about could go a long way. Caring about each other as much as Sam and Amir did, and not even being able to hold hands. Point one couldn't imagine that. I love you, Amir told her. Samira stumbled backward like she'd been hit in the face with a giant eagle egg. Alex propped her up. Ah yes, Sam squeaked. Also. Too. Amir nodded. He turned and got into his car. A moment later, his tail lights disappeared down Flagship Way. Samira smacked her own forehead. Also. Too. I am such an idiot. Alex patted her arm. I thought you were quite eloquent. Come on, sister. Your neon yellow warship awaits. We undid the mooring lines, extended the mast, hoisted the sail, and did a bunch of other nautical stuff. Soon we were leaving Boston behind, sailing through the mouth of the channel between Logan Airport and the Seaport District. I liked the Big Banana a lot more when it wasn't bouncing through subterranean rapids or drifting toward interdimensional waterfalls. A strong wind filled the sail. The sunset turned the downtown skyline to red gold. The sea stretched ahead of us in silky sheets of blue, and for now, all I had to do was stand at the prow and enjoy the view. After a long hard day, I might even have been able to relax, except I kept thinking about my Uncle Randolph. He had once sailed out of this same harbor, searching for the Sword of Summer. His family had never come back. This is different, I told myself. We've got a well-trained crew of Einherjar and the stubbornest, most devout Valkyrie in Valhalla. Loki's voice echoed through my head. Poor Sam and Alex. This quest will destroy them. They have no idea what they'll be facing. Shut up, I murmured. Sorry. I hadn't realized Samira was standing right next to me. Nothing. Well. Not really nothing. I had a little visit from your dad. I told her the details. Samira grimaced. So the usual, then. Alex has been having visions and nightmares, too, pretty much daily. I scanned the deck, but Alex must have been below. Really? He didn't say anything about that to me. Samira shrugged like #Alex. What about you? I asked. Any visions? She tilted her head. No, which is interesting. Ramadan tends to focus the mind and strengthen the will. That could be why Loki hasn't been inside my head. I'm hoping. She let the thought trail off, but I caught her meaning. She hoped her fasting might make it harder for Loki to control her. It seemed like a long shot to me. Then again, if my dad could make me do anything he wanted simply by commanding me, I would be been willing to try anything, even foregoing falafel sandwiches, to thwart him. Every time Sam said her father's name, I heard the rage simmering inside her. She hated being under his power. A passenger jet took off from Logan and roared overhead. From TJ's lookout at the top of the mast, he raised his arms and yelled, "Woohoo," as the wind ruffled through his dark curly hair. Being from the 1860s, TJ loved airplanes. I think they seemed more magical to him than dwarves, elves, or dragons. I felt clanging and bumping below us Alex and Mallory, probably, getting all our supplies stowed away. Half-born Gunderson stood aft, leaning on their udder and whistling "Fly Me to the Moon." Stupid Valhalla elevator music earworms. Sam, you'll be ready, I said at last. You'll beat Loki this time. She turned to gaze at the sunset. I wondered if she was waiting for dusk, when she could eat and drink and, most important, curse again. The thing about that, she said, is I won't know until I actually face Loki. Alex's training is all about loosening me up, getting me more comfortable with shape-shifting, but... She swallowed. I don't know that I want to be more comfortable with it. I'm not like Alex. That was undeniable. When Sam had first told me about her shape-changing abilities, she'd explained that she hated to use them. She saw it as giving in to Loki, becoming more like her father. Alex believed in claiming Loki's power as his own. Sam saw her Jotun heritage as poison that had to be expelled. She relied on discipline and structure, pray more. Give up food and drink. Whatever it took. But shape-shifting, being fluid the way Alex and Loki were, that was alien to her, even though it was part of her blood. You'll find a way, I said. A way that works for you. She studied my face, perhaps trying to gauge whether I believed what I was saying. I appreciate that. But in the meantime, we have other things to worry about. Alex told me what happened at your uncle's place. Despite the warm evening, I shivered. Thinking about wolves does that to me. You have any thoughts about what my uncle's notes meant? Mead. Bolverk. Sam shook her head. We can ask Hearthstone and Blitzen when we pick them up. They've been traveling, doing a lot of what did they call it, long-range reconnaissance. That sounded impressive. Maybe they'd been networking with their contacts in Mimir's strange interdimensional mafia, trying to find us the safest course through the seas of the Nine Worlds. But the image that kept coming to my mind was Blitzen shopping for new outfits while Hearthstone stood idly nearby, arranging runes into various spells to make time go faster. I'd miss those guys. Where exactly are we meeting them? I asked. Sam pointed ahead. Deer Island Lighthouse. They promised they'd be there at sunset today. Which is now. Dozens of islands dotted the coastline off Boston. I could never keep them all straight, but the lighthouse Sam was talking about was easy enough to distinguish. A squat building with a mast thing on top, jutting out of the waves like the conning tower of a concrete submarine. As we got closer, I waited to spot the glinting chainmail waistcoat of a fashionable dwarf, or an elf in black waving a candy-striped scarf. I don't see them, I muttered. I glanced up at TJ. Hey, you see anything? Our lookout seemed paralyzed. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide in an expression I'd never associated with Thomas Jefferson Jr. pure terror. Next to me, Sam made a strangled sound. She backed away from the prow and pointed to the water between us and the lighthouse. In front of us, the sea had started to churn, swirling into a downward funnel like someone had pulled the bathtub plug out of Massachusetts Bay. Rising from the maelstrom were the giant watery forms of women, 9 in all, each as large as our ship, with dresses of foam and ice, and blue-green faces contorted with rage. I just had time to think, Percy, didn't he cover this in basic seamanship? Then the giant women fell on us like a vengeful tsunami, plunging our glorious yellow warship into the abyss. 8 in the eye. Lol of the Ulafi Illipster hurtling to the bottom of the sea was bad enough. I didn't need the singing, too. As our ship tumbled, free-falling through the eye of a saltwater cyclone, the 9 giant maidens spiraled around us, weaving in and out of the tempest so they appeared to drown over and over again. Their faces contorted in anger and glee. Their long hair lashed us with icy spray. Each time they emerged, they wailed and shrieked, but it wasn't just random noise. Their screams had a tonal quality, like a chorus of whale songs played through heavy feedback. I even caught snippets of lyrics: boiling mead, wave daughters, death for you. It reminded me of the first time Halfborn Gunderson played Norwegian black metal for me. After a few bars, it dawned on me. Oh, wait. THAN's supposed to be music. Sam and I locked arms on the rigging. TJ straddled the top of the mast, screaming like he was riding the world's most terrifying carousel pony. Halfborn wrestled the rudder, though I didn't see what good that would do in a downward plunge. Below decks, I heard Mallory and Alex getting thrown around, cough lump, cough lump, cough lump, like a pair of human dice. The ship spun. With a cry of despair, TJ lost his grip and hurtled into the maelstrom. Sam zoomed after him. Thank goodness for Valkyrie powers of flight. She tackled TJ around the waist and zigzagged back to the ship with him, dodging the grasping hands of the sea giantesses and various pieces of luggage we were shedding like ballast. As soon as she reached the deck, bloosh! Our ship splash landed and then sank. The biggest shock was the heat. I'd been expecting a freezing death. Instead, I felt like I'd been dunked in a scalding bathtub. My back arched. My muscles contracted. I managed not to inhale any liquid, but when I blinked, trying to see which way was up, the water was a strange cloudy golden color. That can't be good, I thought. The deck surged beneath me. The big banana broke the surface of wherever we were. The storm had vanished. The 9 giantesses were nowhere to be seen. Our ship bobbed and creaked on the placid golden water that bubbled around the hull, exuding a smell like exotic spices, flowers, and baked goods. In every direction rose sheer brown cliffs, a perfect ring about a mile in diameter. My first thought was that we'd been dropped in the middle of a volcanic lake. Our ship seemed to be in one piece, at least. The wet yellow sail flapped against the mast. The rigging glistened and steamed. Samira and TJ got to their feet first. They slipped and staggered aft, where Halfborn Gunderson was slumped over the rudder, blood dripping from an ugly gash on his forehead. For a moment, I thought, Halfborn gets killed that way all the time. Then I remembered we were not in Valhalla anymore. Wherever this was, if we died here, we would not get a do-over. He's alive, Sam announced. Knocked out cold, though. My ears still rang from the weird music. My thoughts moved sluggishly. I wondered why TJ and Sam were looking at me. Then I realized, oh, right. I'm the healer. I ran over to help. I channeled Frey power to heal Gunderson's head wound as Mallory and Alex, both battered and bleeding, staggered out from below decks. What are you fools doing up here? Mallory demanded as if in answer. A storm cloud rolled overhead, obscuring half the sky. A voice boomed from above, what are you doing in my cauldron? The storm cloud descended, and I realized it was a face that did not look happy to see us. From my previous dealings with giants, I'd learned that the only way to process their immense size was to focus on one thing at a time: a nose the size of an oil tanker, a beard as thick and vast as a redwood forest, round gold-rimmed glasses that looked like crop circles. And on the giant's head, what I'd taken for a storm front was the rim of the universe's largest Panama hat. The way his voice echoed in the basin, pinging off the cliffs with tinny reverberations, made me realize we were not, in fact, in a volcanic crater. Those cliffs were the metal rim of a huge pot. The steaming lake was some kind of brew. And we'd just become the secret ingredient. My friends stood with their mouths open, trying to make sense of what they were seeing, all except for Gunderson, who wisely remained unconscious. I was the first to regain my wits. I hate it when that happens. Hello, I said to the giant. I'm diplomatic that way, always knowing the right greeting. Frowny McHuge face furrowed his brow, giving me flashbacks to my 6th grade science lesson on plate tectonics. He glanced to either side and called out, "Daughters, get over here." More gigantic faces popped up around the rim of the pot, the 9 women from the maelstrom, but much larger now, their frothy hair floating about their faces, their smiles a little too manic, their eyes bright with excitement or hunger. I hoped it wasn't hunger, .1 was probably hunger. "We got them, Dad," one of the women squeaked, or it would have been a squeak if she hadn't been the size of South Boston. "Yes, but why?" their father asked. "They're yellow," another giantess chimed in. "We noticed them right away. With a ship that color, we figured they deserved to drown." I mentally began composing a list of words that began with F. Frey. Father. False. Friend. Frick. Frack. And some others. "Also," said a third daughter, one of them mentioned mead. "We knew you'd want to talk to them, Dad. That's your favorite word." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alex Fierro waved his hands like there was a flag on the play. Nobody here was talking about mead. There's been some kind of mistake. He hesitated, then frowned at me. Right. I pointed to Samira, who backed away, out of range of Alex's cutting wire. "I was just explaining." "Doesn't matter," boomed Frowny. "You're here now, but I can't have you in my cauldron. I'm just cooking down the mead. A Viking ship could totally ruin the flavor of the honey." I glanced at the bubbling liquid around us. I was suddenly glad I hadn't inhaled any of it. "Honey?" I asked. "Don't you dare call me that," Alex growled. Possibly he was kidding. I didn't want to ask. A massive hand loomed over us, and Frowny plucked up our ship by the mast. "They're too small to see properly," he complained. "Let's scale things down." I hated it when gigantic people changed the proportions of reality. Instant lithe world telescoped around me. My stomach imploded. My ears popped. My eyes expanded painfully in their sockets. Boom. Scrape. Thump. I stumbled over my own feet, and found myself standing with my friends in the middle of a vast Viking hall. In one corner, our ship lay on its side, hot mead still dripping from the hull. The room's walls were columned with dozens of ship keels, soaring hundreds of feet up and curving inward to form the rafters of a peak ceiling. Instead of planks or plaster filling in the space between the columns, there was nothing except rippling green water, held in place by no physics that made sense to me. Here and there, doors lined the watery walls, leading to other undersea chambers, I guessed. The floor was carpeted in squishy kelp that made me glad I had shoes on. The hall's layout wasn't much different than your typical Viking party pad. A rectangular feasting table dominated the space, with chairs of carved red coral along either side, and an elaborate throne at the far end, decorated with pearls and shark jaws. Freestanding braziers burned with ghostly green flames, filling the hall with a smell like toasted seaweed. Hanging over the main hearth fire was the cauldron we'd been floating in, though it now appeared much less massive, maybe just big enough to cook a team of oxen in. The pot's polished bronze sides were engraved with designs of waves and snarling faces. Our host/captor, the frowny daddy giant guy, stood before us, his arms crossed, his brown head. He was now only twice as tall as a human. The cuffs of his army green skinny jeans were turned up over pointy black boots. His suit vest was buttoned over a white dress shirt, the sleeves pushed back to show lots of swirling runic tattoos on his forearms. With his Panama hat and his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked like an agitated Whole Foods shopper, stuck in the express line behind a bunch of people with too many items, when all he wanted to do was purchase his macrobiotic matcha smoothie and leave. Behind him, in a loose semicircle, stood the 9 wave girls who were not, shockingly, doing the wave. Each giantess was terrifying in her own special way, but they all leered and giggled and pushed each other around with the same level of excitement, like fans waiting for a star to come through the stage door so they could tear him to pieces to show their love. I recalled my encounter with the sea goddess Ran, who had described her husband as a hipster who liked microbrewing. At the time, the description had been too weird to comprehend. Afterward, it had seemed funny. Now it seemed a little too real, because I was pretty sure the hipster god in question was standing right in front of me. "You are Agir," I guessed. "God of the sea." Agir grunted in a way that implied yeah, so. "You still tainted my mead. And these?" I gulped. "These lovely ladies are your daughters." "Of course," he said. "The 9 giantesses of the waves. This is Himinglaeva, Hefring, Hrin. I'm Hefring, Dad," said the tallest girl. "She's Hrin." "Right," said Agir. "And UNN?" "And Bulja Bigly?" asked Mallory, who was doing her best to hold up a half-conscious half-born. "Nice to meet you all," Samira yelped, before Agir could introduce Comet, Cupid, and Rudolph. "We claim guest rights." Samira was smart. In certain polite Jotun households, claiming guest rights could get you a free pass from being slaughtered, at least temporarily. Agir harumphed. "What do you take me for, a savage? Of course you have guest rights. Despite the fact that you ruined my mead and you have an insultingly yellow ship, you're in my house now. We at least have to have a meal together before I decide what to do with you. Unless one of you is Magnus Chase, of course, in which case I'd have to kill you right away. One of you isn't he, I hope." No one responded, though my friends all glared at me like, "Dang it, Magnus." "Just hypothetically," I said. "If we had a Magnus Chase, why would you kill him?" "Because I promised my wife, Ran." Agir cried. "For some reason, she hates that guy." The 9 daughters nodded vigorously, muttering, "Hates him. A lot." "Yes, tons." "Ah. I was glad I was drenched in mead. Maybe it would hide the sweat popping up on my forehead." "And where is your lovely wife?" "Not here tonight," Agir said. "She's out collecting trash in her nets." "Thank gods," I said. "I mean, thank gods we at least get to spend some quality time with the rest of you." Agir tilted his head. "Yes. Well, daughters, I suppose you should set extra places at the table for our guests. I'll talk to our chef about cooking up those JMCY prisoners." He waved toward one of the side doors, which swung open by itself. Inside was a vast kitchen. When I saw what was suspended above the oven, it took all my willpower not to scream like a wave giantess. Hanging in 2 matching extra-large canary cages were our long-range reconnaissance experts, Blitzen and Hearthstone. 9 I become a temporary vegetarian that moment when you lock eyes with 2 friends hanging in cages in a giant's kitchen. And one of them recognizes you and begins to shout your name, but you do not want your name shouted. Blitzen staggered to his feet, gripped the bars of his cage, and yelled, "Magnificent!" I bellowed over him. "Mmat beautiful specimens." I jogged toward the cages, Sam and Alex on my heels. Agir frowned. "Daughters, see to our other guests." He made a sweeping take-out-the-trash gesture toward Mallory and TJ, who were still trying to keep our semi-conscious berserker from face-planting in the kelp. Then the sea god followed us into the kitchen. The appliances were all twice human size. The oven knobs alone would have made decent dinner plates. Hearthstone and Blitzen, looking unharmed but humiliated, dangled over the four-burner cooktop, their cages knocking against a tile backsplash that was painted with Bon Appetito in garish red cursive. Hearthstone wore his usual black biker outfit, his candy-striped scarf the only flourish of color. His pale face and white blonde hair made it difficult to tell if he was anemic or terrified or just mortified by the Bon Appetito sign. Blitzen straightened his navy blue blazer, then made sure his mauve silk dress shirt was properly tucked into his jeans. His matching handkerchief and ascot were a little askew, but the dude looked pretty good for a prisoner who was on today's dinner menu. His curly black hair and beard were well trimmed. His dark complexion coordinated beautifully with the iron bars of his cage. If nothing else, Aguirre should have let him go for being a fellow snazzy dresser. I used a quick flurry of sign language to warn them, "Don't say my name. Aegir will kill me." I spelled out the god's name since I didn't know what name sign we might use for him. Frowny, Beer Man, or H for hipster were all logical choices. The god appeared at my side. "They are magnificent specimens," he agreed. "We always try to have a fresh catch of the day in case guests stop by." "Right. Very smart," I said. "But do you normally eat dwarves and elves?" "I didn't think gods. Aguirre barked a laugh. "Well, there's your mistake, little mortal. I'm not one of those Namby-Pamby Aesir or Vanir gods. I'm a Jotun deity, 100% giant." I hadn't heard the term Namby-Pamby since third grade PE class with Coach Wicket, but I seemed to recall it not being a compliment. "So, you do eat dwarves and elves?" "Sometimes." Aguirre sounded a bit defensive. "And the occasional troll or human, though I draw the line at hobgoblins. Too gamey." "Why do you ask?" He narrowed his eyes. "Do you have special dietary restrictions?" Sam, again, was quickest on the draw. "Yes, actually. I'm Muslim." Aguirre winced. "I see. Sorry. Yes, I don't think dwarves are halal. I'm not sure about elves." "They're not, either," Sam said. "In fact, it's Ramadan, which means I need to break my fast in the company of dwarves and elves, rather than eating them or being around anyone who does eat them. It's strictly forbidden." I was pretty sure she was making that up, but what did I know? I suppose she was counting on Aguirre knowing even less about Quranic restrictions than I did. What a pity. Our host sighed. "And the rest of you?" "I'm a vegetarian," I said, which wasn't true, but hey, falafel was a vegetable. I glanced at Blitz and Hearth. They gave me 4 enthusiastic thumbs up. "And I have green hair." Alex spread his hands like, "What are you gonna do?" "I'm afraid eating dwarves or elves goes against my beliefs. But I very much appreciate the offer." Aguirre glowered, as if we were testing the limits of his culinary hospitality. He stared at Blitzen and Hearthstone, now leaning casually against the bars of their cages and trying to look as non-halal as possible. "So much for the catch of the day," Aguirre grumbled. "But we always do our best to accommodate our guests." "Elder!" He yelled the last word so loudly I jumped and hit my head on the oven door handle. A side door swung open, and an old man shuffled out of the pantry in a cloud of smoke. He was dressed in a white chef's outfit, complete with poofy hat, but his clothes seemed to be in the process of combusting. Flames danced across his sleeves and apron. Smoke streamed from his collar like his chest was coming to a boil. Sparks wormed through his gray eyebrows and beard. He looked about 600 years old, his expression so sour he might have spent that entire time smelling terrible things. "What is it?" he snapped. "I was preparing my elfish salt rub." "We'll need something different for dinner," Agir ordered. "No elf. No dwarf." "What?" Elder grumbled. "Our guests have food restrictions, halal, vegetarian, green hair friendly. And it's Ramadan," Sam added. "So you'll need to free those prisoners so they can break my fast with me." "Humph," said Elder. "Expect me to, mutter, short notice, mutter, green hair friendly menu. I may have some kelp patties in the freezer." He tromped back into the pantry, still complaining and smoldering. "I don't mean to be rude," I said to Agir, "but is your chef on fire?" "Oh, Elder has been like that for centuries. Ever since my other servant, Famafen, got killed by Loki, which left Elder with twice as much work and made him burning mad." A little bubble of hope formed in my chest. "Killed by Loki, you say?" "Yes." Agir frowned. "Surely you heard how that scoundrel disgraced my hall." I glanced at Sam and Alex like, "Hey, guys, Agir is another enemy of Loki." Then I remembered that Sam and Alex were both children of Loki. Agir might not like my friends any more than he liked people named Magnus Chase. "Lord Agir," Sam said. "That time Loki disgraced your hall. Was that the feast of the gods?" Yes, Agir said. "A complete disaster. The gossip bloggers had a field day with it." I could almost see Sam's mind working. If she'd been Elder, steam would have been pouring from the edges of her hijab. "I remember the story," Sam said. She grabbed Alex's arm. "I have to pray. Alex needs to help me." Alex blinked. "I do." "Lord Agir," Sam continued, "may I use a corner of your hall for a quick prayer?" The sea god tugged on his vest. "Well, I suppose. Thanks." Sam and Alex scurried out of the kitchen. I hoped they were going to formulate a cunning plan to get us all out of Agir's hall alive. If Sam was really just going to pray. Well, I wondered if she'd ever tried to say a Muslim prayer in the home of a Norse god, Jotun deity, before. I was afraid the entire place might collapse from religious paradox. Agir stared at me. That awkward dinner party silence when you've tried to serve dwarf and elf to a vegetarian. "I'm going to retrieve some mead from the cellar," he said at last. "Please tell me you and your friends don't have dietary restrictions against mead." "I think I said, because I did not want to see a grown Jotun cry. Thank the waves." Agir dug a set of keys out of his vest pocket and tossed them to me. "Unlock the dinner, I mean the prisoners, would you? Then make yourself." He waved vaguely toward the feast hall, then stomped off, leaving me to imagine how he might have finished that sentence: "comfortable, scarce, a sandwich." I climbed the oven and freed Blitz and Hearth from their canary cages. We had a tearful reunion on the front left burner. "Kid." Blitzen gave me a hug. "I knew you'd come rescue us." Actually, I didn't know you guys were here." I used sign language as I talked, for Hearthstone's benefit, though it had been several weeks and my hands were slow. "You get out of practice fast. But I'm really glad I found you." Hearthstone snapped his fingers for attention. "I'm glad too," he signed. He patted the bag of runes at his belt. Stupid cages were magic-proof. Blitzen was crying a lot. I was not, Blitzen protested, signing along. You were. I was not, Hearthstone said. You were. At that point, the ASL conversation deteriorated into the two of them poking each other in the chest. Guys, I interrupted. What happened? How did you end up here? Long story, Blitz said. We were waiting for you guys at the lighthouse, minding our own business. Fighting a sea serpent, Hearth signed. Doing nothing wrong, Blitz said. Hitting serpent on the head with rocks. Well, it was threatening us. Blitz said. Then this wave came up and swallowed us. Wave contained 9 angry women. Serpent was their pet. How was I supposed to know that? Blitz grumbled. The serpent didn't look like it was trying to play fetch. But that's not important, kid. We found out some information on our reconnaissance, and it isn't good guests. Agir called from main hall. Come. Join us for meat and food. Put a pin in that, Hearthstone signed, poking Blitz in the chest one last time. Back in the days when we were 3 homeless guys on the streets of Boston, if somebody had called us for dinner, we would have come running. Now we trudged over reluctantly. This was one free meal I wasn't so pumped about. The 9 daughters of Agir hustled about, setting the table with plates and forks and goblets. Agir hummed as he fiddled with a rack of mead kegs, each labeled with runes. TJ, Mallory, and Halfborn were already seated, looking very uncomfortable in their red coral seats, with empty chairs spaced between them. Halfborn Gunderson, more or less conscious now, kept blinking and staring at his surroundings like he hoped he was dreaming. Over by the big banana, Samira finished her prayers. She rolled up her portable rug, had a brief, urgent conversation with Alex, then they both came over to join us. If Sam did have a brilliant plan, I was glad it didn't involve her and Alex turning into dolphins, yelling, "See you, suckers!" and escaping on there. The dining table looked like it had been made from the world's largest mast, cut in half lengthwise and folded out to make 2 leaves. Overhead, suspended from the rafters by an anchor chain, was a sea glass chandelier. Instead of candles or electric lights, glowing souls of the dead swirled in oversized sconces. Just to set the mood, I guessed. I was about to sit down between Blitz and Hearth when I realized there were name tags at the place settings: dwarf, Hrn_elf, Hefring_green headscarf. I found mine on the other side of the table, blonde guy great. We had assigned seating. A daughter of Agir sat down on either side of me. According to the name tags, the lady on my left was Kalga. The one on my right, oh, boy. Apparently her name was. I wondered if that was the sound her mom had made on anesthesia after giving birth to daughter number 9. Maybe I could just call her Hi, I said. Blod smiled. Her teeth were stained red. Her wavy hair was flecked with blood. Hello. It was a pleasure dragging you under the sea. Yeah. Thanks. Her sister Kalga leaned in. Frost started to form on my forearm. Kalga's dress appeared to be woven from ice shards and slush. I hope we get to keep them, sister, she said. They'd make fine tortured spirits. Blod cackled. Her breath smelled like fresh ground beef just out of the fridge. Yes, indeed. Perfect for our chandelier. Appreciate the offer, I said. But we actually have a pretty full calendar. Where are my manners? Blod said. In your language, I am called Blood Red Hair. My sister here is Freezing Wave. And your name is? She frowned at my card. Blonde guy. I didn't see how that was any worse than blood red hair or bigly. You can call me Jimmy, I offered. In your language that's Jimmy. Blood didn't look satisfied with that. There's something about you. She sniffed my face. Have you sailed over my blue dread waters in a naval battle before? Pretty sure not. Perhaps my mother, Ran, described you to me. But why would she? Guests. Aegir boomed, and I had never been happier for an interruption. Here is my first microbrew of the evening. This is a peach iambic mead that makes a lovely apéritif. I welcome your comments after you try it. His 9 daughters owed and awed as Aegir heft the mead cask and carried it around the table, pouring everyone a serving. I think you'll find this has a fruity edge, Aegir said. With just a hint of Magnus Chase. Blood yelled, surging to her feet and pointing at me. This is Magnus Chase. 10 Can we talk about mead? Typical. Somebody says fruity edge and immediately my name comes to mind. Come on, people. A little respect. The daughters of Aegir shot to their feet. Some picked up steak knives, forks, or napkins to stab, poke, or strangle us with. Aegir screamed, Magnus Chase? What is this deception? My friends and I didn't move a muscle. We all knew how guest rights worked. We still might be able to talk our way out of a fight, but once we drew our weapons, we stopped being considered guests and started being the catch of the day. Against an entire family of Jotun deities on their home turf, I didn't like our odds. Wait. I said, as calmly as I could with a woman named Blood Red Hair holding a knife over me. We're still guests at your table. We haven't broken any rules. Steam rolled beneath the brim of Aegir's Panama hat. His gold-rimmed glasses fogged up. Under his arm, the mead cask began to creak like a pecan in a nutcracker. You lied to me, Aegir snarled. You said you weren't Magnus Chase. You're going to break your cask, I warned. That got his attention. Aegir shifted the mead cask forward and held it in both arms like a baby. Guest rights do not apply. I granted you a place at my table under false pretenses. I never actually said I wasn't Magnus Chase, I reminded him. Besides, your daughters also brought us here because we mentioned mead. Kalga snarled. And because you have an ugly yellow ship. I wondered if everyone could see my heart beating through my shirt. It definitely felt that strong. Right, but also mead. We're here to talk about mead. We are. Halfborn asked. Mallory looked like she would have hit him, except there was a giantess in the way. Of course we are, you oaf. So, you see, I continued, that wasn't a false pretense. That pretense was completely true. The daughters of Aegir muttered to themselves, unable to counter my flawless logic. Aegir cradled his cask. Vivi had exactly do you have to say about mead? I'm glad you asked. Then I realized I had no answer. Once again, Samira to the rescue. We will explain, she promised. But stories are better told over dinner, with good mead, are they not? Aegir stroked his cask affectionately. An apéritif, with a fruity edge. Exactly, Sam agreed. So, let's break our fast together. If you are not completely satisfied with our explanations at the end of the dinner, then you can kill us. He can. TJ asked. I mean. Sure. He can. On my right, Blood's claw-like fingernails dripped with red salt water. On my left, a miniature hailstorm swirled around Kalga. Interspersed between my friends, The other 7 daughters snarled like Tasmanian devil waterspouts. Blitzen put his hands on his chainmail vest. After getting stabbed by the Skofnung sword a few months ago, he was a little sensitive about knife attacks. Hearthstone's eyes flicked from face to face, trying to keep track of the conversation. Lip-reading a single person was hard enough. Trying to read an entire room was nearly impossible. Mallory Keene gripped her mead goblet, ready to imprint its decorative design on the nearest giantess's face. Frowned sleepily, no doubt convinced now that this was all a dream. TJ tried to look inconspicuous as he dug into his pack of firing caps, and Alex Fierro just sat back calmly, sipping his peach iambic mead. Alex needed no preparation for battle. I'd seen how fast he could draw his garrote. The sea god Aegir was the tipping point. All he had to say was kill them, and we were cooked like honey mead. We'd fight ferociously, no doubt. But we would die. I don't know. Aegir mused. My wife said to kill you if I ever saw you. I was to drown you slowly, revive you, then drown you again. That sounded like Rand talking. Great Lord, Blitzen chimed in. Did you swear a formal oath to kill Magnus Chase? Well, no, Aegir admitted. But when my wife asks, you have to consider her wishes, of course. Blitz agreed. But you also have to weigh that against guest rights, eh? And how can you be sure what to do, before you've given us time to tell our whole story? Let me kill them, father, growled the daughter with exceptionally big hands. I will grasp them until they scream. Silence, grasping wave, Aegir commanded. Let me do the honors, said another daughter, throwing her plate to the floor. I will pitch them into Hormongon's mouth. Hold, pitching wave. Aegir frowned. The dwarf has a point. This is a quandary. He stroked his keg. I waited for him to say, my mead cask is angry. And when my mead cask is angry, people die. Instead, finally, he heaved a sigh. It would be a shame to waste all this good mead. We will eat and drink together. You will tell me your story, paying special attention to how it relates to mead. He gestured to his daughters to be seated again. But I warn you, Magnus Chase, if I decide to kill you, my vengeance shall be terrible. I am a Jotun deity, a primordial force. Like my brothers fire and air, I, the sea, am a raging power that will not be contained. The kitchen door burst open. In a cloud of smoke, Elder appeared, his beard still smoldering and his chef's hat now on fire. In his arms was a leaning tower of covered platters. Who had the gluten-free meal? He growled. Gluten-free? Aegir asked. I don't think we had gluten-free. That's mine, said Blod. She noticed my expression and scowled defensively. What? I'm on an all-blood diet. That's fine, I squeaked. Okay, then, Aegir said, taking charge of the orders. Halal meal, that is Samiras. The vegetarian is Magnus, kill him later Chase. The green hair entree right here, said Alex, which was probably unnecessary. Even in a room filled with CG and Tessas, he was still the only one present with green hair. Platters were distributed. Mead was poured. Right, Aegir said, lowering himself into his throne. Everybody good? Got one left. Elder yelled. The Buddhist meal. That's me, said Aegir. Don't stare, I told myself, as the primordial deity uncovered his platter of tofu and bean sprouts. This is all completely normal. Now, where was I? Aegir said. Oh, yes. A raging power that cannot be. Contained. I will rip you all limb from limb. The threat would have been more frightening if he hadn't been waving a steamed snow pea at us. Alex sipped from his goblet. Can I just say that this mead is excellent? If I'm not mistaken, it has a fruity edge. How do you brew it? Agir's eyes lit up. You have a discerning palate. You see, the secret is in the temperature of the honey. Agir began to hold forth. Alex nodded politely and asked more questions. I realized he was buying us time, hoping to draw out the meal while we thought of amazing things to say about mead. But I was fresh out of mead-related ideas. I glanced at Blod's plate. Big mistake. She was slurping away at a large red gelatin mold. Turn the other direction. Kalga's meal was a plate of different colored snow cones, arranged in a fan like peacock feathers. Kalga noticed me looking and snarled, her teeth like chiseled ice cubes. The temperature dropped so fast, frost crystals crackled in my ear canals. What are you staring at, Magnus Chase? You can't have my snow cones. No, no. I was just wondering, what side are you guys fighting on in Ragnarok? She hissed. The sea swallows everything. I waited for more. That seemed to be her entire battle plan. Okay, I said. So, you're kind of neutral? That's cool. Cool is good. Cold is better. Right. But your dad isn't friends with Loki. Of course not. After that horrible flighting? Loki disgraced this hall, the gods, my father, even my father's mead. Right. The flighting. The word seemed familiar. I was pretty sure I'd seen it on the TV screen in Valhalla, but I had no idea what it meant. I don't suppose you've heard the name Bolverk? I asked, pressing my luck. Or what it might have to do with mead. Kalga sneered at me as if I were a fool. Bolverk was the alias of the mead thief, of course. The mead thief. That sounded like the title of a really bad novel to me. The one who stole Kvasir's mead. Kalga said. The only mead my father cannot brew. Bah, you're clueless. I'll look forward to stuffing your soul in our chandelier. She went back to enjoying her snow cones. Kvasir. Great. I asked about one name I didn't know, and I got another name I didn't know. But I felt like I was getting close to something important, some combination of puzzle pieces that would explain Uncle Randolph's journal, give me his plan for beating Loki, and maybe even provide a mead-based solution for getting us out of this hall alive. Agir continued holding forth about mead brewing, explaining to Alex the virtues of staggered yeast nutrients and hydrometers. Alex heroically managed to look interested. I caught Hearthstone's eye across the table. I signed, "What is a FLYTING?" He frowned. Contest. He raised his index finger and twirled it around like he was sticking it up. Ah, yes. The ASL symbol for insults. And KVASIR? One asked. Hearthstone pulled back his hands like he'd touched a hot stove. Then you know. Sam rapped her knuckles on the table to get my attention. Her hands flew in small furious ASL gestures. Been trying to tell you. Loki was here. Long ago. Insult contest. Have to promise Agir revenge. Alex and I think there is mead we can use. I got this, I signaled back. Amazingly, I felt like I had a plan. Not all the details. Not even most of the details. More like I'd been spun around blindfolded, then somebody had put a stick in my hand and faced me in the general direction of the Pifiata and said start swinging. But it was better than nothing. Great Agir. I jumped up in my seat and climbed onto the table before I could think about what I was doing. I will now explain to you why you should not kill us, and what it has to do with mead. Silence fell around the table. 9 storm giantesses glared at me as if considering all the different ways they could pitch, grasp, hurl, or freeze me to death. At the edge of my vision, Alex flashed me a message in ASL, "Your fly is open." With superhuman willpower, I managed not to look down. I stayed focused on frowning Aegir and the single bean sprout dangling from his beard. The sea god grumbled, "I was just explaining how to sanitize a fermenter." This interruption had better be good, it is. I promised, slyly checking my zipper, which was not in fact open. Our crew is sailing forth to bring Loki to justice. He has escaped his bonds, but we mean to find his ship, Naglfar, before it can sail at midsummer, recapture Loki, and put him back in chains. Help us, and you will have vengeance for that terrible flighting. A puff of steam lifted Aegir's Panama hat like the lid of a popcorn popper. "You dare speak of that disgrace?" he demanded. "Here, at the very table where it happened." "I know, he flight you," I yelled. "He flight you bad. You and all your godly guests got a mean flighting. He even flight your mead. But we can defeat Loki and pay him back. I will challenge Loki myself." Sam put her head in her hands. Alex stared at the ceiling and mouthed, "Wow. No." My other friends stared at me aghast, as if I'd just pulled the pin out of a grenade. I did that once on the battlefield in Valhalla before I fully understood how grenades worked. It had not ended well for the grenade or for me. Aegir became deadly calm. He leaned forward, the lenses flashing in his golden glasses. "You, Magnus Chase, would challenge Loki to a flighting?" "Yes." Despite my friends' reactions, I still felt certain this was the correct answer, even though I didn't quite understand what it meant. "I will flight the heck out of him." Aegir stroked his beard, found the bean sprout, flicked it away. "How would you achieve this? Not even the gods could match Loki in a flighting. You would need some incredible secret weapon to give you an edge. Perhaps even a fruity edge," I thought, because this was the other thing I was sure of, even if I didn't totally understand it. I stood up straight and announced in my deepest quest-accepting voice, "I will use the mead of Kevin." Alex joined Samira in the bury your face in your hands club. Aegir narrowed his eyes. "You mean the mead of Kvasir?" "Yes." One said. "That. Impossible." Kalga protested, her mouth dyed 6 different colors from her snow cones. "Father, don't believe them." "And, great Aegir," I persisted, "if you let us go, we'll even bring you a sample of Kvasir's mead, since it is the only mead you can't brew yourself." My friends and the 9 giantesses all turned to Aegir, waiting for his verdict. A thin smile played across the sea god's mouth. He looked like he'd managed to jump into a newly opened express lane at Whole Foods and finally scored his matcha smoothie. "Well, this changes everything," he said. "It does?" I asked. He rose from his throne. "I would love to see Loki brought to justice, and in a flighting, no less. I would also love to get a sample of Kvasir's mead. And I would prefer not to kill you all, since I did grant you guest rights." "Great," I said. "So, you'll let us go?" "Unfortunately," Aegir said, "you're still Magnus Chase, and my wife wants you dead. If I let you go, she'll be mad at me. But if you were to escape, say, while I wasn't looking, and my daughters didn't manage to kill you in the attempt, well, I think we'd just have to consider that the will of the Norns." He straightened his vest. I am going to the kitchen to get some more mead now. I sure hope nothing unpleasant happens while I'm gone. Come along, elder. The cook gave me one last smoldering leer. Flight Loki once for Fame Feng, will you? Then he followed his master into the kitchen. As soon as the door closed, all 9 daughters of Agir rose from their seats and attacked. Point 11 My sword takes you to, dramatic pause, Funky Town. Back I was a regular mortal kid, I didn't know much about combat. I had some murky ideas that armies would line up, blow trumpets, and then march forward to kill one another in an orderly fashion. If I thought about Viking combat at all, I would envision some dude yelling shield wall, and a bunch of hairy blonde guys calmly forming ranks and merging their shields into some cool geometric pattern like a polyhedron or a Power Ranger Megazord. Actual battle was nothing like that. At least, not any version I'd ever been in. It was more like a cross between interpretive dance, lucha libre wrestling, and a daytime talk show fight. The 9 giantesses fell upon us with a collective howl of glee. My friends were ready. Mallory Keene flipped onto Grasping Wave's back and plunged her knives into the giantess's shoulders. Gunderson dual-wielded mead goblets, slamming Hefring in the face and UNN in the gut. TJ lost valuable time trying to load his rifle. Before he could fire, the lovely Heminglayeva turned into a tidal wave and washed him across the hall. Hearthstone threw a runestone I hadn't seen before. It hit Bulja with a bright flash, liquefying her into a large angry puddle. Sam's spear of light shimmered in her hand. She flew upward, just beyond reach, and began blasting giantesses with arcs of pure Valkyrie radiance. Meanwhile Blitzen hopped around the chaos, distracting the 9 sisters with blistering fashion critiques like your hem is too high. You've got a run in your stocking. That scarf does not go with your dress. Kalga and Blod lunged at me from either side. I valiantly slipped under the table and tried to crawl away, but Blod grabbed me by the leg and pulled me out. Oh, no, she snarled, her teeth dripping red. I'm going to rip your soul from your body, Magnus Chase. Then a silverback mountain gorilla crashed into her, knocked her to the floor, and ripped her face off. That sounds gross. Actually, when the gorilla swiped Blod's face, the giantess's whole head simply dissolved into salt water, soaking the kelp carpet. The gorilla turned toward me, his eyes mismatched brown and gold. He grunted at me impatiently, like get up, you idiot. Fight. The gorilla turned to face Kalga. I staggered backward. Magic explosions, beams of light, axes, swords, and bad fashion insults flew everywhere, answered by blasts of salt water, shards of ice, and globs of blood-tinted gelatin. My gut told me that the giantesses would be much more powerful if they combined forces, like they had when they sank our ship. We were only alive so far because each of the sisters was intent on killing her own target. We had succeeded at being just that individually annoying. If the 9 giantesses started singing their weird music again, working together as a team, we would be done for. Even fighting them separately, we were in trouble. Every time a giantess got vaporized or reduced to a puddle, she quickly reformed. We were 9-8. No matter how well my friends fought, the giantesses had the home court advantage and also immortality, which was a pretty big fruity itch. We had to find a way to get on our boat and get out of here, back to the surface and far away. For that, we would need a distraction, so I called on the most distracting being I knew. I pulled the runestone from my neck chain. Jack sprang into sword form. Hey, Senor. You know, I was thinking about that riptide girl. Who needs her, right? There are plenty of other swords in the armory and whoa. Agir's palace. Awesome. What meat is he serving today? Help. I yelled as Blood rose in front of me, her face reattached, her talons dripping blood. Sure. Jack said amiably. But, man, Agir's Oktoberfest pumpkin spice meat is to die for. He zipped over to Blood Red Hair, placing himself between my assailant and "Hey, lady." Jack said. "Wanna dance?" "No." Blood snarled. She tried to get around him, but Jack was nimble. Yes, and quick, though I'd never seen him jump over candlesticks. He swerved from side to side, presenting his edge to the giantess and singing Funky Town. Blood seemed unwilling or unable to get past Jack's magical blade, which bought me a few seconds of safety as Jack disco danced. Magnus. Samira zoomed by, 10 feet above me. Prepare the ship. My heart sank. I realized my friends were playing interference for me, hoping that I could somehow make our ship ready to sail again. Sad, deluded friends. I ran back to the big banana. The ship lay on its side, its mast piercing the wall of water. The current outside must have been strong, because it pushed the ship along the carpet ever so slightly, the keel leaving gouge marks in the kelp. I touched the hull. Thankfully, the boat responded, collapsing into a handkerchief, which I clutched in my hand. If I could get all my friends together, maybe we could jump through the wall of water simultaneously and summon the ship as the current carried us away from here. Maybe the ship, being magic, would bring us back to the surface. Maybe we wouldn't drown or get crushed by the water pressure. That was a lot of maybes. Even if we managed it, the 9 daughters of Agir had sucked us under the ocean once before. I didn't see why they couldn't do it again. Somehow, I needed to stop them from following us. I scanned the battle. Hearthstone raced past me, throwing runes at the giantesses trying to chase him. The runes seemed to do the best job. Every time it blasted a giantess, she turned into a puddle for several seconds. Not much, but it was something. I glanced at the walls of the feast hall, and had an idea. Hearth. I yelled. I cursed my own stupidity. One of these days, I would get over my habit of yelling for my deaf friend's attention. I ran after him, ducking past Grasping Wave, who Mallory Keene was driving around the room with her dagger handles like a combat robot. I grabbed Hearth's sleeve for his attention. That rune, I signed. What? Lagaz, he fingerspelled. Water. Or. He made a gesture I'd never seen, one hand horizontal, the fingers of the other hand trickling from it. I got the idea, drip, leak. Or maybe liquefy. Can you do that to the wall? I asked. Or the ceiling? Hearth's mouth quirked, which for him was a diabolical grin. He nodded. Wait for my signal, I signed. Pitching Wave surged between us, yelling, "Roar," and Hearthstone plunged back into the melee. I had to figure out how to separate my friends from the giantesses. Then we might be able to collapse part of the feast hall on top of the 9 sisters while we made our getaway. I doubted that would hurt our enemies, but it might at least surprise them and slow them down. The problem was, I didn't know how to break up the fight. I doubted I could blow a whistle and call for a jump ball. Jack flew back and forth, harassing giantesses with his deadly blade and his even deadlier rendition of a 70s disco classic. Kalga blasted sheets of ice across the carpet, causing half-born Gunderson to wipe out. Bulja fought with TJ, red coral sword against bayonet. Grasping Wave finally managed to pull Mallory off her back. The giantess would have ripped her apart, but Blitzen tossed a dinner plate that smashed the giantess in the face. One of Blitz's unsung skills, he was killer at Dwarven Ultimate Frisbee. Himinglaevo lunged for Samira. She caught Sam's legs, but Alex lashed out with his garrote. The giantess suddenly lost several inches around her waistline, actually her entire waistline. She crumpled to the floor, neatly bisected, and dissolved into sea foam. Hearthstone caught my eye. When the rune? I wished I had an answer. My friends couldn't keep up the fight forever. I considered summoning the piece of frame I super timeout power that blasts everybody's weapons out of their hands, but the giantesses weren't really using weapons, and I didn't think my friends would appreciate being disarmed. I needed help. Desperately. So, I did something that didn't come easy for me. I looked toward the watery ceiling and prayed earnestly, not snarkily, "Okay, Frey, Dad, please. I know I sounded ungrateful earlier about the bright yellow ship. But we're about to die down here, so if you've got any help you could send me, I'd really appreciate it. Amen. Love, Magnus." Magnus Chase, in case you were wondering, winced. I really sucked at praying. I also wasn't sure what help a god of summer could send me at the bottom of Massachusetts Bay. "Hello," said a voice right next to me. I leaped about a foot into the air, which I thought was pretty restrained under the circumstances. Standing at my side was a man in his late 50s, stout, and sun-weathered as if he'd spent decades as a lifeguard. He wore a pale blue polo shirt and cargo shorts, and his feet were bare. His feathery hair and close-cropped beard were the color of honey, flecked with gray. He smiled like we were old friends, though I was sure I'd never seen him before. Hi. One said. Living in Valhalla, you get used to strange entities popping up out of nowhere. Still, this seemed like an odd time for a casual encounter. "I'm your grandfather," he offered. "Right," I said. Because what was I supposed to say? The guy looked nothing like Grandpa, or Grandma, Chase, but I figured he was talking about the other side of my family tree. The Vanir side. Now if I could just remember the name of Frey's dad, I would have been all set. "Hi. Grandpa. Your father can't do much in the ocean," said Grandpa Freydad. "But I can. Want some help?" "Yes," I said, which perhaps was foolish. I couldn't sure this guy was who he said he was, and accepting help from a powerful being always puts you in their debt. "Great." He patted me on the arm. "I'll meet you on the surface when this is all done, okay?" I nodded. My newfound grandfather strode into the midst of the battle. "Hello, girls. How's it going?" The fighting fizzled to a stop. The giantesses retreated warily toward the dinner table. My friends staggered and stumbled in my direction. Blood bared her red-stained teeth. "Enjord, you are not welcome here." "Enjord? That's his name." I made a mental note to send him a card on Grandparents' Day. Was Grandparents' Day a thing with Vikings? "Oh, come now, Blodapata," the god said cheerfully. "Can't an old friend get a cup of mead? Let's talk like civilized sea deities." "These mortals are ours," growled Grasping Wave. "You have no right." "Ah, but you see, they are under my protection now. Which means we're back to our old conflict of interests, eh?" The giantesses hissed and snarled. Clearly, they wanted to tear Enjord to pieces but were afraid to try. "Besides," Enjord said, "one of my friends here has a trick to show you." "Don't you, Hearthstone?" Hearthstone locked eyes with me. I nodded. Hearth tossed the Lagaz rune straight up, past the Lost Soul chandelier. I didn't see how it could reach the ceiling 100 feet above, but the stone seemed to get lighter and faster as it ascended. It hit the peak of the rafters, exploding into a blazing golden, and the watery roof crashed inward, burying the giantesses and Njord in a million-gallon shower. "Now!" I yelled to my friends. We plowed together in a desperate group hug as the wave hit us. My handkerchief expanded around us. The collapsing hull squirted us into the deep like toothpaste from a tube, and we shot toward the surface on our bright yellow Viking warship. 12 The guy with the feet there's nothing like erupting from the depths of the ocean on a magical Viking ship. It sucks. A lot. My eyes felt like grapes that had been lagazed. My ears popped with such force I thought I'd been shot in the back of the head. I gripped the rail, shivering and disoriented, as the big banana landed on the wave's huam, and knocked my jaw out of alignment. The sail unfurled on its own, the oars unlocked, pushed into the water, and began to row by themselves. We sailed under starry skies, the waves calm and glittering, no land to be seen in any direction. "The ship is self-driving," I noted. Next to me, Njord popped into existence, looking no worse for being caught in the collapse of Agir's hull. Njord chuckled. "Well, yes, Magnus, of course the ship is self-driving. Were you trying to row it the old-fashioned way?" I ignored my friends glaring at me. Maybe. All you have to do is will the ship to take you where you want to go," Njord told me. "Nothing else is required." I thought about all that time I'd spent with Percy Jackson learning Bolins and mizzenmasts, only to find out the Viking gods had invented Google boats. I bet the ship would even magically assist me if I needed to fall off the mast. "Magnus." Alex spat a clump of sea giantess hair out of his mouth. Wait. Her mouth. I wasn't sure when it had happened, but I was pretty certain Alex had shifted gender. "Aren't you going to introduce us to your friend?" "Right," I said. "Everybody, this is Freydad. I mean Njord." Blitzen scowled. He muttered under his breath, "Might have known." Half-born Gunderson's eyes widened. "Njord? God of ships? The Njord?" Then the berserker turned and vomited over the railing. TJ stepped forward, hands raised like we come in peace. Halfborn wasn't making an editorial comment. "Great Njord. We appreciate your help. He just has a head injury." Njord smiled. "That's perfectly fine. You all should get some rest. I did what I could to ease your decompression sickness, but you're going to feel bad for a day or two. Also, you have blood trickling from your nose. Oh, and coming out of your ears." I realized he was talking about everyone. We were leaking red like blowed-up atta, but at least all my friends seemed to be in one piece. "So, Njord," said Mallory, wiping her nose. "Before we rest, are you sure those 9 giantesses aren't going to pop up again any minute and, you know, destroy us?" No, he promised. "You're under my protection and safe for the present. Now perhaps you would give me some time to talk with my grandson." Alex picked a last strand of giantess hair off her tongue. "No problem, Freydad. Oh, and by the way, guys, my pronouns are she and her now. It's a new, hooray for me being right." Samira stepped forward, her fists clenched. Her wet hijab clung to her head like an affectionate octopus. "Magnus, down in the feast hall, do you realize what you agreed to? Do you have any idea?" Njord raised his hand. "My dear, perhaps you'd let me discuss that with him? Dawn is coming. Shouldn't you eat your suhoor meal?" Sam gazed east, where the stars were beginning to fade. She worked her jaw muscles. I suppose you're right, though I don't feel much like it. Anybody want to join me? TJ shouldered his rifle. Sam, when it comes to eating, I always have your back. Let's go below and see if the galley is still in one piece. Anybody else? Yep. Mallory eyed the sea god. For some reason, she seemed fascinated by his bare feet. We'll give Magnus some family time. Alex followed, doing her best to steady half-born Gunderson. Maybe it was just my imagination, but before Alex went down the ladder, she gave me a look like you okay? Or maybe she was just wondering why I was so weird, as per usual. That left only Blitz and Hearth, who were fussing with each other's outfits. Hearth's scarf had somehow gotten tied around his arm like a sling. Blitz's ascot had wrapped around his head like a fancy do-rag. They were trying to help while swatting each other away, thus not accomplishing much. Dwarf and elf. Njord's tone was relaxed, but my friends immediately stopped their fussing and faced the GCK-1. Stay with us, Njord said. We should confer. Hearthstone looked agreeable enough, but Blitz scowled even deeper. We settled on the foredeck, which was the only place where we wouldn't get tripped by the self-rowing oars, bonked by the boom, or strangled by the magical rigging. Njord sat with his back to the railing, his legs far apart. He wriggled his toes as if to get them a good 10. This didn't give the rest of us a lot of room to sit, but since Njord was the god and he'd just saved us, I figured he'd earned the privilege of manspreading. Blitz and Hearth sat side by side across from the god. I squatted against the prow, though I'd never done well sitting backward in a moving vehicle. I hoped I wasn't going to become the second crew member to vomit in the god's presence. Well, Njord said, this is nice. I felt like my head had been run through a Play-Doh press. I'd been drenched in meat and salt water. I'd barely touched my vegetarian option meal, and my stomach was devouring itself. Drops of blood from my nose splattered in my lap. Otherwise, yeah, it was real nice. Sometime during our ascent, Jack had returned to pendant form. He hung from my neck chain, buzzing against my sternum as if humming a message, compliment his feet. I must have either imagined it or misunderstood him. Maybe Jack meant compliment his feet. Thanks again for the help, Grandad, I said. Njord smiled. Just call me Njord. Grandad makes me feel old. I figured he'd been alive for 2,000 or 3,000 years, but I didn't want to insult him. Right. Sorry. So, did Frey send you, or did you just happen to be in the neighborhood? Oh, I hear all desperate prayers spoken at sea. Njord wriggled his toes. Was it my imagination or was he intentionally showing off his feet? I mean, they were well manicured. No calluses. Not a fleck of dirt or tar. Toenails trimmed, buffed to perfection. Zero toe gunk or weird hobbit foot fur. But still. I was happy to assist, Njord continued. Agir and I go back a long way. He and Ran and their daughters represent the raging forces of nature, the sea's raw power, blah, blah, blah. Whereas you're the god of fishing, Blitzen said. Njord frowned. Other things as well, Mr. Dwarf. Please, call me Blitz, said Blitz. Mr. Dwarf was my father. Hearthstone grunted impatiently, the way he often does when Blitzen is about to get himself killed by a deity. Njord is god of many things, he signed. Sailing. Shipbuilding. Exactly. Njord said, apparently having no difficulty with Hearth's ASL. Trading, fishing, navigation, any occupation that involves the ocean. Even farming, since the tides and storms affect crop growing. Aghir is the nasty, brutal side of the ocean. I'm the guy you pray to when you want the sea to work for you. Humph, Blitz said. I didn't know why he was being antagonistic. Then I remembered that his father, Billy, had died checking the chains that bound Fenris Wolf on his island. Billy's slashed and torn clothing had eventually washed up on the shores of Nidavellir. No safe homeward voyage for him. Why would Blitzen consider the sea anything but cruel? I wanted to let Blitz know that I understood, that I was sorry, but he kept his gaze firmly on the deck. Anyway, Njord said, Aghir and his family have been my, competitors for centuries. They try to drown mortals, I to save them. They destroy ships, I build better ships. We're not enemies, exactly, but we do keep each other on our toes. He emphasized the word toes, stretching out his feet a little more. This was now officially getting weird. Jack's voice buzzed in my head more forcefully. Compliment. His feet. You have beautiful feet, Grand Njord. The god beamed. Oh, these old things. Well, you're kind. Did you know I once won a beauty contest with my feet? The prize was my wife. I glanced at Blitz and Hearth, to see if I was imagining this entire conversation. Please, Hearth signed with zero enthusiasm. Tell us the story well, if you insist. Njord gazed at the stars, perhaps recalling his glory days in the foot beauty pageant circuit. Most of the story isn't important. The gods killed this giant, Thjassi. His daughter Skadi demanded vengeance. Blood. Killing. Blah, blah, blah. To prevent further war and stop the blood feud, Odin agreed to let Skadi marry a god of her choosing. Blitzen scowled. And she chose, you. No. Njord clapped his hands in delight. Oh, it was so funny. You see, Odin only let Skadi choose her husband by looking at the god's feet. Why? I asked. Why not? Noses. Or elbows? Njord paused. I never considered that. Not sure. Anyway, Skadi figured the most handsome husband would have the most handsome feet, right? So, we all stood behind a curtain and she went down the line, looking for Balder, because he was always the one everyone thought was the most handsome. He rolled his eyes and mouthed, overrated. But I had the most beautiful feet of all the gods, as Odin must have known. Skadi picked me. You should have seen the look on her face when she pulled back the curtain and saw who she had to marry. Blitzen crossed his arms. So, Odin used you to trick the poor lady. You were a booby prize. Of course not. Njord looked more startled than angry. It was a great match. I'm sure it was, I said, anxious to prevent Blitzen from getting turned into a dinghy or whatever other punishment the ship god could deal out. You two lived happily ever after. Njord shifted his back against the rail. Well, no. We separated shortly thereafter. She wanted to live in the mountains. I liked the beach. Then Skadi had an affair with Odin. Then we got a divorce. But that's not the point. My feet on the day of the contest, they were amazing. They won the hand of Skadi, the beautiful ice giantess. I was tempted to ask if he only won her hand or the rest of her, too, but I decided against it. Blitzen stared at me. He twitched his hands like he wanted to sign something ugly ab L1T Njord, but then remembered that Njord could read ASL. He sighed and stared at his lap. Njord frowned. What's wrong, Mr. Dwarf? You don't look impressed. Oh, he is, I promised. Just speechless. We can all tell that. Your feet are very important to you. What is your beauty secret? Hearthstone asked politely. Several centuries of standing in the surf, Njord confided. It smoothed my feet into the perfectly sculpted masterpieces you see today. That, and regular pedicures with a paraffin wax treatment. He wiggled his shiny toenails. I was debating about buffing or no buffing, but I think the buffing really makes those piggies shine. I nodded and agreed that he had very shiny piggies. I also wished I didn't have such an odd family. In fact, Magnus, said Njord, that is one of the reasons I wanted to meet you. To show me your feet. He laughed. No, silly. By which, I was pretty sure, he meant yes. To give you some advice. On how to buff his toenails. Blitz asked. No. Njord hesitated. Although I could do that. I have two important bits of wisdom that may help you on your quest to stop Loki. We enjoy bits of wisdom, Hearth signed. The first is this, Njord said. To reach the ship of the dead, you must pass through the borderlands between Nibelheim and Jotunheim. This is harsh territory. Mortals can perish from the cold in seconds. If that does not kill you, the giants and draggers will. Blitz grumbled, I'm not enjoying this particular bit of wisdom. Ah, but there is one safe harbor, Njord said. Or at least one potentially safe harbor. Or at least one harbor where you might not be instantly killed. You should seek out Thunderhome, the fortress of my beloved Skadi. Tell her I sent you. Your beloved? I asked. Aren't you divorced? Yes. But you're still friends. I haven't seen her in centuries. Njord got a distant look in his eyes. And we didn't exactly part on good terms. But I have to believe she still holds some affection for me. Seek her out. If she grants you safe harbor for my sake, that will tell me she's forgiven me. And if she doesn't welcome us? Hearth asked. That would be disappointing. I took this to mean, you will all end up in Scad meat locker. I didn't like the idea of being my grandfather's test balloon for a reconciliation with his ex-wife. Then again, a potentially safe harbor sounded better than freezing to death in 20 seconds. Unfortunately, I got the feeling we hadn't heard Njord's worst helpful advice yet. I waited for the other shoe to drop, even though Njord did not appear to own any shoes. What's the second bit of wisdom? I asked. Njord's focus snapped back to me. Oh, yes. The point of my story about my beautiful feet. There was a point. Blitz sounded genuinely surprised. Of course. Njord said. The most unexpected thing can the key to victory. Balder was the most handsome of the gods, but because of my feet, I won the girl. Whom you later separated from and divorced, Blitz said. Would you stop dwelling on that? Njord rolled his eyes at me like dwarves these days. My point, dear grandson, is that you will need to use unexpected means to defeat Loki. You began to realize that in Aegir's Hall, didn't you? I didn't remember biting off any clumps of Sigiant's hair, but a ball of the stuff seemed to be forming in my throat. A flighting, I said. I'll have to beat Loki in a contest. Of insults. New grey whiskers spread like frost through Njord's beard. A flighting is much more than a series of simple put-downs, he warned. It's a duel of prestige, power, confidence. I was present at Aegir's Hall when Loki flighted with the gods. He shamed us so badly. Njord seemed to deflate, as if just thinking about it made him older and weaker. Words can be more lethal than blades, Magnus. And Loki is a master of words. To beat him, you must find your inner poet. Only one thing can give you a chance to beat Loki at his own game. Mead, I guessed. Kvasir's mead. The answer didn't sit right with me. I'd been on the streets long enough to see how well mead improved people's skills. Pick your poison: beer, wine, vodka, whiskey. Folks claimed they needed it to get through the day. They called it liquid courage. It made them funnier, smarter, more creative. Except it didn't. It just made them less able to tell how unfunny and stupid they were acting. It's not merely mead, my grandfather said, reading my expression. Kvasir's mead is the most valuable elixir ever created. Finding it will not be easy. He turned to Hearthstone and Blitzen. You know this, don't you? You know that the quest may claim both your lives. 13 stupid exploding grandfathers should have led with that, I said, my pulse jackhammering in my neck. Hearth and Blitz do not die. That's a deal breaker. Njord's toothy smile was as white as Scandinavian snow. I wished I knew his secret for staying so calm. Zen meditation? Fishing? Hotel Valhalla yoga classes? Ah, Magnus, you are so much like your father. I blinked. We're both blonde and like the outdoors. You both have kind hearts, said Njord. Frey would do anything for a friend. He always loved easily and deeply, sometimes unwisely. You have the proof of that around your neck. I curled my fingers around Jack's runestone. I knew the story. Frey had given up the Sword of Summer so he could win the love of a beautiful giantess. Because he had forsaken his weapon, he would be slain at Ragnarok. The moral of the story, as Jack liked to put it, blades before babes. The thing was, pretty much everybody would be slain at Ragnarok anyway. I didn't blame my dad for his choices. If he didn't fall in love easily, I would never have been born. Fine, I'm like my dad, I said. I still choose my friends over a cup of mead. I don't care if it's pumpkin spice or peach iambic. It's blood, actually, Njord said. And God spit. I started to feel seasick, and I didn't think it was because of the direction I was facing. Come again. Njord opened his hand. Above his palm floated the miniature glowing figure of a bearded man in woolen robes. His face was open and cheerful, his expression caught in mid-laugh. Seeing him, it was hard not to lean forward, smile, and want to hear what he was laughing about. This was Kvasir. Njord's tone took on an edge of sadness. The most perfect being ever created. Millennia ago, when the Vanir and Aesir gods ended their war, all of us spit into a golden cup. From that mixture sprang Kvasir, our living peace treaty. Suddenly I didn't want to lean so close to the little glowing man. The dude was made of spit. Makes sense, Blitzen grunted. God's saliva is an excellent crafting ingredient. Hearthstone tilted his head. He seemed fascinated by the holographic figure. He signed, why would anyone murder him? Murder? I asked. Njord nodded, lightning flickering in his eyes. For the first time, I got the impression that my grandfather wasn't just some laid-back guy with nice feet. He was a powerful deity who could probably crumple our warship with a single thought. Kvasir wandered the 9 worlds, bringing wisdom, advice, and justice wherever he went. Everyone loved him. And then he was slaughtered. Horrible. Inexcusable. Loki. I guessed, because that seemed like the logical next word in that list. Njord barked a short, sour laugh. Not this time, no. It was dwarves. He glanced at Blitzen. No offense. Blitzen shrugged. Dwarves aren't all the same. Like gods. If Njord sensed an insult, he didn't let on. He closed his hand and the tiny spit man disappeared. The details of the murder aren't important. Afterward, Kvasir's blood was drained and mixed with honey to create a magical mead. It became the most prized, most coveted drink in the 9 worlds. Ugh. I put my hand to my mouth. My idea of which details should be left out of a story was very different from Njord's. You want me to drink mead that is made from blood that is made from God's spit? Njord stroked his beard. When you put it that way, it sounds bad. But yes, Magnus. Whoever drinks Kvasir's mead finds their inner poet. The perfect words come to you. The poetry flows. The oration dazzles. The stories enthrall all who listen. With such power, you could stand toe-to-toe, insult to insult in a fighting with Loki. My mind pitched and swayed along with my stomach. Did I have to be the one to challenge Loki? My inner voice responded, or maybe it was Jack, because you volunteered at the feast, dummy. Everybody heard you. I rubbed my temples, wondering if it was possible for a brain to literally explode from too much information. That's one death I'd never experienced in Valhalla. Hearthstone stared at me with concern. You want a rune? He signed. Or some aspirin? I shook my head. So Uncle Randolph's notebook hadn't a trick. He'd left an actual, viable plan for me to follow. In the end, despite all he'd done, it seemed like the old fool had experienced some remorse. He had tried to help me. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. What about the name Bolverk? I asked. Who is that? Njord smiled. That was Odin's alias. For a long time, the giants possessed all of Kvasir's mead. Odin went in disguise to steal some back for the gods. He succeeded. He even scattered drops of mead around Midgard to inspire mortal bards. But the gods' supply of the elixir was exhausted centuries ago. The only mead that remains is a tiny portion, jealously guarded by the giants. To get it, you will have to follow in Bolverks and steal what only Odin was ever able to steal. Perfect, Blitz muttered. So how do we do that? More important, I said, why is it so dangerous for Hearth and Blitz? And how can we make it not be? I had an overwhelming desire to write a letter for Hearth and Blitz. Dear cosmic forces, please excuse my friends from their deadly fate. They are not feeling well today. At the very least, I wanted to outfit them with safety helmets, life jackets, and reflective decals before sending them off. Njord faced Hearthstone and Blitzen. He signed, you already know your task. He made a stick figure man standing in his palm, ground, then 2 fists, one tapping the top of the other, work. Lay the groundwork. At least, I thought that's what he meant. Either that or, you farm the fields. Since Njord was a god of crops, I couldn't be sure. Hearthstone touched his scarf. He signed, reluctantly, the stone? Njord nodded. You know where you must look for it? Blitzen broke into the conversation, signing so fast his words got a little muddled. Leave my elf alone. We can't do that again. Too dangerous. Or he could have meant, leave my elf in the bathroom. We can't do that wristwatch. Too much garbage. What are you guys talking about? I asked. My spoken words sounded jarring and unwelcome in the silent dialogue. Blitzen brushed his chainmail vest. Our long-range reconnaissance work, kid. Mimir told us to look for the meat of Kvasir. Then we heard rumors about a certain item we'd need. Bolverk's whetstone, I guessed. He nodded unhappily. It's the only way to defeat. He spread his hands. Whatever's guarding the mead. We're not clear on the who, how, or why. Those all seemed like pretty important points to me. The thing is, Blitz continued, if this stone is where we think it is. If all right, Hearthstone signed. We must. So we will. Buddy, no, Blitz said. You can't. The elf is right, Njord said. You two must find the stone while Magnus and the rest of the crew sail on to discover the location of the mead. Are you ready? Whoa, 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 I said. You're sending them away right now? They just got here. Grandson, you have very little time before Loki's ship is ready to sail. Only by dividing can you conquer. I was pretty sure the old divide and conquer saying meant that the divided army got conquered, but Njord didn't sound like he was in the mood for a debate. Let me go instead. I staggered to my feet. I'd just had the longest day in the history of days. I was ready to fall over. But there was no way I was going to stand by while my two oldest friends got sent into mortal danger. Or at least let me go with them. Kid, Blitz said, his voice cracking. It's okay. My burden, Hearth signed, both hands pushing down on one of his shoulders. Njord gave me another calm smile. I was about ready to punch in my grandfather's perfect teeth. The crew of this ship will need you with them, Magnus, he said. But I promise you this, once Hearthstone and Blitzen have found the location of the whetstone, once they have laid the groundwork for the assault, I will send them back to get you. Then the three of you can face the true danger together. If you fail, you'll die as a team. How is that? That didn't make me yell hooray, but I figured it was the best offer I was going to get. All right. I helped Blitz to his feet and gave him a hug. He smelled like toasted kelp and dwarf noir eau de toilette. Don't you dare die without me. Do my best, kid. I faced Hearthstone. I put my hand gently on his chest, an elfish gesture of deep affection. You, I signed. Safe. Or me. Angry. The corners of his mouth pulled upward, though he still distracted and worried. His heartbeat fluttered under my fingertips like a scared dove. You, too, he signed. Njord snapped his fingers, and my friends broke into sea spray, like waves crashing against the bow. I swallowed down my anger. I told myself Njord had only sent Hearth and Blitz away. He hadn't actually vaporized them. He'd promised I would see them again. I had to believe that. Now what? I asked him. What do I do while they're gone? Njord crossed his legs in lotus position, probably just to show off the solace of his wave-sculpted feet. Your task is equally difficult, Magnus. You must discover the location of Kvasir's mead. This is a closely guarded secret, known only to a few giants. But there is one who might be convinced to tell you, Hrungnir, who prowls the human land of Horvik. The ship hit a swell, jarring my stomach loose from its undercarriage. I've had some bad encounters with giants. Haven't we all? Njord said. Once you reach Horvik, you must find Hrungnir and challenge him. If you beat him, demand that he give you the information you need. I shuddered, thinking about the last time I was in Jotunheim. Please tell me this challenge won't be a bowling tournament. Oh, no, rest easy. Njord said. It will most likely be personal combat to the death. You should bring a couple of friends along. I would recommend the attractive one, Alex Fierro. I wondered if Alex would be flattered by that or grossed out, or if she'd just laugh. I wondered if Alex's feet were as well groomed as Njord's. What a stupid thing to wonder about. Okay, I said. Horvik. Wherever that is. Your ship knows the way, Njord promised. I can grant you safe passage that far, but if you survive and sail onward, your ship will once again be vulnerable to attack by Agir, Ran, their daughters, or worse things. I will try to contain my happiness. That's wise, Njord said. Your elf and dwarf will find the whetstone you require. You will discover the secret luation of the mead. Then you will retrieve the mead of Kvasir, defeat Loki, and return him to his chains. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Well, it's more that if you don't, Loki will flight you into a pathetic, powerless shadow of yourself. Then you will have to watch all your friends die, one by one, until you alone are left to suffer in Helheim for eternity while the 9 worlds burn. That is Loki's plan. Oh. Anyway. Njord said brightly. Luck. My grandfather exploded in a fine sea mist, splattering my face with salt. Furien nothing ilappens. It's a miracle smooth sailing. I never appreciated that term until I'd actually had some. The next 2 days were shockingly, perversely uneventful. The sky remained cloudless, the winds gentle and cool. The sea stretched in all directions like green silk, reminding me of pictures my mom used to show me from her favorite artist team, this couple Christo and Jean-Claude, who worked outside and wrapped entire forests, buildings, and islands in shimmering cloth. It looked like they had turned the North Atlantic into one huge art installation. The big bananas sailed merrily onward. Our yellow oars churned by themselves. The sail tacked and jibed as needed. When I told the crew we were going to Horvik, Halfborn grunted unhappily, but whatever he knew about the place, he wouldn't share. At least the ship seemed to understand where we were heading. The second afternoon, I found myself standing amidships with Mallory Keene, who'd been acting even more disgruntled than usual. I still don't understand why Blitz and Hearth had to leave, she grumbled. I had a sneaking suspicion Miss Keene had a crush on Blitzen, but I was not brave enough to ask. Every time Blitz visited Valhalla, I would catch Mallory checking out his immaculate beard and perfect outfit, then glancing at Halfborn Gunderson as if wondering why her boyfriend/ex-boyfriend/re-boyfriend/ex-boyfriend couldn't dress so nattily. Njord swore it was necessary, I said, though I'd been doing little else but worrying about Blitz and Hearth. Something about maximizing our time. Humph. Mallory waved at the horizon. Yet here we are, sailing and sailing. Your grandpa couldn't have just zapped us to Horvik? That would have been more useful. Halfborn Gunderson walked by with a mop and bucket. Useful, he muttered. Unlike some people. Shut up and swab. Mallory snapped. As for you, Magnus, I warned you about taking Loki's bait. And what did you do? Stepped up and volunteered for a flighting. You're as stupid as this berserker. With that, she climbed to the top of the mast, the most solitary place on the ship, and proceeded to glare daggers at the ocean. Halfborn mumbled as he swabbed the deck, red-headed Irish vixen. Pay her no mind, Magnus. I wished we didn't have to make our voyage while the two of them were feuding. Or while Sam was fasting for Ramadan. Or while Alex was trying to teach Sam how to foil Loki's control. Come to think of it, I wished we didn't have to make this voyage at all. What's Mallory's history with Loki? I asked. She seems. I wasn't sure which word to use, worried, resentful, homicidal. Halfborn nodded his shoulders, making the serpent tattoos undulate across his back. He glanced at the top of the mast, as if considering more curse words at Mallory's expense. Not my place to say. But being baited into doing something you later regret. Mallory knows about that. It's how she died. I thought back to my first days in Valhalla, when Halfborn had teased Mallory for trying to disarm a car bomb with her face. Her death must have had more to it. She'd been brave enough to attract the attention of a Valkyrie. Magnus, you've got to understand, Halfborn said, we're both heading toward the places where we died. It may be different for you. You died in Boston, stayed in Boston. You haven't been dead long enough to see the world change around you. But for us? Mallory's got no wish to see Ireland again, even if we just sail past its shores. And me. Point one never wanted to return to Horvik. I felt a pang of guilt. Man, I'm sorry. Is that where you died? Not the exact spot, but close. I helped conquer the city with Ivor the Boneless. It served as our base camp. Not much of a town, back in the day. I just hope they don't still have Vatnaviatir in the river. He shuddered. Bad. I had no idea what Vatnaviatir were, but if Halfborn Gunderson considered them bad, I did not want to meet them. Later that evening I checked in on TJ, who was standing at the prow, staring over the waves, drinking coffee and nibbling a piece of hardtack. Why he liked hardtack, I couldn't tell you. It was like a big saltine cracker made with cement instead of flour, and no salt. Hey, I said. He had trouble focusing on me. Oh, hey, Magnus. He offered me a cement cracker. Want one? I'm good, thanks. I might need my teeth later on. He nodded as if he hadn't gotten the joke. Ever since I'd told the crew about my conversation with Njord, TJ had been quiet and withdrawn, about as close as he ever got to brooding. He dipped his hardtack in the coffee. I've always wanted to go to England. I just never thought it would be after I was dead, on a quest, on a bright yellow warship. England. That's where we're heading. Didn't you know? When I thought about England, which wasn't very often, I thought of the Beatles, Mary Poppins, and guys wearing bowler hats, carrying umbrellas, and saying pip, pip cheerio. I didn't think about hordes of Vikings or places called Horvik. Then I remembered that when I first met Halfborn Gunderson, he'd told me he died invading East Anglia. That had been a kingdom in England, like, 1200 years ago. Those Vikings really got around. TJ leaned on the rail. In the moonlight, a thin streak of amber glowed across his neck, the path of a mini ball that had grazed him during his first battle as a Union Army soldier. It seemed strange to me that you could die, reach Valhalla, get resurrected daily for 150 years, and still carry a tiny scar you got in your mortal life. Back in the war, he said, we all worried that Great Britain would declare for the rebels. The British had abolished slavery way before we did, the Union, but they needed southern cotton for their textile mills. The fact that the UK stayed neutral and didn't side with the South, that was a huge factor in the North winning the war. It always gave me a warm feeling toward the Brits. I dreamed about going there someday and saying thank you in person. I tried to detect sarcasm or irony in his tone. TJ was the son of a freed slave. He'd fought and died for a country that kept his family in chains for generations. He even carried the name of a famous slaveholder. But TJ said we when he talked about the Union. He wore his uniform proudly after more than a century. He dreamed about crossing the ocean to thank the British just because they'd done him the favor of staying neutral. "How do you always find the bright side?" I marveled. "You're so positive." TJ laughed, nearly choking on his hardtack. "Magnus, buddy, if you'd seen me right after I got to Valhalla." "Nah. Those first few years were rough. Union soldiers weren't the only ones who made it to Valhalla. Plenty of rebels died with swords in their hands. Valkyries don't care which side of the war you fightin', or how just your cause is. They look for personal bravery and honor." There. Just a hint of disapproval in his voice. "First couple of years I was an Einherji, I saw some familiar faces come through the feast hall. How did you die?" I asked. "The real story?" He traced the rim of his cup. "Told you. Charging the battlements at Fort Wagner, South Carolina. There's more to it. A few days ago, you warned me about accepting challenges. You talked like you had personal experience." I studied the line of TJ's jaw, the tension bottled up there. Maybe that was why he liked hardtack. It gave him something difficult to grind his teeth against. "A Confederate lieutenant singled me out," he said at last. "I have no idea why. Our regiment was hunkered down, waiting for the order to charge the battlements. The enemy fire was withering. None of us could move." He glanced over. "And then this Reb officer stood up on the enemy lines. He pointed across no man's land with his sword, right at me, like somehow he knew me. He shouted, 'You,' and well, you can guess what he called me. 'Come out and fight me man to man.' Which would have been suicide. I prefer to think of it as a hopeless display of bravery." "You mean you did it?" His coffee cup trembled between his hands. The piece of hardtack in it started to dissolve, expanding like a sponge, brown liquid soaking into the white starch. "When you're a child of Tyr," he said, "you can't turn down a personal duel. Somebody says fight me, and you do it?" Every muscle in my body responded to that challenge. Believe me, I didn't want to go one-on-one with that guy. He'd obviously been thinking of a word other than guy. But I couldn't refuse. I went over the top, charged the Reb fortifications all by myself. I heard later, after I was dead, that my action triggered the offensive that led to the fall of Fort Wagner. The rest of the fellows followed my example. Guess they figured I was so crazy, they'd better back me up. Me, I just wanted to kill that lieutenant. I did, Jeffrey Toussaint. Shot him once in the chest, then got close enough to jab my bayonet right into his gut. Of course, by then the Rebs had shot me about 30 times. I fell in their ranks and died smiling up at a bunch of angry Confederate faces. Next thing I knew, I was in Valhalla Odin's undies, I muttered, which was a curse I saved for special occasions. Wait. The lieutenant you killed. How did you learn his name? TJ gave me a rueful smile. Finally, I understood. He ended up in Valhalla, too. TJ nodded. Floor 76. Me and old Jeffrey. We spent about 50 years killing each other over and over again, every day. I was so filled with hate. That man was everything I despised and vice versa. I was afraid we'd end up like Hunding and Helgi, immortal enemies, still sniping at each other thousands of years later. But you didn't. Funny thing. Eventually. Point one just got tired of it. I stopped looking for Jeffrey Toussaint on the battlefield. I figured something out. You can't hold on to hate forever. It won't do a thing to the person you hate, but it'll poison you. Sure enough, he traced the mini ball scar with his finger. As for Jeffrey, he stopped showing up in the feast hall. Never saw him again. That happened to a lot of the Confederate Einherjar. They didn't last. They locked themselves in their rooms, never came out. They faded away. TJ shrugged and continued. I guess it was harder for them to adjust. You think the world is one way, then you find out it's much bigger and stranger than you ever imagined. If you can't expand your thinking, you're not going to do well in the afterlife. I recalled standing with Amir Fadlan on the rooftop of the Citgo building, cradling his head and willing his mortal mind not to fracture under the weight of seeing the Bifrost Bridge and the 9 worlds. Yeah, I agreed. Expanding your brain hurts. TJ smiled, but I no longer thought of it as an easy smile. It was hard won, as courageous as a solitary soldier charging enemy lines. You've accepted your own personal challenge now, Magnus. You're going to have to face Loki one-on-one. There's no going back. But if it helps, you won't charging those fortifications by yourself. We'll be right there with you. He patted my shoulder. Now, if you'll excuse me. He handed me his coffee and hardtack soup like this was a fantastic gift. I'm off to get some shut-eye. Most of the crew slept below decks. The big banana, we had discovered, would unfold as many rooms as we needed to be comfortable, regardless of the exterior size of the hull. I wasn't sure how that worked. Even though I was a Doctor Who fan, I didn't feel like testing the limits of our bright yellow TARDIS. I preferred sleeping on the deck, under the stars, which is where I was on our third morning at sea, when Alex shook me awake. Let's go, Chase, she announced. We're running Samira through her paces. I'm going to teach her how to defy Loki even if it kills us. And by us, I mean you 111 monkey. My problem immediately. I should never have introduced Alex to Percy Jackson. She had learned way too much from his relentless training methods. Maybe Alex couldn't summon sea animals, but she could turn into them. That was just as bad. We started with Samira and Alex fighting each other on the deck, in the water, in the air. My job was to call out random animals from a stack of flashcards Alex had made. I'd shout, "Monkey," and Sam was supposed to turn into a monkey mid-combat, while Alex shapeshifted continually from human to human, doing her best to beat up Sam. Whenever Alex was in human form, she tossed out taunts like "Come on, Alabas. You call that a cotton-top tamarin? Do better." After an hour of combat charades, Samira's face gleamed with sweat. She'd taken off her hijab and tied back her long brown hair so she could fight better. She considered us all family, so she had no problem going hijabless when required. She leaned against the rail, taking a breather. I almost offered her some water, then I remembered she was fasting. Maybe we should take a break until tonight, I suggested. After dark, you can eat and drink. This must be killing you. I'm fine. Sam wasn't a very good liar, but she forced a smile. Thanks, though. Alex paced the deck, consulting her clipboard. A clipboard, why all, like she was gunning to be assistant manager at the Hotel Valhalla. She wore green skinny jeans with a pink tank top, the front stitched with an inappropriate hand gesture in glittery sequins. Her hair had started to grow out, the black roots making her look even more imposing, like a lion with a healthy mane. "Okay, Magnus, your turn," she told me. "Get Jack and prepare to fight." Jack was pleased to help. "Combat time? Cool." He floated in a circle around me. Who are we fighting? Sam, I said. Jack froze. But I like Sam. We're just practicing, I said. Try to kill her without really killing her. Oh, phew. Okay. I can do that. Alex had a clicker. Her cruelty knew no bounds. Jack and I double-teamed Sam, Jack attacking with his blade, obviously, me with the mop handle, which I doubt struck terror into Sam's heart. She dodged and weaved and tried to land hits on us with her axe, the blade wrapped in sail canvas. Sam was supposed to shapeshift whenever Alex clicked her clicker, which she did at random intervals with no regard for Sam's situation. The idea, I guessed, was to condition Samira to change shape whenever, wherever she had to without second-guessing herself. Jack held back, I could tell. He only whacked Sam a couple of times. Me, I was less than successful with my mop. Combat maneuvering on the deck of a Viking ship turned out to be one of the many important skills I did not have. I tripped over the oars. I got snagged in the rigging. Twice, I bonked my head on the mast and fell into the ocean. About average for me, in other words. Sam had no such trouble. She left me bruised and battered. The only time I landed a hit was when Alex clicked at a particularly bad time. Mid-lunge, Sam turned into a parrot and flew beak first into my mop handle. She squawked, turned back into a human, and sat down hard on the deck, a cloud of blue and red feathers fluttering around her. Sorry, Sam. I felt mortified. I've never hit a parrot before. Despite her nose, she laughed. It's fine. Let's try that again. We fought until we were both spent. Alex called our practice done, and the three of us slumped against the rail shields. Whew. Jack propped himself next to me. I'm exhausted. Since all the energy he expended would come out of me as soon as I took hold of him, I decided to let Jack stay in blade form a while longer. I wasn't ready to go comatose until after I had lunch. But at least I could have lunch. I glanced at Samira. This Ramadan thing. I seriously don't know how you do it. She raised an eyebrow. You mean why I do it? That, too. You really have to endure the fast for a whole month. Yes, Magnus, she said. It may surprise you to learn that the month of Ramadan lasts 1 month. Glad you haven't completely lost your snark. She dabbed her face with a towel, which was apparently not forbidden. I'm more than halfway through the month. It's not so bad. She frowned. Of course, if we all die before the end of Ramadan, that would be irritating. Yeah, Alex agreed. Loki burns down the 9 worlds while you're fasting, and you can't even have a drink of water? Ouch. Sam swatted her arm. You have to admit, Fierro, I was more focused today. Ramadan helps. Maybe, Alex said. I still think you're crazy to fast, but I'm not as worried as I was. I feel clearer, Sam said. Emptier, in a good way. I'm not freezing up as much. I'll be ready when I face Loki, inshallah. Sam didn't use that term much, but I knew it meant God willing. Though it obviously helped her, it never inspired much confidence in me. I'm going to do great, inshallah was sort of like saying I'm going to do great, assuming I don't get run over by a truck first. Well, Alex said, we won't know what'll happen until you're facing dear old mom/dad. But I'm cautiously optimistic. And you didn't kill Magnus, which I suppose is good. Thanks, I muttered. Even that little bit of consideration from Alex, the idea that my death might be slightly disagreeable to her, gave me a warm and fuzzy feeling. Yeesh. I was pathetic. The rest of the afternoon, I helped out around the big banana. Despite the automatic sailing, there was still plenty to do, swabbing decks, untangling lines, preventing Mallory and Halfborn from killing each other. The chores kept me from thinking too much about my impending confrontation with Loki, or what Blitz and Hearth might be up to. They'd already been gone 3 days, and we now had just under 2 weeks until midsummer, even less time until the ice melted enough to let Loki's ship sail. How long could it take Blitz and Hearth to find a rock? Naturally, the idea of searching for a whetstone brought back bad memories of my last quest with Blitz and Hearth, when we'd been trying to find the Skofnung stone. I told myself there was no connection. This time there would be no brutal Alfheim sunlight, no evil violin-playing Nux, no scowling, sadistic elf father. Soon, Hearth and Blitz would come back and report on a completely different set of dangerous obstacles for us to overcome. Every time a wave broke over the bow, I watched the sea spray, hoping it would solidify into my friends. But they did not reappear. A couple of times during the afternoon, small sea serpents swam by like 20-footers. They eyed the ship but didn't attack. I guess they either didn't like banana-flavored prey or were scared off by Jack's singing. Jack followed me around the deck, alternating between ABBA hits, Vikings are huge ABBA fans, and telling me stories about the old days when he and Frey would roam the 9 worlds, spreading sunshine and happiness and occasionally killing people. As the day wore on, this became a personal test of endurance. Did I want to return Jack to runestone form and pass out from the toll of our combined exertions, or did I want to listen to him sing some more? Finally, around sunset, I couldn't stand it any longer. I stumbled aft to where I'd set up my sleeping bag. I lay down, enjoying the sound of Samira doing her evening prayer on the foredeck, the sing-song poetry soft and relaxing. It seemed strange, the Muslim Maghrib prayer aboard a Viking ship full of atheists and pagans. Then again, Samira's ancestors had dealing with Vikings since the Middle Ages. I doubted this was the first time prayers to Allah had been said aboard a longship. The worlds, were a lot more interesting because of constant intermixing. I returned Jack to runestone form and barely had time to reattach him to my neck chain before I passed out. In my dreams, I got to witness a Murder Point 16 Spitman vs Chainsaw. Guess who wins? I stood with 4 gods at the crest of a hill, next to the ruins of a thatched hut. Odin leaned on a thick oaken staff, chainmail glinting under his blue travel cloak. A spear was strapped across his back. A sword hung at his side. His one good eye gleamed under the shade of his blue wide-brimmed hat. With his grizzled beard, eye patch, and assorted weapons, he looked like a guy who couldn't decide whether to go to a Halloween party as a wizard or a pirate. Next to him stood Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge. Smartphones must not have been invented yet. He wasn't doing his usual thing of taking pictures every 5 seconds. He was dressed in armor of thick white wool, with 2 swords sheathed in an X across his back. Jalur, the Horn of Doomsday, dangled from his belt, which didn't strike me as very safe. Anybody could have run up behind him, blown that horn, and started Ragnarok as a practical joke. The third god, my father, Frey, knelt next to the ashes of a campfire. He wore faded jeans and a flannel shirt, though I didn't see how those clothes could have been invented yet. Maybe Frey was a medieval beta tester for REI. His blonde hair swept across his shoulders. His bristly beard glowed in the sunlight. If there had been any justice in the world, the thunder god Thor would have looked like this, blonde and handsome and regal, not like a muscle-bound red-headed fart machine. The fourth god I had never met, but I recognized him from Njord's holographic show and tell, Kvasir, the living peace treaty between the Aesir and Vanir. He was a handsome guy considering that he originated as a cup of divine spit. His dark curly hair and beard rippled in the breeze. Homespun robes enfolded him, giving him that Jedi Master vibe. He knelt next to my father, his fingers hovering over the charred remnants of the campfire. Odin leaned toward him. What do you think, Kvasir? That question alone told me how much the gods respected Kvasir. Normally Odin did not ask for the opinions of others. He simply gave answers, usually in the form of riddles or PowerPoint presentations. Kvasir touched the ashes. This is Loki's fire, all right. He was here recently. He is still close by. Heimdall scanned the horizon. I don't see him anywhere in a 500-mile radius, unless... No, that's an Irishman with a nice haircut. We must catch Loki, Odin grumbled. That flighting was the last straw. He must be imprisoned and punished. Annette, Kvasir announced. Frey scowled. What do you mean? See? Loki was burning the evidence. Kvasir traced a barely discernible pattern of crossed lines in the ashes. He was trying to anticipate our moves, considering all the ways we might capture him. He wove a net, then quickly burned it. Kvasir rose. Gentlemen, Loki has disguised himself as a fish. We need a net. The others looked amazed, like Holmes, how did you do that? I waited for Kvasir to cry, the game's afoot. Instead he shouted to the nearest river, and strode off, the other gods hurrying after him. My dream changed. I saw flashes of Kvasir's life as he traveled the 9 worlds, advising the locals on everything from farming to childbirth to tax deductions. All mortal beings loved him. In every town, castle, and village, he was greeted like a hero. Then one day, after filling out some particularly difficult tax forms for a family of giants, he was on the road to Midgard when he was stopped by a pair of dwarves, stunted, warty, hairy little guys with malicious smiles. Unfortunately, I recognized them, the brothers Fjöllr and Gjallar. They'd once sold me a one-way boat ride. According to Blitzen, they were also notorious thieves and murderers. Hello. Fjöllr called to Kvasir from the top of a boulder. You must be the famous Kvasir. Next to him, Gjallar waved enthusiastically. Well met. We've heard wonderful things about you. Kvasir, being the wisest being ever created, should have known enough to say sorry, I gave at the office and keep walking. Unfortunately, Kvasir was also kind. He raised his hand in greeting. Hello, good dwarves. I am indeed Kvasir. How may I help you? Fjöllr and Gjallar exchanged glances, like they couldn't believe their good luck. Well, you can be our guest for dinner. Gjallar gestured to a nearby hillside, where the entrance to a cave was covered with curtains of ragged leather. We are not interested in murdering you, Fjöllr promised. Or stealing your stuff. Or draining your blood, which probably has incredible magical properties. We simply want to show you our hospitality. Much appreciated, Kvasir said. But I am expected in Midgard tonight. Many humans need my help. Oh, I see, Fjöllr said. You like helping people. He said it the way one might say you like raw beef. Well, as it happens, we're having a terrible time with our, quarterly estimated taxes. Kvasir frowned in sympathy. I see. Those can be difficult to calculate. Yes. Gjallar clasped his hands. Could you help us, O wise one? This was like the part in every horror movie when the audience yells, "Don't do it." But Kvasir's compassion overcame his wisdom. "Very well," he said. "Show me your paperwork." He followed the dwarves into their cave. I wanted to run after him, to warn him what was going to happen, but my feet remained rooted to the ground. Inside the cave, Kvasir began to scream. A few moments later, I heard a sound like a chainsaw, then liquid gurgling into a large cauldron. If I'd been able to throw up in my sleep, I would have. The scene shifted one last time. I found myself in the front yard of a 3-story mansion, one in a line of colonials facing a public green. It might have been Salem or Lexington, one of those sleepy pre-revolutionary towns outside Boston. White painted columns flanked the house's entrance. Honeysuckle bushes filled the air with sugary perfume. An American flag fluttered on the porch. The scene was so bucolic it could have been Alfheim if the sunlight had been a little harsher. The front door swung open, and a skinny figure tumbled down the brick steps as if she'd been thrown. Alex Fierro looked about 14, maybe 2 or 3 years younger than when I'd met her. A trickle of blood ran from her left temple. She crawled down the front walk on her hands and knees, her palms shredded from breaking her fall and leaving dabs of blood across the cement like a sponge painting. She didn't look scared so much as bitter and angry, with tears of frustration in her eyes. In the doorway of the house, a middle-aged man appeared, short dark hair streaked with gray, pressed black slacks, shiny black shoes, a white dress shirt so crisp and bright it hurt my eyes. I could imagine Blitzen saying, "You really need a splash of color, sir." The man had Alex's petite build. His face was handsome in the same harsh angular way, like a diamond you could admire but not touch without getting cut. He shouldn't have been scary. He wasn't big or strong or tough looking. He dressed like a banker. But there was something terrifying about the set of his jaw, the intensity of his stare, the way his lips twitched and tightened across his teeth as if he hadn't quite mastered human expressions. I wanted to put myself between him and Alex, but I couldn't move. In one hand, the man held a ceramic object the size of a football, a brown and white ovoid. I saw that it was a bust with 2 different faces side by side. Normal. The man threw the ceramic sculpture at Alex. It shattered on the walkway. "That's all I want from you. To be a normal kid. Is that so damn hard?" Alex struggled to her feet. She turned to face her father. A mauve skirt hung to her knees over black leggings. Her green sleeveless top had given her arms no protection from the pavement. Her elbows looked like they'd been struck by a meat tenderizer. Her hair was longer than I'd ever seen it, a green ponytail sprouting from her black roots like a flame from Agir's hearth fire. "I am normal, father." She hissed the word as if it was the most twisted insult she could think of. "No more help." His tone was hard and cold. "No more money." "I don't want your money." "Well, that's good. Because it's going to my real children." He spat on the steps. "You had so much potential. You understood the craft almost as well as your grandfather. And look at you." "The art," Alex corrected. "What?" "It's art. Not craft." Her father waved in disgust at the broken ceramic pieces. "That is not art. It's trash." The sentiment was clear, even if he didn't say it. "You have chosen to be trash, too." Alex glared at her father. The air between them turned dry and bitter. Both seemed to be waiting for the other to make a definitive gesture to apologize and give in, or to cut the thread between them forever. Alex got no such resolution. Her father shook his head in dismay, as if he couldn't believe his life had come to this. Then he turned and went inside, slamming the door behind him. I woke with a start. What? Relax, sleepy. Alex Fierro stood over me. Today's Alex, wearing a raincoat of such bright yellow I wondered if our ship had begun to assimilate her. The banging sound I'd heard in my dream had been her dropping a full canteen next to my head. She lobbed an apple at my chest. Breakfast, she said. And also lunch. I rubbed my eyes. I could still hear the voice of her father and smell the honeysuckle in their front yard. How long was I out? About 16 hours, she said. You didn't miss much, so we let you sleep. But now it's time. For what? I sat up in my sleeping bag. My friends moved around the deck, tying off lines and securing the oars. Cold drizzle hung in the air. Our longship was moored at a stone embankment, on a river lined with brick townhouses not too different than those back home in Boston. Welcome to Horvik. Halfborn glowered. Or as you modern folk call it, York, England. 17 We are ambushed by a pile of rocks. In case you're wondering, Old York looks absolutely nothing like New York. It looks older. Magnus Chase, master of description. You're welcome. Halfborn wasn't thrilled to back at his old base camp. No self-respecting Viking city should be so far from the sea, he grumbled. I don't know why Ivar the Boneless even bothered with this place. We wasted all morning sailing here about 25 miles up the River Ouse. The River Ouse? I asked. Ouse, TJ corrected, breaking into a grin. It rhymes with moose. I read about it in a travel guide. I shuddered. Nothing good rhymes with moose. Excuse. News. Caboose. I also found it disturbing that TJ had done so much research on England. Then again, 150 years is a long time to hang around Valhalla, and the hotel library is impressive. I glanced over the port side. Murky green water curled and swelled around our hull, the rain stippling the surface of the river with overlapping bullseyes. The current seemed alive, too awake. No matter how much Percy Jackson had trained me, I did not want to fall in there. You sense them, don't you? Halfborn gripped his axe as if ready to cut loose on the ooze. The Vatnaviator. Halfborn said the word as if he found it truly awful, like cowardice or beard trimmer. Vmat are they? I asked. And do they have a more pronounceable name? Alex added. They're nature spirits, Mallory said. We have similar legends in Ireland. We call them Echuazi water horses. Halfborn snorted. You Irish have similar legends because you got them from the Norse. Lies, Mallory growled. The Celts were in Ireland long before you louts invaded. Louts? The Viking kingdom of Dublin was the only power worth mentioning on your miserable island. Anyway. Samira stepped between the two lovebirds. Why are these water horses dangerous? Halfborn frowned. Well, they can form a herd and, if they get riled up, stampede and destroy our ship. I imagine they've only held off this long because they're not sure what to make of us being bright yellow. Also, if anyone is foolish enough to touch them, they'll adhere to your skin, Mallory said, drag you under, and drown you. Her words made my stomach clench. I'd once gotten myself adhered to a magical eagle that proceeded to take me on a demolition derby tour over the rooftops of Boston. The idea of being dragged into the ooze sounded even less. Alex threw her arms around Mallory and Halfborn. Well, then. It sounds like you two are the water horse experts. You should stay on board and defend the big banana while the rest of us go giant hunting. I said. I can just turn the ship into a handkerchief. Oh, no. Halfborn said. I have no desire to set foot in Horvik again. I wouldn't be of any use to you, anyway. Place has changed a bit in 1200 years. I'll stay on the ship, but I don't need Mallory's help defending it. You think not? Mallory glared up at him, her hands on the hilts of her knives. Do you know any Gaelic songs for calming water horses? I'm not leaving this ship in your care. Well, I'm not leaving it in your care. Guys. Samira raised her hands like a boxing referee. She'd never been much of a cursor, but I got the sense she was struggling with the Ramadan no cursing rule again. Funny how that works. As soon as you're told you can't do something, you have the overwhelming desire to do it. If you both insist on staying aboard, she said, I'll stay, too. I'm good with horses. I can fly if I get in trouble. And in a pinch she flicked her wrist, telescoping her spear of light into existence. I can blast anything that attacks us. Or I can blast the two of you, if you don't behave. Halfborn and Mallory looked equally unhappy about that arrangement, which meant it was a good compromise. You heard the lady, Alex said. The landing party will consist of me, TJ, and blonde guy. Excellent. TJ rubbed his hands. I can't wait to thank the British. TJ wasn't kidding. As we walked the narrow streets of York in a cold grey drizzle, he greeted everyone he saw and tried to shake hands. Hello, he said. I'm from Boston. Thank you for not supporting the Confederacy. The reactions of the locals ranged from to leave off, to some phrases so colorful I wondered if the speakers had descended from half-born Gunderson. TJ wasn't deterred. He strolled along, waving and pointing. Anything you guys need, he offered. I owe you. He grinned at me. I love this place. The people are so friendly. I scanned the low rooftops, figuring that if there was a giant in the city, I should be able to spot him. So, if you were Ayatun in York, where would you be hiding? Alex stopped in front of a collection of street signs. With her green hair sticking out of the hood of her yellow raincoat, she looked like a punk spokesperson for frozen fish sticks. Maybe we could start there. She pointed at the top sign. The Horvik Viking Center. It sounded like as good a plan as any, especially since we had no other plans. We followed the signs, winding our way through narrow crooked streets lined with brick townhouses, pubs, and storefronts. It could have been the North End of Boston, except York was even more of a historical patchwork. Victorian brick butted up against medieval stone, which butted up against black and white Elizabethan magpie, which butted up against a tanning salon offering 20 minutes for £5. We passed only a few people. Traffic was light. I wondered if it was a holiday, or if the locals had heard about the bright yellow Viking ship invading the Ouse and had run for the hills. I decided it was just as well. If there'd been more English folk to meet and greet, TJ would have really slowed us down. We made our way down a street called the Shambles, which struck me as an honest description but poor branding. The road itself was just wide enough for a bicycle, assuming the rider was skinny. The houses overhung the sidewalk at funhouse mirror angles, each story a little wider than the one below it, giving the impression that the entire neighborhood would collapse in on itself if we took one wrong step. I barely breathed until we emerged onto a wider avenue. Finally, the signs led us to a pedestrian shopping area, where a squat brick building was festooned with green banners, Vikings. Living history. Thrills. Full interactive experience. All of which sounded pretty good, except for the sign across the front entrance, closed. TJ rattled the door handle. Should we break in? I didn't see what good that would do. The place was obviously a museum for tourists. No matter how good this interactive experience was, it would be a letdown after actually living in Valhalla. I didn't need any Viking paraphernalia from the gift shop, either. My runestone pendant/talking sword was as much as I could handle. "Guys," Alex said, her voice tight. "Did that wall just move?" I followed her gaze. Across the pedestrian plaza, jutting from the side of a Tesco Express grocery store, was a crumbling section of rough-hewn limestone blocks that might have been part of a castle or the old city walls. At least that's what I thought, until the pile of limestone shifted. A few times, I had watched Samira emerge from beneath her camouflage hijab. It would look like she had stepped out of a tree trunk or a plain white wall or the display case at a Dunkin' Donuts. This sight gave me a similar kind of vertigo. My mind had to reprocess what I was looking at, not a section of ruined wall, but a giant, 20 feet tall, whose appearance perfectly mimicked limestone. His rough brown and beige skin was beaded like a Gila monster's. A flocking of rubble crusted his long shaggy hair and beard. He wore a tunic and leggings of quilted heavy canvas, giving him that fortress wall look. Why he'd been leaning against the grocery store, I had no idea. Dozing. Panhandling. Did giants panhandle? He fixed us with his amber eyes, the only part of him that seemed truly alive. Well, rumbled the giant. "I've been waiting ages for Vikings to appear at the Viking Center. Can't wait to kill you." "Good idea, Alex," I squeaked. "Let's follow the signs to the Viking Center, yay." For once, she had no scathing comeback. She stared at the giant, her mouth hanging open, her raincoat hood slipping back from her head. T.J.'s rifle quivered in his hands like a dowsing rod. I didn't feel much braver. Sure, I'd seen taller giants. I'd seen eagle giants, fire giants, drunk giants, and giants in gaudy bowling shirts. But I'd never had a stone giant appear right in front of me and cheerfully offer to kill me. Standing upright, his shoulders were level with the two-story rooftops around us. The few pedestrians on the street simply walked around him as if he were an inconvenient construction project. He grabbed the nearest telephone pole and yanked it out of the ground along with a large circular chunk of pavement. Only when he rested the pole across his shoulder did I realize it was his weapon, a maul with a head the size of a hot tub. "Vikings used to more social," he rumbled. "I thought surely they'd come to their community center for trials by combat. Or at least for bingo. But you're the first ones I've seen in." He tilted his shaggy head, a gesture that looked like an avalanche of sheepdogs. How long was I sitting there? I must have dozed off. "Ah, well. Tell me your names, warriors. I would like to know who I am killing." At that point, I would have screamed, "I claim guest rights." But, sadly, we were not inside the giant's home. I doubted guest rights would apply on a public street in a human city. "Are you the giant Hrungnir?" I asked, hoping I sounded more confident than panic-stricken. "I'm Magnus Chase. This is Thomas Jefferson Jr. and Alex Fierro. We're here to bargain with you." The shaggy stone colossus looked from side to side. "Of course I am Hrungnir. Do you see any other giants around? I'm afraid killing you is non-negotiable, little Einherji, but we can haggle about the details, if you like." I gulped. "How did you know we're Einherjar?" Hrungnir grinned, his teeth like the crenellations of a castle turret. "You smell like Einherjar. Now, come. What were you hoping to bargain for? A quick death? A death by squeezing? Perhaps a lovely death by stomping followed by being scraped off the bottom of my shoe." I glanced at TJ, who shook his head vigorously like not the shoe. Alex still hadn't moved. I only knew she was still alive because she blinked the rain out of her eyes. "O large and beige Hrungnir," I said, "we seek the location of Kvasir's mead." Hrungnir scowled, his rocky eyebrows furrowing, his brick-like lips forming a segmental arch. Well. Playing Odin's thievery game, are you? The old bulwark trick. Maybe. Hrungnir chuckled. I could give you that information. I was with Baugi and Suttung when they sequestered the mead in its new hiding place. Right. I silently added Baugi and Suttung to my mental list of things I am clueless about. That's what we have come to bargain for. The location of the mead. I realized I had already said that. What is your price, O beige one? Hrungnir stroked his beard, causing rubble and dust to sift down the front of his tunic. For me to consider such a trade, your deaths would have to be very entertaining. He studied TJ, then me. His eyes came to rest on Alex Fierro. Ah. This one smells of clay. You have the necessary skills, do you not? I glanced at Alex. Necessary skills. Eep, Alex said. Excellent. Hrungnir boomed. It's been centuries since the stone giants found a worthy opponent for a traditional 2-on-2 duel. A fight to the death. Shall we say tomorrow at dawn? Whoa, I said. Couldn't we do a healing contest? Or bingo, TJ offered. Bingo is good. No. Hrungnir cried. My very name means brawler, little Einherji. You won't cheat me out of a good fight? We will follow the ancient rules of combat. Me versus. I didn't want to volunteer, but I'd seen Jack take down bigger giants than this guy before. I raised my hand. Very well, I know, you're too scrawny. Hrungnir pointed to TJ. I challenge him. One accept. TJ yelled. Then he blinked, as if thinking thanks a lot, Dad. Good, the giant said. And my second will fight your second, who will be made by her. Alex staggered back as if she'd been pushed. I can't. I've never, or I can just kill all three of you now, Hrungnir said. Then you'll have no chance of finding Kvasir's mead. My mouth felt as dusty as the giant's beard. Alex, what's he talking about? What are you supposed to make? By the trapped look in her eyes, I could tell she understood Hrungnir's demand. I'd only seen her this panicked once before on her first day in Valhalla, when she thought she might be stuck in one gender for the rest of eternity. She licked her lips. All right. I'll do it. That's the spirit. Hrungnir said. As for the little blonde guy here, I guess he can be your water boy or something. Well, I'm off to make my second. You should do the same. I will meet you tomorrow, at dawn, at Konungsgård. The giant turned and strode through the streets of York, pedestrians moving out of his way as if he were a veering bus. Turned to Alex. Explain. What did you just agree to? The contrast between her heterochromatic eyes seemed even greater than usual, as if the gold and the brown were separating, pooling to the left and right. We need to find a pottery studio, she said. Fast. 81 role Play-Doh to the death. You don't hear heroes say that a lot. Quick, boy wonder. To the pottery studio. But Alex's tone left no doubt it was a matter of life and death. The nearest ceramics workshop, a place called the Earthery, turned out to be on my favorite street, the Shambles. I didn't see that as a good omen. While TJ and I waited outside, Alex spent a few minutes talking with the proprietor, who at last emerged, grinning, and holding a large wad of multicolored money. "Have fun, lads," he said as he hurried down the street. "Brilliant. Ta. Thank you." TJ waved. "And thanks for not getting involved in our civil war." We headed inside, where Alex was taking inventory: work tables, potter's wheels, metal shelves lined with half-finished pots, tubs filled with tools, a cabinet stacked with slabs of wet clay in plastic bags. In the back of the studio, one door led to a small bathroom, another to what looked like a storage room. "This might work," Alex muttered. "Maybe. Did you buy this place?" I asked. "Don't be silly. I just paid the owner for 24 hours exclusive use." "But I paid well in British pounds," I noted. "Where'd you get so much local cash?" She shrugged, her attention on counting bags of clay. "It's called preparation, Chase. I figured we'd be traveling through the UK and Scandinavia. I brought euros, kroner, and pounds. Compliments of my family. And by compliments, I mean I stole it." I remembered my dream of Alex in front of her house, the way she'd snarled, "I don't want your money." Maybe she'd meant she only wanted it on her terms. I could respect that. But how she'd gotten so many different currencies, I couldn't guess. "Stop gawping and help me," she ordered. I wasn't gawping. "We need to push these tables together," she said. "TJ, go see if there's more clay in the back. We need a lot more." "On it." TJ dashed to the supply room. Alex and I moved 4 tables together, making a work surface big enough to play ping pong on. TJ hauled out extra bags of clay until I estimated we had an adequate amount to make a ceramic Volkswagen. Alex looked back and forth between the clay and the potter's wheels. She tapped her thumbnail nervously against her teeth. "Not enough time," she muttered. "Drying, glazing, firing, Alex," I said. "If you want us to help you, you're going to have to explain what we're doing." TJ edged away from me, in case Alex brought out the garrote. She just glared at me. "You would know what I'm doing if you'd taken Pottery 101 in Valhalla with me like I asked you." I had a scheduling conflict. In fact, I hadn't liked the idea of pottery to the death, especially if it involved getting thrown in a fiery kiln. "Stone giants have a tradition called Tvervigi," said Alex. "Double combat. It's like Viking single combat, Einvigi," TJ added. "Except with Tver instead of Ein." "Fascinating," I said. "I know. I read about it in Please Don't Say a travel guide." TJ looked at the floor. Alex picked up a box of assorted wooden tools. "Honestly, Chase, we don't have time to bring you up to speed. TJ fights Hrungnir, I make a ceramic warrior who fights the giant's ceramic warrior. You play water boy, or heel, or whatever. It's pretty straightforward." I stared at the bags of clay. "A ceramic warrior. As in magic pottery." "Pottery 101, Alex repeated, like that was obvious. "TJ, would you start cutting those slabs? I need slices 1 inch thick, about 60 or 70 of them." "Sure. Do I get to use your garrote?" Alex laughed long and hard. "Absolutely not. There should be a cutter in that gray tub." TJ sulked off to find a regular clay cutter. "And you," Alex told me, "you're going to be making coils." "Coils? I know you can roll clay into coils. It's just like making snakes out of Play-Doh." I wondered how she knew my dark secret that I had enjoyed Play-Doh as a kid. And when I say kid, I mean up to, like, age 11. I grudgingly admitted that this was within my scope of talents. And you? The hardest part is using the wheel, she said. The most important components have to be thrown by thrown. I knew she meant shaped on the wheel, not thrown across the room, though with Alex the two activities often went together. All right, boys, she said. Let's get to work. After a few hours spent rolling coils, my shoulders ached. My shirt stuck to my sweaty skin. When I closed my eyes, clay snakes flopped around on the backs of my eyelids. My only relief was getting up to change the station on the proprietor's little radio whenever Alex or TJ didn't like a song. TJ preferred martial music, but English radio had a shocking lack of marching band tunes. Alex favored songs from Japanese anime also in short supply on the AM/FM dial. Finally, they both settled on Duran Duran, for reasons I can't explain. From time to time, I brought Alex soft drinks from the proprietor's mini fridge. Her favorite was Tizer, a sort of cherry soda with extra twang. I didn't like it, but Alex quickly got addicted. Her lips turned bright red like a vampire's, which I found both disturbing and strangely fascinating. Meanwhile TJ ran back and forth between his slab cutting and the kill, which he was heating up for an epic day of firing. He seemed to take special pleasure in poking pencil stub-sized dents in the slabs so they wouldn't crack when baked. He did this while humming Hungry Like the Wolf, not my favorite song, given my personal history. TJ seemed cheerful for a guy who had a duel scheduled with a 20-foot-tall stone giant in the morning. I decided not to remind him that if he died here in England, he would stay dead, no matter how friendly the locals were. I had placed my work table as close as I could to Alex's wheel so I could talk to her. Usually I waited to ask her a question until she was centering a new lump of clay. With both her hands engaged, she was less likely to hit me. "Have you done this before?" I asked. "Made a pottery guy?" She glanced over, her face flecked with white porcelain. "Tried a few times. Nothing this big. But my family." She bore down on the clay, molding it into a beehive-like cone. "Like Hrungnir said, we have the necessary skills." "Your family." I tried to imagine Loki sitting at a table, rolling clay snakes. "The Fieros." Alex shot me a wary look. "You really don't know? Never heard of Fiero Ceramics?" Should I have?" She smiled, as if she found my ignorance refreshing. "If you knew anything about cooking or home decor, maybe. It was a hot brand about 10 years ago. But that's fine. I'm not talking about the machine-made crap my dad sells, anyway. I'm talking about my grandfather's art. He started the business when he emigrated from Tlatilco." "Tlatilco." I tried to place the name. "I'm guessing that's outside 1-95. Alex laughed. "No reason you'd have heard of it? Tiny place in Mexico. These days it's really just a subsection of Mexico City. According to my grandfather, our family has been making pottery there since before the Aztecs. Tlatilco used to be the super ancient culture." She pressed her thumbs into the center of her beehive, opening up the sides of the new pot. It still seemed like magic to me the way she did it, shaping such a delicate and perfectly symmetrical vase with nothing but strength and spin. The few times I'd tried to use a wheel, I'd nearly broken my fingers and managed to turn a lump of clay into a slightly uglier lump of clay. "Who knows what's true?" Alex continued. "These are just family stories. Legends. But my abuelo took them seriously. When he moved to Boston, he kept doing things the old way. Even if he was just making a plate or a cup, he'd create every piece by hand, with lots of pride and attention to detail. Blitzen would like that. Alex sat back, regarding her pot. Yeah, my granddad would have made a good dwarf. Then my dad took over the business and decided to go commercial. He sold out. He mass-produced lines of ceramic dishware, entered into deals with home furnishing supply chains. He made millions before people started realizing the quality was going downhill. I recalled her father's bitter words in my dream, "You had so much potential. You understood the craft almost as well as your grandfather. He wanted you to carry on the family business." She studied me, no doubt wondering how I'd guessed. I almost told her about the dream, but Alex really did not like having people inside her head, even unintentionally. And I didn't like yelled at. "My father is an idiot," she said. "He didn't understand how I could like pottery but not want to make money off it. He definitely didn't appreciate me listening to my granddad's crazy ideas. Such as, over at his work table, TJ kept poking holes in the clay slices with a dowel, creating different patterns, like stars and spirals. This is kind of fun, admit. Therapeutic." Alex's tizer-red lips curled up at the edges. My abuelo made pottery for a living, but his real interest was in our ancestors' sculptures. He wanted to understand the spirituality of them. That wasn't easy. I mean, after so many centuries, trying to figure out your heritage when it's been buried under so much else: Olmec, Aztec, Spanish, Mexican. How do you even know what's true? How do you reclaim it? I got the feeling her questions were rhetorical and didn't require answers from me, which was just as well. I couldn't think clearly with TJ humming Rio and Dowling smiley faces in his clay. But your granddad managed, I guessed. He thought so. Alex spun up the wheel again, sponging the sides of her pot. So did I. My dad. Her expression soured. Well, he liked to blame. You know, the way I am. On Loki. He didn't like it at all when I found validation on the Fierro side of the family. My brain felt like my hands, as if a layer of clay was tightening over it, sucking out all the moisture. Sorry, I don't understand. What does this have to do with magic ceramic warriors? You'll see. Fish the phone out of my pocket and call Sam, will you? Give her an update. Then shut up so I can concentrate. Even under orders, pulling something out of Alex's pants pocket while she was wearing said pants seemed like a good way to get myself killed. I managed, with only a couple of small panic attacks, and found that Alex's phone had data service in the UK. She must have arranged that when she arranged her multi-currency theft. I texted Samira and gave her the lowdown. A few minutes later, the phone buzzed with her reply. KGL fighting. GTG. I wondered if GTG in this context meant got to go, Gunderson throttling girlfriend, or giants torturing Gunderson. I decided to think optimistically and went with the first option. As the afternoon wore on, the back tables filled up with fired porcelain squares that looked like armored plates. Alex taught me how, by combining my coils, to form cylinders that would serve as arms and legs. Her efforts at the pottery wheel produced feet, hands, and a head, all shaped like vases and meticulously decorated with Viking runes. She spent hours on the faces, two of them, side by side, like the piece of art that Alex's father had shattered in my dream. The left face had heavy-lidded, suspicious eyes, a cartoon villain's curly mustache, and a huge grimacing mouth. The right face was a grinning skull with hollow eye holes and a lolling tongue. Looking at the two visages pressed together, I couldn't help thinking ATM_LT Alex's own different colored eyes. By evening, we'd laid out all the pieces of the ceramic warrior on our quadruple table, creating an 8-foot-long Frankenstein's monster, some assembly required. Well. TJ wiped his forehead. That thing would scare me if I had to face it in battle. Agreed, I said. And speaking of faces. It's a duality mask, Alex explained. My ancestors from Tlatelolco, they made a lot of the figurines with two faces, or one face with two halves. Sure, why? My grandfather thought they represented two spirits in a single body. Like my old Lenape friend Mother William. TJ said. So, I guess the native cultures down in Mexico had Argr, too. He corrected himself quickly. Mean trans folks, gender fluid folks. Argr, the Viking word for someone of shifting gender, literally meant unmanly, which was not an Alex-approved term. I studied the mask. No wonder the duality art spoke to you. Your granddad. He got who you were. He got it, Alex agreed, and he honored it. When he died, my dad did his best to discredit my abuelo's ideas, destroy his art, and turn me into a good little businessperson. I wouldn't let him. She rubbed the nape of her neck, maybe subconsciously touching the tattooed symbol of the figure-8 serpents. She had embraced shape-shifting, refusing to let Loki ruin it for her. She had done the same with pottery, even though her father had turned the family business into something she despised. Alex, I said, the more I find out about you, the more I admire you. Her expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation, like I was a cute puppy that had just peed on the carpet. Hold the admiration until I can bring this thing to life, smooth talker. That's the real trick. In the meantime, we all need some fresh air. She threw me another wad of money. Let's go get some dinner. You're buying. 19. I attend a zombie pep rally. Dinner was fish and chips at a place called Mr. Chippy. TJ found the name hilarious. While we ate, he kept saying Mr. Chippy, in a loud, bubbly voice, which did not amuse the guy at the register. Afterward, we returned to the pottery studio to lay low for the night. T.J suggested going back to the ship to be with the rest of the crew, but Alex insisted she needed to keep an eye on her ceramic warrior. She texted Sam an update. Sam's response, NP. 0K here. Fighting water horses. Fighting water horses was written in emojis, fist, wave, horse. I guess Sam had fought so many of them today she'd decided to make a text shortcut. You got her international coverage, too, I noted. Well, yeah, Alex said. Gotta keep in touch with my sister. I wanted to ask why she hadn't done the same for me. Then I remembered I didn't have a phone. Most Einherjar didn't bother with them. For one thing, getting a number and paying the bill is hard when you're officially dead. Also, no data plan covers the rest of the 9 worlds. And the reception in Valhalla is horrible. I blame the roof of Golden Shields. Despite all that, Alex insisted on keeping a phone. How she managed, I didn't know. Maybe Samira had registered her in some kind of friends and family and also dead family program. As soon as we reached the studio, Alex checked on her ceramic project. I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed that it hadn't assembled itself and come to life yet. I'll check it again in a few hours, she said. Gonna. She staggered to the only comfy chair in the room, the proprietor's clay-spattered Barcalounger, then passed out and began to snore. Yikes, she could snore. TJ and I decided to bunk in the storage room, where we'd be better insulated from Alex's impression of a dying lawnmower. We made some impromptu mattresses out of canvas tarps. TJ cleaned his rifle and sharpened his bayonet, a nighttime ritual for him. I lay down and watched the rain patter against the skylights. The glass leaked, dripping on the metal shelves and filling the room with the smell of damp rust, but I didn't mind. I was grateful for the steady drumming. "So, what happens tomorrow?" I asked TJ. "I mean exactly." TJ laughed. "Exactly? I fight a 20-foot tall giant until one of us dies or can't fight anymore. Meanwhile, the giant's clay warrior fights Alex's clay warrior until one of them is rubble. Alex, I dunno, cheers on her creation, I guess. You heal me if you can." "That's allowed." TJ shrugged. "Far as I know, anything's allowed for you and Alex as long as you don't actually fight. Doesn't it bother you that your opponent is 15 feet taller than you?" TJ straightened his back. "Do you think I look that short? I'm almost 6 feet. How can you be so calm?" He inspected the edge of his bayonet, holding it up to his face so it seemed to cut him in half like a duality mask. "I've already beat the odds so many times, Magnus. On James Island, South Carolina? I was standing right next to a friend of mine, Joe Wilson, when a Reb sniper he made a finger gun and pulled the trigger. Could have been me. Could have been any of us. I hit the dirt, rolled over and stared up at the sky, and this sense of calm washed over me. I wasn't afraid anymore. Yeah, that's called shock." He shook his head. "Nah, I saw Valkyries, Magnus, ladies on horses, swirling in the skies above our regiment. I finally believed what my ma had always told me about my dad being Tyr. Those crazy stories about Norse gods in Boston. Right then I decided, okay. VV had happens. If my dad is the god of bravery, I'd better make him proud." I wasn't sure that would have been my reaction. I was glad I had a father who was proud of me for healing people, enjoying the outdoors, and tolerating his talking sword. "You've met your dad?" I asked. "He gave you that bayonet, right?" TJ folded the blade in its chamois cloth like he was tucking it into bed. "The bayonet was waiting for me when I checked into Valhalla. I never met Tyr face to face." He shrugged. "Still, every time I accept a challenge, I feel closer to him. The more dangerous, the better. You must feel super close to him right now, I guessed." TJ grinned. "Yep. Good times. I wondered how a god could go 150 years without acknowledging a son as brave as TJ, but my friend wasn't alone. I knew a lot of Einherjar who had never met their parents. FaceTime with the kids wasn't a priority for Norse deities, maybe because they had hundreds or thousands of children. Or maybe because the gods were jerks." TJ lay back on his tarp mattress. "Now I just gotta figure out how to kill that giant. I'm worried a direct frontal charge might not work." For a Civil War soldier, this was creative thinking. "So what's your plan?" I asked. "No idea." He tipped his Union cap over his eyes. "Maybe something will come to me in my dreams. Night, Magnus." He began to snore almost as loudly as Alex. I couldn't win. I lay awake, wondering how Sam, Halfborn, and Mallory were doing on board the ship. I wondered why Blitzen and Hearthstone weren't back yet, and why it would take them 5 days just to scout out the location of a whetstone. Njord had promised I'd see them again before the really dangerous stuff went down. I should have gotten him to swear an oath on his immaculately groomed feet. Mainly though, I worried about my own impending duel with Loki, a contest of insults with the most eloquent Norse deity. What had I been thinking? No matter how magical Kvasir's mead was, How could it possibly help me beat Loki at his own game? No pressure, of course. If I lost, I'd just be reduced to a shadow of myself and imprisoned in Helheim while all my friends died and Ragnarok destroyed the 9 worlds. Maybe I could buy a book of Viking insults at the Viking Center gift shop. TJ snored on. I admired his courage and positivity. I wondered if I'd have a tenth of his presence of mind when I had to face Loki. My conscience answered no. Then broke down in hysterical sobbing. Thanks to the rain, I finally managed to sleep, but my dreams were not relaxing, nor were they reassuring. I found myself back on Naglfar, the ship of the dead. Masses of Draugr swarmed the deck, rags and mildewed armor hanging from their bodies, their spears and swords corroded like burnt matchsticks. The warriors' spirits fluttered inside their rib cages like blue flames clinging to the last remnants of kindling. Thousands upon thousands shambled toward the foredeck, where hand-painted banners hung along the rails and waved from the yard arms in the frigid wind. Make some noise, go, Draugr, go, Ragnarok and roll, and other slogans so terrible they could only have been written by the dishonored dead. I did not see Loki. But standing at the helm, on a dais cobbled together from dead men's nails, was a giant so old I almost thought he might be one of the undead. I'd never seen him before, but I'd heard stories about him, Hrym, the captain of the ship. His very name meant decrepit. His bare arms were painfully emaciated. Wisps of white hair clung to his leathery head like icicles, making me think of pictures I'd seen of prehistoric men found in melting glaciers. Moldy white furs covered his wasted frame. His pale blue eyes, though, were very much alive. He couldn't have been as frail as he looked. In one hand, he brandished a battle axe bigger than I was. In the other hand was a shield made from the sternum of some huge animal, the space between the ribs fitted with sheets of studded iron. Soldiers of Helheim, the giant bellowed. Behold! He gestured across the grey water. At the other end of the bay, the glacial cliffs crumbled more rapidly, ice cracking and sloughing into the sea with a sound like distant artillery. The way will soon clear, the giant shouted. Then we sail to battle. Death to the gods. The cry went up all around me, hollow, hateful voices of the long dead taking up the chant. Mercifully, my dream shifted. I stood in a recently plowed wheat field on a warm sunny day. In the distance, wild flowers blanketed rolling hills. Beyond that, milk-white waterfalls tumbled down the sides of picturesque mountains. Some part of my brain thought, at last, a pleasant dream. I'm in a commercial for organic whole wheat bread. Then an old man in blue robes hobbled toward me. His clothes were tattered and mud-stained from long travel. His wide-brimmed hat shaded his face, though I could make out his graying beard and secretive smile. When he reached me, he looked up, revealing one eye that gleamed with malicious humor. The other eye socket was dark and empty. I am Bolverk, he said, though of course I knew it was Odin. Aside from his less than creative disguise, once you've heard Odin give a keynote address on best berserker practices, you never forget his voice. I'm here to make you the deal of a lifetime. From beneath his cloak, he produced an object the size of a cheese round, covered in cloth. I was afraid it might be one of Odin's inspirational CD collections. Then he unwrapped it, revealing a circular whetstone of grey quartz. It reminded me of the bashing end of Hrungnir's maul, only smaller and less maul-worthy. Odin/Bolverk offered it to me. Will you pay the price? Suddenly Odin was gone. Before me a face so large I couldn't take it all in, glowing green eyes with vertical slits for pupils, leathery nostrils dripping with mucus. The stench of acid and rotten meat burned my lungs. The creature's maw opened to reveal rows of jagged triangular teeth ready to shred me, and I sat bolt upright, screaming in my bed of tarps. Above me, dim gray light filtered through the skylights. The rain had stopped. TJ sat across from me, munching a bagel, a strange pair of glasses on his face. Each lens had a clear center, bordered by a ring of amber glass, making TJ look like he'd acquired a second set of irises. "Finally up," he noted. "Bad dreams, huh?" My whole body felt jittery, like coins rattling inside a change separator machine. "What's going on?" I asked. "Matt's with the glasses." Alex Fierro appeared in the doorway. A scream that high could only be Magnus. "Ah, good. You're awake." She tossed me a brown paper bag that smelled of garlic. "Come on. Time's wasting." She led us to the main room, where her ceramic duality dude still lay in pieces. She circled the table, checking her work and nodding with satisfaction, though I couldn't see that anything had changed. "Okay. Yep. We're good." I opened the paper bag and frowned. "You left me a garlic bagel." "Last awake, last choice," Alex said. "My breath is going to be terrible." "More terrible," Alex corrected. "Well, that's fine. I'm not kissing you." "Are you kissing him, T.J.?" "Wasn't planning on it." T popped the last of his bagel in his mouth and grinned. I didn't say anything about I stammered. "I didn't mean." My face felt like it was crawling with fire ants. "Whatever. TX, why are you wearing those glasses, anyway?" I'm good at subtly changing the conversation like that when I'm embarrassed. "It's a gift." TJ wiggled his new specs. "You helped jog my memory, Magnus, talking about that sniper last night." Then I dreamed about Hrungnir and those weird eyes of his, and I saw myself laughing and shooting him dead. Then, when I woke up, I remembered I had these in my haversack. Completely forgot about them. It sounded like TJ had way better dreams than I did, which was no surprise. "They're sniper glasses," he explained. "They're what we used before scopes were invented. I bought this pair in Valhalla, 100 years ago, I guess, so I'm pretty sure they're magic. Can't wait to try them out." I doubted Hrungnir was going to stand still while TJ sniped at him from a safe distance. I also doubted any of us would be doing much laughing today. But I didn't want to spoil T.J.'s pre-combat buzz. Turned to the ceramic warrior. "So, what's going on with Pottery Barn guy? VVHY, is he still in pieces?" Alex beamed. "Pottery Barn? Good name. But let's not assume Pottery Barn's gender." Okay. Wish me luck." She took a deep breath, then traced her fingers across the ceramic warrior's two faces. The ceramic pieces clattered and flew together as if they'd been magnetized. Pottery Barn sat up and focused on Alex. The faces were still hardened clay, but the frozen twin sneers suddenly seemed angrier, hungrier. The right side's eye sockets glowed with golden light. "Yes." Alex exhaled with relief. "Okay. Pottery Barn is non-binary, as I suspected. Preferred pronouns are they and them. And they are ready to fight." Pottery Barn jumped off the table. Their limbs grinded and scraped like stones against cement. They stood about 8 feet tall, which was plenty scary to me, but I wondered if they stood a chance against whatever clay warrior Hrungnir had created. Pottery Barn must have sensed my doubt. They turned their faces toward me and raised their right fist, a heavy clay vase glazed blue. "Dread, stop," Alex ordered. "He's not the enemy." Pottery Barn turned to Alex as if asking, "You sure about that?" "Maybe they don't like garlic," Alex speculated. "Magnus, finish that bagel quickly and let's get on the road. We can't keep our enemies waiting." 20 Tvervigi equals Worstvigi. As walked through the early morning streets of York, I ate my garlic bagel and told my friends about my dreams. Our new buddy Pottery Barn clanked along beside us, drawing disapproving looks from the sleepy locals, like "Bah, tourists." At least my story kept TJ's attention, so he didn't pester too many Yorkshire folk with thank yous and handshakes. He said. "I wish I knew why we needed the whetstone. I think maybe Odin discussed the Bulwark incident in one of his books, The Aesir Path to Winning? Or was it The Art of the Steel? I can't remember the details. A big beast with green eyes, you say? And lots of teeth?" I tried to shake off the memory. Maybe Odin killed the beast to get the stone? Or maybe he hit the beast in the face with the stone, and that's how he got the mead. TJ frowned. He'd propped his new glasses on the rim of his cap. "Neither sounds right. I don't remember any monster. I'm pretty sure Odin stole the mead from giants." I recalled my earlier dream about Fjöller and Jallar's chainsaw massacre. But didn't dwarves kill Kvasir? How did giants get the mead? TJ shrugged. "All the old stories are basically about one group murdering another group to steal their stuff. That's probably how." This made me proud to be a Viking. "Okay, but we don't have much time to figure it out. Those glaciers I saw are melting fast. Midsummer is in, like, 12 days now, but I think Loki's ship will be able to sail long before that." "Guys," Alex said. "How about this? First, we beat the giant, then we talk about our next impossible task." That sounded sensible, though I suspected Alex just wanted me to shut up so I wouldn't breathe more garlic in her direction. "Anyone know where we're going?" I asked. "What's a Konungsgård? It means King's Court," TJ said. "Was that in your travel book?" "No." TJ laughed. "Old Norse 101. Didn't you take that class yet?" "I had a scheduling conflict," I muttered. "Well, this is England. There's got to be a king with a court around here somewhere." Alex stopped at the next crossroads. She pointed to one of the signs. "What about King's Square? Will that do?" Pottery Barn seemed to think so. They turned their double faces in that direction and strode off. We followed, since it would have been irresponsible to let an 8-foot-tall pile of ceramics walk through town unaccompanied. We found the place. Hooray! King's Square wasn't a square, and it wasn't very kingly. The streets made a Y around a triangular park paved in gray slate, with some scrubby trees and a couple of park benches. The surrounding buildings were dark, the storefronts shuttered. The only soul in sight was the giant Hrungnir, his boots planted on either side of a pharmacy named, appropriately enough, Boots. The giant was dressed in his same quilted armor, his shaggy limestone beard freshly avalanched, his amber eyes bright with that can't wait to kill you gleam. His maul stood upright beside him like the world's largest Festivus pole. When Hrungnir saw us, his mouth split in a grin that would have made masons and bricklayers' hearts flutter. Well, you showed up? I was beginning to think you'd run away." He knit his gravelly eyebrows. "Most people run away. It's very annoying." "Can't imagine why," I said. Hrungnir nodded at Pottery Barn. "That's your ceramic second, eh? Doesn't look like much." "You just wait," Alex promised. "I look forward to it," the giant boomed. "I love killing people here. You know, long ago he gestured toward a nearby pub. The Norse king of Horviks court stood right there. And where you are standing, the Christians had a church. See? You're walking on somebody's grave. Sure enough, the slab of slate under my feet was etched with a name and dates too faded to read. The whole square was paved with tombstones, maybe from the floor of the old church. The idea of walking over so many dead people made me queasy, even though I was technically a dead person myself. The giant chuckled. Seems fitting, doesn't it? Already so many dead humans here, what's a few more? He faced TJ. Are you ready? Born ready, TJ said. Died ready. Resurrected ready. But I'm giving you one last chance, Hrungnir. It's not too late to opt for bingo. Ha? No, little Einherji. I worked all night on my fighting partner. I don't intend to waste him on bingo. Mokurkaf, get over here. The ground shook with a squishy thump, thump. From around the corner appeared a man of clay. He was 9 feet tall, crudely shaped, still glistening wet. He looked like something I might make in Pottery 101, an ugly, lumpy creature with arms too thin and legs too thick, his head no more than a blob with 2 eye holes and a frowny face carved into it. Next to me, Pottery Barn started to clatter, and I didn't think it was from excitement. Bigger doesn't mean stronger, I told them under my breath. Pottery Barn turned their faces toward me. Of course, their expressions didn't change, but I sensed that both mouths were telling me the same thing: shut up, Magnus. Alex crossed her arms. She'd tied her yellow raincoat around her waist, revealing the plaid pink and green sweater vest I thought of as her combat uniform. You do sloppy work, Hrungnir. You call that a clayman? And what kind of name is Mokurkaf? The giant raised his eyebrows. We'll see whose work is sloppy when the fighting begins. Mokurkaf means mist calf. A poetic, honorable name for a warrior. Alex said. Well, this is Pottery Barn. Hrungnir scratched his beard. I must admit, that is also a poetic name for a warrior. But can it fight? They can fight just fine, Alex promised. And they'll take down that slag heap of yours, no problem. Pottery Barn at their creator like I will? Enough talk. Hrungnir heft his maul and scowled at TX. Shall we begin, little man? Thomas Jefferson Jr. put on his amber-rimmed glasses. He unslung his rifle and pulled a small cylindrical paper packet, a gunpowder cartridge, from his kit. This rifle has a poetic name, too, he said. It's a Springfield 1861. Made in Massachusetts, just like me. He tore open the cartridge with his teeth, then poured the contents into the rifle's muzzle. He pulled out the ramrod and jammed down the powder and ball. I used to be able to shoot 3 rounds a minute with this beauty, but I've been practicing for several hundred years. Let's see if I can do 5 rounds a minute today. He fished out a little metal cap from his side pouch and set it under the hammer. I'd seen him do all this before, but the way he could load, talk, and walk at the same time was as magical as Alex's skill at the pottery wheel. For me, it would have been like trying to tie my shoes and whistle the Star-Spangled Banner while jogging. Very well, yelled Hrungnir. Let the Tverviji begin. My first task was my favorite one, getting out of the way. I scrambled right as the giant's mallet slammed into a tree, smashing it to kindling. With a dry crack, TJ's rifle discharged. The giant roared in pain. He staggered backward, smoke streaming from his left eye, which was now black instead of amber. That was rude. Hrungnir raised his mallet again, but TJ circled to his blind side, calmly reloading. His second shot sparked off the giant's nose. Meanwhile, Mokerkaf lumbered forward, swinging his tiny arms, but Pottery Barn was quicker. I wanted to credit the great work I'd done on their coil joints. PB ducked to one side and came up behind Mokerkaf, slamming both vase fists into his back. Unfortunately, their fists sank into Mokerkaf's soft gooey flesh. As Mokerkaf turned, trying to face his opponent, PB got yanked off their feet and dragged around like a ceramic tail. "Let go!" Alex yelled. "Pottery Barn. Oh, mein Fritter." She loosened her garrote, though how she could help without actually fighting, I wasn't sure. Crack. T.J.'s musket ball ricocheted off the giant's neck, shattering a second-story window. I was amazed the locals hadn't already come out to investigate the commotion. Maybe there was a strong glamour at work. Or maybe the good people of York were used to early morning Viking/giant smackdowns. TJ reloaded as the giant pressed him back. "Stand still, little mortal," roared Hrungnir. "I want to smash you." King's Square was close quarters for a Jotun. TJ tried to stay on Hrungnir's blind side, but the giant only needed one well-timed step or one lucky swipe to flatten TJ into an infantry pancake. Hrungnir swung his maul again. TJ leaped aside just in time as the maul splintered a dozen tombstones, leaving a 10-feet-deep hole in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Alex lashed out with her wire. She lassoed Pottery Barn's legs and yanked them free. Unfortunately, she put a little too much muscle into it just as Mokerkaf swung in the same direction. With the excessive momentum, Pottery Barn went flying across the square and smashed through the window of a store offering payday loans. Mokerkaf turned toward Alex. The clay man made a wet gurgling sound in his chest, like the growl of a carnivorous toad. "Whoa there, boy," Alex said. "I wasn't actually fighting. I'm not your gurgle." Mokerkaf launched himself like a wrestler, more quickly than I would have thought possible, and Alex disappeared under 300 pounds of wet clay. "No!" I screamed. Before I could move or even process how to help, Alex Texas screamed at the other end of the courtyard. "Ha!" Hrungnir raised his fist. Wrapped in his fingers, struggling helplessly, was Thomas Jefferson Jr. "One squeeze," the giant boasted, "and this contest is over." I stood paralyzed. I wanted to break into two parts, to become a duality like our ceramic warrior. But even if I could, I didn't see how I could help either of my friends. Then the giant tightened his fist, and TJ howled in agony. "21 fun with open-eared surgery. Pottery Barn saved the, and, no. That's not a line I ever thought I would use." Our ceramic friend exploded from a third-story window above the payday loan office. They hurled themselves onto Hrungnir's face, clamping their legs around the giant's upper lip and wailing his nose with both their vase fists. "Fb! Get off!" Hrungnir staggered, releasing TJ, who landed in an unmoving heap. Meanwhile, Mokerkaf struggled to get up, which must have been difficult with Alex Fierro imprinted on his chest. From beneath his weight, Alex groaned. Relief washed over me. At least she was alive and might stay that way for a few more seconds. Triage decision, I ran toward TJ, whose condition I wasn't so optimistic about. I knelt at his side, put my hand against his chest. I almost snatched my hand away again because the damage I sensed was so bad. A trickle of red etched the corner of his mouth like he'd been drinking Tizer, but I knew it wasn't Tizer. "Hang on, buddy," I muttered. "I got you." I glanced over at Hrungnir, who was still stumbling around trying to grab Pottery Barn off his face. So far so good. At the other side of the square, Mokurkaf had peeled himself away from Alex and now stood over her, gurgling angrily and pounding his blobby fists together. Not so good. I yanked the runestone from my neck chain and summoned Sumar Brander. Jack. I yelled. What? He yelled back. Defend Alex. What? But do it without actually fighting. What? Just keep that clay giant off her. What? Distract him. Go. I was glad he didn't say what again, or I would have worried that my sword was going deaf. Jack flew over to Mokurkaf, positioning himself between the clay man and Alex. Hey, buddy. Jack's runes pulsed up and down his blade like equalizer lights. You want to hear a story? A song? Wanna dance? While Mokurkaf struggled to comprehend the strange hallucination he was having, I returned my attention to TJ. I put both hands against his sternum and summoned the power of Frey. Sunlight spread across the blue wool fibers of his jacket. Warmth sank into his chest, knitting his broken ribs, mending his punctured lungs, unflattening several internal organs that did not function well when they were flattened. As my healing power flowed into Thomas Jefferson Jr., his memories backwashed into my mind. I saw his mother in a faded gingham dress, her hair prematurely gray, her face stretched thin from years of hard work and worry. She knelt in front of 10-year-old T.J., her hands tightly clasping his shoulders as if she were afraid he might blow away in a storm. Don't you ever point that at a white man, she scolded. Ma, it's just a stick, TJ said. I'm playing. You don't get to play, she snapped. You play shoot at a white man with a stick, he's going to real shoot you back with a gun. I'm not losing another child, Thomas. You hear me? Him, trying to rattle the message into him. A different image, TJ as a teenager, reading a flyer posted on a brick wall by the wharf, to colored men, freedom, protection, pay, and a call to military service. I could sense T.J.'s pulse racing. He had never been so excited. His hands itched to hold a rifle. He felt a calling, an undeniable impulse, like all those times he'd been challenged to fistfights in the alley behind his ma's tavern. This was a personal challenge, and he could not refuse it. I saw him in the hold of a Union ship, the seas pitching as his comrades threw up in buckets on either side of him. A friend of his, William H. Butler, groaned in misery. They bring our people over on slave ships. They free us, they promise to pay us to fight. Then they put us right back into the belly of a ship. But TJ held his rifle eagerly, his heart pumping with excitement. He was proud of his uniform. Proud of those stars and stripes flapping on the mast somewhere over their heads. The Union had given him a real gun. They were paying him to shoot rebels, white men who would most definitely kill him given a chance. He grinned in the dark. Then I saw him running across no man's land at the Battle of Fort Wagner, gun smoke rising like volcanic gas all around him. The air was thick with sulfur and the screams of the wounded, but TJ stayed focused on his nemesis, Jeffrey Toussaint, who had dared to call him out. TJ leveled his bayonet and charged, exhilarated by the sudden fear in Toussaint's eyes. Back in the present, TJ gasped. Behind his amber-rimmed glasses, his vision cleared. He croaked, "My left, your right." I dove to one side. I'll admit I didn't have time to distinguish left from right. I rolled onto my back as TJ raised his rifle and fired. Hrungnir, now free of Pottery Barn's affections, loomed over us, his maul raised for one final strike. T.J.'s musket ball caught him in the right eye, snuffing out his sight. Rarg. Hrungnir dropped his weapon and sat down hard in the middle of King's Square, crushing 2 park benches under his ample butt. In a nearby tree, Pottery Barn hung broken and battered, their left leg dangling from a branch 10 feet above their head, but when they saw Hrungnir's predicament, they grinded their head against their neck with a sound like laughter. Go! TJ snapped me out of my shock. Help, Alex! I scrambled to my feet and ran. Jack was still trying to entertain Mokerkaf, but his song and dance routine was wearing thin. That happens quickly with Jack. Mokerkaf tried to swat him aside. The blade got stuck on the back of the clayman's sticky hand. Yuck! Jack complained. Let me go. Jack was a little obsessive about cleanliness. After lying at the bottom of the Charles River for 1,000 years, he wasn't a fan of mud. As Mokerkaf stomped around, trying to dislodge the talking sword from his hand, I ran to Alex's side. She was spread-eagled, shell-lacked in clay from head to foot, groaning and twitching her fingers. I knew Alex didn't like my healing powers. She hated the idea of me peeking into her emotions and memories, which just happened automatically as part of the process. But I decided her survival outweighed her right to privacy. I clamped my hand on her shoulder. Golden light seeped through my fingers, warmth poured into Alex's body, working its way from her shoulder into her core. I steeled myself for more painful images. I was ready to face her awful father again, or see how badly Alex had been bullied at school, or how she'd been beaten up in the homeless shelters. Instead, a single clear memory hit me, nothing special, just breakfast at Cafe 19 in Valhalla, a quick snapshot of me, stupid Magnus Chase, the way Alex saw me. I was sitting across the table from her, grinning at something she'd just said. A little glob of bread was stuck between my front teeth. My hair was messy. I looked relaxed and happy and utterly dorky. I held Alex's gaze for a second too long and things got awkward. I blushed and looked away. That was her entire memory. I recalled that morning. I remembered thinking at the time, well, I've made a complete idiot of myself, as usual. But it had hardly been an earth-shaking event. So why was it at the top of Alex's memories? And why did I feel such a rush of satisfaction seeing my dorky self from Alex's perspective? Alex opened her eyes abruptly. She swatted my hand off her shoulder. Stop that. Sorry, I'm my right, your left. I dove one way. Alex rolled the other. Mokerkaf's fist, now free of Jack's blade, slammed into the slate pavement between us. I caught a glimpse of Jack, leaning in the doorway of the Boots Pharmacy, covered with mud and groaning like a dying soldier. He got me. He got me. The Clayman rose, ready to kill us. Jack would be no help. Alex and I were not up to this fight. Then a pile of pottery hurtled out of nowhere and landed on Mokerkaf's back. Somehow, Pottery Barn had extricated themselves from the tree. Despite their missing left leg, despite their right vase hand being cracked to shards, Pottery Barn went into ceramic berserker overdrive. They ripped into Mokerkaf's back, gouging out chunks of wet clay as if excavating a collapsed well. Mokerkaf stumbled. He tried to grab Pottery Barn, but his arms were too short. Then, with a sucking pop, Pottery Barn pulled something from Mokerkaf's chest cavity and both warriors collapsed. Mokerkaf steamed and began to melt. Pottery Barn rolled off their enemy's carcass, their double faces turning toward Alex. Weakly, they lifted the thing they were holding. When I realized what it was, my garlic bagel breakfast threatened to come back up again. Pottery Barn was offering Alex the heart of their enemy, an actual heart muscle, much too big for a human. Maybe it had belonged to a horse or a cow. I decided I'd rather remain ignorant. Alex knelt by Pottery Barn's side. She placed her hand across the warrior's double foreheads. "You did well," she said, her voice quavering. "My Tlaitlcan ancestors would be proud of you. My grandfather would be proud. Most of all, I'm proud." The gold light flickered in the skull face's eye sockets, then went out. Pottery Barn's arms collapsed. Their pieces lost magical cohesion and fell apart. Alex allowed herself the space of 3 to grieve. I could count them, because that gross muscle between Pottery Barn's hands was still beating. Then she rose, clenched her fists, and turned toward Hrungnir. The giant was not doing so well. He lay curled on his side, blind and gurgling in pain. TJ walked around him, using his bone steel bayonet to cut the giant's sinews. Hrungnir's Achilles tendons were already severed, making his legs useless. TJ worked with cold, vicious efficiency to give the Jotun's arms the same treatment. "Tears tush," Alex swore, the anger draining from her face. "Remind me never to duel Jefferson." We walked over to join him. TJ pressed the tip of his bayonet against the giant's chest. "We won, Hrungnir. Give us the luation of Kvasir's mead and I don't have to kill you." Hrungnir cackled weakly. His teeth were spattered with gray liquid, like the buckets of slip back at the pottery studio. "Oh, but you do have to kill me, little Einherji," he croaked. "It's part of the duel. Better than leaving me here hobbled and in agony." "I could heal you," I offered. Hrungnir curled his lip. How typical of a weak, pathetic Frey son. "I welcome death. I will reform from the icy abyss of Ginnungagap. And on the day of Ragnarok, I will find you on the field of Vigridra and crack your skull between my teeth." "Okay, then," TX said. "Death it is. But first, the location of Kvasir's mead." "Het." Hrungnir gurgled more gray slip. "Very well. It won't matter. You'll never get past the guards. Go to Flam, in the Old Norse land you call Norway. Take the train. You'll see what you're after quick enough. Flam." I got a mental image of a tasty caramel dessert. Then I remembered that was flan. "That's right," Hrungnir said. "Now kill me, son of Tyr. Go on. Right in the heart, unless you are as weak-willed as your friend." Alex started to say, "T.J. Wait," I muttered something was wrong. Hrungnir's tone was too mocking, too eager. But I was slow to compute the problem. Before I could suggest we should kill the giants some other way, TJ accepted Hrungnir's final challenge. He jabbed his bayonet into the giant's chest. The point hit something inside with a hard clink. "AHH." Hrungnir's death gasp sounded almost smug. "Hey, guys." Jack's weak voice called from over at the pharmacy. "Don't pierce his heart, okay? Stone giants' hearts explode." Alex's eyes widened. "Hit the deck." Kablam. Shards of Hrungnir sprayed the square, breaking windows, destroying signs, and peppering brick walls. My ears rang. The air smelled of flint sparks. Here the giant Hrungnir had lain, nothing remained but a smoking line of gravel. I seemed unhurt. Alex looked okay. But T. knelt, groaning, with his hand cupped over his bleeding forehead. "Let me see." I rushed to his side, but the damage wasn't as bad as I'd feared. A piece of shrapnel had embedded itself above his right eye, a triangular gray splinter like a flint exclamation point. "Get it out," he yelled. I tried, but as soon as I pulled, TJ howled in pain. I frowned. That made no medical sense. The shard couldn't be that deep. There wasn't even that much blood. Guys. Alex said. We have visitors. The locals were finally starting to come outside to check on the commotion, probably because Hrungnir's exploding heart had shattered every window on the block. Can you walk? I asked TJ. Yeah, I think so. Then let's get you back to the ship. We'll heal you there. I helped him to his feet, then went to retrieve Jack, who was still moaning about covered in mud. I put him back into runestone form, which did not help my level of exhaustion. Alex knelt next to the remnants of Pottery Barn. She picked up their detached head, cradling it like an abandoned infant. Then the three of us staggered back through York to find the big banana. I just hoped the water horses hadn't sunk it along with our friends. 22 I have bad news, and no, actually I lay bad news. The ship was still intact. Halfborn, Mallory, and Samira looked like they'd paid a heavy price to keep it that way. Halfborn's left arm was in a sling. Mallory's wild red hair had been shorn off at chin level. Sam stood at the rail dripping wet, wringing out her magic hijab. Water horses? I asked. Halfborn shrugged. Nothing we couldn't handle. Half a dozen attacks since yesterday afternoon. About what I figured. One pulled me into the river by my hair, Mallory complained. Halfborn grinned. I think I gave you a pretty good haircut, considering I only had my battle axe to work with. Let me tell you, Magnus, with the blade so close to her neck, I was tempted. Shut up, oaf, Mallory growled. Exactly my point, said Halfborn. But Samira, now you should have seen her. She was impressive. It was nothing, Sam muttered. Mallory snorted. Nothing? You got dragged under the river and came up riding a water horse. You mastered that beast. I've never heard of anyone who could do that. Samira winced slightly. She gave her hijab another twist, as if she wanted to squeeze out the last drops of the experience. Valkyries get on well with horses. That's probably all it was. Halfborn pointed at me. Mad about you all? You're alive, I see. We told him the story of our night in the pottery studio and our morning destroying King's Square. Mallory frowned at Alex, who was still covered in clay. That would explain Fiero's new coat of paint. And the rock in TJ's head. Halfborn leaned closer to inspect the shrapnel. TJ's forehead had stopped bleeding. The swelling was down. But for reasons unknown, the sliver of flint still refused to come out. Whenever I tried to pull it, TJ yelped in pain. Fixed above his eyebrow, the little shard gave him a look of permanent surprise. Does it hurt? Halfborn asked. Not anymore, TJ said sheepishly. Not unless you try to remove it. Hold on, then. With his good hand, Halfborn rummaged through his belt pouch. He pulled out a box of matches, fumbled one free, then struck it against TJ's flint. The match burst into flames immediately. Hey! TJ complained. You have a new superpower, my friend. Halfborn grinned. That could be useful. Right, enough of that, Mallory said. Glad you all survived, but did you get information from the giant? Yeah, Alex said, cradling the head of Pottery Barn. Kvasir's meat is in Norway. Some place called Flam. The lit match slipped from Halfborn's fingers and landed on the deck. TJ stomped out the flame. You all right, big guy? You look like you've seen a dragr. An earthquake seemed to be happening under Halfborn's whiskers. Horvik was bad enough, he said. Now Flam? What are the odds? You know the place, I guessed. I'm going below, he muttered. Want me to heal that arm first? He shook his head miserably, as if he was quite used to living with pain. Then he made his way down the ladder. TJ turned to Mallory. What was that about? Don't look at me, she snapped. I'm not his keeper. But there was a twinge of concern in her voice. Let's get underway, Samira suggested. I don't want to be on this river any longer than we have to. On that, we all agreed. York was pretty. It had good fish and chips and at least one decent pottery studio, but I was ready to get out of there. Alex and TJ went below to change clothes and rest up from their morning of combat. That left Mallory, Sam, and me to man the ship. It took us the rest of the day to navigate our way down the River Ouse and back out to sea, but the voyage was mercifully uneventful. No water horses stampeded us. No giants challenged us to combat or bingo. The worst thing we encountered was a low bridge, forcing us to fold down the main mast, which may or may not have collapsed on top of me. At sunset, as we left the coast of England behind, Sam did her ritual washing. She prayed facing southwest, then sat down next to me with a satisfied sigh and unwrapped a package of dates. She passed me one, then took a bite of hers. She closed her eyes as she chewed, her face transformed by pure bliss like the fruit was a religious experience. Which I guess it was. Every sunset, she said, the taste of that date is like experiencing the joy of food for the first time. The flavor just explodes in your mouth. I chewed my date. It was okay. It did not explode or fill me with bliss. Then again, I hadn't worked for it by fasting all day. Why dates? I asked. Why not, like, Twizzlers? Just tradition. She took another bite and made a contented mmm. The Prophet Muhammad always broke fast by eating a few dates. But you can have other stuff afterward, right? Oh, yes, she said gravely. I intend to eat all the food. I understand Alex brought back some cherry soda? I want to try that as well. I shuddered. I could escape giants, countries, and even whole worlds, but it seemed I was never going to get away from Tizer. I had nightmares about all my friends grinning at me with red lips and cherry-tinted teeth. While Sam went below to eat all the food, Mallory lounged at the rudder, keeping an eye on the horizon, though the ship seemed to know where we were going. From time to time, she touched her shoulders where her hair used to fall, then sighed unhappily. I sympathized. Not long ago, Blitz had hacked off my hair to make magic embroidering thread for a bag. I still had traumatic flashbacks. Sailing to Norway will take us a few days, Mallory said. The North Sea can get pretty rough. Unless anybody has a friendly sea god they can call on. I focused on my date. I wasn't about to call for Njord's help again. I'd seen enough of my granddad's feet for one eternal lifetime. But I remembered what he had told me, after Horvik, we were on our own. No divine protection. If Agir or Ran or their daughters found us. Maybe we'll get lucky, I said weakly. Mallory snorted. Yep. That happens a lot. Even if we get to Flam safely, what's this business about the Mead having unbeatable guardians? I wished I knew. Guardians of the Mead sounded like another book I never wanted to read. I recalled my dream of Odin offering me the whetstone, then his face morphing into something else, a leathery visage with green eyes and rows of teeth. I'd never faced a creature like that in real life, but the cold rage in its gaze had seemed uncomfortably, terrifyingly familiar. I thought about Hearthstone and Blitzen, and where Njord might have sent them to search for a rare stone. An idea began to coalesce, swirling into symmetry like a lump of clay on Alex's wheel, but I didn't like the shape it was taking on. "We'll need the whetstone to defeat the Guardians," I said. "I have no idea why." "We just have to trust," Mallory laughed. "Trust? Right. I've got as much of that as I have luck." She drew one of her knives. Casually, holding the blade by the tip, she threw the knife at my feet. It impaled the yellow planking and quivered there like a Geiger counter needle. "Take a look," she offered. "See why I don't trust secret weapons." I pulled the knife from the deck. I'd never held one of Mallory's weapons before. The blade was surprisingly light, so light it might get you into trouble. If you handled it like a standard dagger, wielding it with more force than necessary, this was the kind of knife that could leap out of your hand and cut your own face off. The blade was a long, dark isosceles triangle etched with runes and Celtic knot designs, the handle wrapped in soft worn leather. I wasn't sure what Mallory wanted me to notice about it, so I just said the obvious, "Nice blade." From her belt, Mallory unsheathed its twin. "They aren't as sharp as Jack. They don't do anything magical, as far as I can tell. They were supposed to save my life, but as you can see," she spread her arms, "I'm dead." "So, you had the knives when you were alive?" "For the last 5-6 minutes of my life, yeah." She twirled the blade between her fingers. "First my mates. They goaded me into setting the bomb." "Hold on. You set the—" She cut me off with a harsh look, like never interrupt a lady with a knife. "That was Loki, egging me on," she said. His voice among my crew, the trickster disguised as one of us. "Didn't realize that at the time, of course. Then, after I did the deed, my conscience got the better of me. That's when the old hag appeared. I waited. I'll admit I wasn't following Mallory's story very well. I knew she had died disarming a car bomb, but a car bomb she had set herself? Seeing her as somebody who would do that was even harder than seeing her with short hair. I had no idea who I was looking at. She brushed away a tear as if it were an annoying insect. "The hag says, 'Oh girl, follow your heart.' Blah, blah. Nonsense like that. She gives me these knives. Tells me they are indestructible. Can't be dulled. Can't be broken. And she's right about that, far as I can tell. But she also says, you'll need them. Use them well. And I go back to undo what I did. I waste time, trying to figure out how these bloody daggers are supposed to solve my problem. But they don't. And she opens her fingertips in a silent explosion. My head buzzed. I had a lot of questions I was afraid to ask. Why had she set that bomb? Who was she trying to blow up? Was she completely insane? She sheathed her knife, then gestured for me to throw her the other. I was afraid I might accidentally toss it overboard or kill her, but she caught it easily. The hag was also Loki, she said. Had to be. Wasn't enough for him to fool me once. He had to fool me twice and get me killed. Why did you keep the daggers then, if they're from Loki? Her eyes glistened. Because, my friend, when I see him again, I'm going to sheath these blades right in his throat. She put the second dagger away, and I exhaled for the first time in several minutes. Point is, Magnus, she said, I wouldn't put my faith in any magic weapon, knife, or otherwise, to solve all our problems, whether it's Kvasir's mead, or this whetstone that's supposed to get us the mead. In the end, all that counts is us. Whatever Blitzen and Hearthstone are off searching for, as if their names were an incantation, a wave surged out of nowhere, crashing across the ship's bow. Out of the sea spray stumbled two weary figures. Our elf and dwarf had returned. Well, well. Mallory got to her feet, wiping away another tear. She forced some cheerfulness into her tone. Nice of you boys to drop by. Blitzen was covered head to toe in anti-sun protection gear. Salt water glittered on his dark trench coat and gloves. Black netting circled the rim of his pith helmet, obscuring his expression until he lifted the veil. His facial muscles twitched. He blinked repeatedly, like someone who had just walked away from a car accident. Hearthstone sat down right where he was. He draped his hands over his knees and shook his head. No, no, no. Somehow, he'd lost his scarf, leaving his outfit as black as hearse upholstery. You're alive, I said, dizzy with relief. My stomach had been knotted up for days worrying about them. Yet now, looking at their shocked expressions, I couldn't savor having them back. You found what you were looking for, I guessed. Blitzen swallowed. I'm afraid so, kid. Njord was right. We're going to need your help for the hard stuff. Alfheim. I wanted to say it before he could, just to take the sting out of the word. I hoped I was wrong. I would have preferred a trip to the wildest corner of Jotunheim, the fires of Muspelheim, or even a public bathroom in Boston's South Station. Yeah, Blitzen agreed. He glanced at Mallory Keene. Dear heart, would you let your friends know? We need to borrow Magnus. Hearthstone has to face his father one last time. Twentathril follow the smell of dead frogs, to the tune of Follow the Yellow Brick Road. What was it about dads? Almost everyone I knew had a garbage father, like they were all competing for the worst dad of the universe award. I was lucky. I'd never met my dad until last winter. Even then I'd only talked to him for a few minutes. But at least Frey seemed cool. We hugged. He let me keep his talking disco sword and sent me a bright yellow boat in my time of need. Sam had Loki, who put the con in conniving. Alex's dad was an abusive raging butthead with dreams of global dishware domination. And Hearthstone. He had it worse than any of us. Mr. Alderman had made Hearthstone's childhood a living Helheim. I never wanted to spend another night under that man's roof, and I'd only been there once. I couldn't imagine how Hearthstone would bear it. We fell out of the golden sky, the way one does when tumbling into the airy world of the elves. We landed gently on the street in front of the Alderman mansion. As before, the wide suburban lane stretched out in either direction, hedged with stone walls and carefully tended trees, obscuring the elf millionaire's multi-acre estates from one another. The weak gravity made the ground seem squishy under my feet, as if I could trampoline right back into the stratosphere. I was tempted to try. The sunlight was as harsh as I remembered, making me grateful for the dark glasses Alex had lent me, even if they did have thick pink Buddy Holly frames. There had much snickering about this aboard the Big Banana. Why we had left Midgard at sunset and arrived in Alfheim during what looked like early afternoon, I wasn't sure. Maybe the elves observed Alf light saving time. Alderman's elaborate gates still gleamed with their filigreed A monogram dot on either side, the high walls still bristled with spikes and barbed wire to discourage riffraff. But now the security cameras were dark and motionless. The gates were laced shut with a chain and padlock. On either side of the gates, nailed to the brick columns, were matching yellow signs with glaring red letters: property off limits by order of Alfheim Police Department. Trespassers will die not prosecuted. Not arrested or shot. That simple warning: step inside these boundaries and you'll die, was much more sinister. My gaze wandered over the grounds, which were roughly the size of the Boston Public Garden. Since our last visit, the grass had grown high and wild in the rich Alfheim light. Spiky balls of moss festooned the trees. The pungent smell of scum from the Swan Lake came wafting through the gates. The half-mile driveway was littered with white feathers, possibly from the aforementioned swans, bones and tufts of fur that might have once been squirrels or raccoons, and a single black dress shoe that looked as if it had been chewed and spit out. At the top of the hill, the once imposing Alderman Manor lay in ruins. The left side of the complex had collapsed in a heap of rubble, girders, and charred beams. Kudzu vines had completely overtaken the right side, growing so heavy that the roof had caved in. Only 2 picture windows remained intact, their glass panes smoked brown around the edges from the fire. Glinting in the sun, they reminded me uncomfortably of TJ's sniper glasses. Turned to my friends. Did we do this? I felt more amazement than guilt. The last time we fled Alfheim, we'd been pursued by evil water spirits and elfish police with guns, not to mention Hearth's maniacal father. We may have busted a few windows in the process of escaping. I supposed it was possible we'd caused a fire to break out, too. If so, it couldn't have happened to a Vilar mansion. But still. Point 1 didn't understand how the place could have been so thoroughly destroyed, or how quickly such a suburban paradise had turned into this creepy wilderness. We only started it. Blitzen's face was again covered by netting, making it impossible to read his expression. This destruction is the ring's fault. In the harsh warm light, it shouldn't have been possible to get a chill. Nevertheless, ice trickled down my back. On our last visit, Hearth and I had stolen a hoard of gold from a slimy old dwarf, and very, including the little dude's cursed ring. He'd tried to warn us that the ring would only bring misery, but had we listened? No. At the time, we'd been more focused on stuff like, saving Blitzen's life. The only thing that could do that was the Skofnung stone in Mr. Alderman's possession. His price for it? $1 gazillion in gold, because evil fathers don't take American Express. Long story short, Alderman took the cursed ring. He put it on and turned even crazier and eviler, which I hadn't thought possible. Personally, I liked my cursed rings to at least do something cool, like turn you invisible and let you see the Eye of Sauron. And Varys' ring had no upside. It brought out the worst in you: greed, hate, jealousy. According to Hearth, it would eventually change you into a bona fide monster so your outside could be as repulsive as your inside. If the ring was still working its magic on Mr. Alderman, and if it had overtaken him as quickly as the wilderness had overtaken his estate. Yeah, that wasn't good. Turned to Hearth. Is your dad? Is he still in there? Hearthstone's expression was grim and stoic, like a man who had finally accepted a terminal diagnosis. Nearby, he signed. But not himself. You don't mean? I stared at the chewed-up shoe in the drive. I wondered what had happened to its owner. I remembered my dream of large green eyes and rows of teeth. No, that couldn't be what Hearth meant. No cursed ring could work so fast, could it? You scouted around inside? I asked. Afraid so. Blitz signed as he talked, since Hearth could not see his lips moving. Alderman's whole collection of rare stones and artifacts gone. Along with all the gold. So, if the whetstone we're looking for was somewhere in that house it has been moved, Hearthstone signed. Part of his hoard. The sign Hearth used for hoard was a grasping fist in front of his chin, like he was clutching something valuable, treasure. Mine. Don't touch, or you 11 die. I swallowed a mouthful of sand. And did you find this hoard? I knew my friends were brave, but the idea of them poking around inside the walls of that estate terrified me. Definitely it hadn't been good for the local squirrel population. We think we found his lair, Blitz said. Oh, good. My voice sounded higher and softer than usual. Alderman has a lair now. And, did you see him? Hearthstone shook his head. Only smelled him. Okay, I said. That's not creepy. You'll see, Blitz said. It's easiest just to show you. That was one offer I definitely wanted to refuse, but there was no way I would let Hearth and Blitz go through those gates again without me. Why haven't the local elves done something about the estate? I asked. Last time we were here, they wouldn't even tolerate us loitering. Haven't the neighbors complained? I waved at the ruins. An eyesore like this, especially if it killed swans, rodents, and the occasional door-to-door sales elf, had to against the rules of the neighborhood association. We talked to the authorities, Blitz said. Half the time we've been gone, we've been dealing with elfish bureaucracy. He shuddered in his heavy coat. Would it surprise you that the police didn't want to listen to us? We can't prove Alderman is dead or missing. Hearthstone doesn't have any legal rights to the land. As for clearing the property, the best the police would do is put up those stupid warning signs. They aren't going to risk their necks, no matter how much the neighbors complain. Elves pretend to be sophisticated, but they're as superstitious as they are arrogant. Not all elves, of course. Sorry, Hearthstone shrugged. Can't blame the police, he signed. Would you go in there if you didn't have to? He had a point. Just the thought of traipsing through the property, unable to see whatever lurked in the tall grass, made jumping beans hop around in my stomach. The Alfheim police were great at bullying transients out of the neighborhood. Facing an actual threat in the ruins of a madman's mansion, maybe not so much. Blitzen sighed. Well, no sense waiting. Let's go find dear old dad. I would have preferred another dinner with Agir's murderous daughters, or a battle to the death with a pile of pottery. Heck, I would have even shared guava juice with a pack of wolves on Uncle Randolph's roof deck. We climbed the gates and picked our way through the tall grass. Mosquitoes and gnats swarmed in our faces. The sunlight made my skin prickle and my pores pop with sweat. I decided Alfheim was a pretty world as long as it was manicured and trimmed and kept up by the servants. Allowed to go wild, it went wild in a big way. I wondered if elves were similar. Calm, delicate, and formal on the outside, but if they let loose. Point one really did not want to meet the new and unimproved Mr. Alderman. We skirted the ruins of the house, which was fine by me. I remembered Toel the blue fur rug in Hearthstone's old room, which we'd been forced to cover with gold to pay the Wergild for his brother's death. I remembered the menu board of infractions on Hearthstone's wall, keeping tally of his never-ending debt to his dad. I didn't want to get near that place again, even if it was in ruins. As we picked our way through the backyard, something crunched under my foot. I looked down. My shoe had gone straight through the rib cage of a small deer skeleton. Ugh, I said. Hearthstone frowned at the desiccated remains. Nothing but a few strips of meat and fur clung to the bones. Eaten, he signed, putting his closed fingertips under his mouth. The sign was very similar to hoard/treasure. Sometimes sign language was a little too accurate for my liking. With a silent apology to the poor deer, I freed my foot. I couldn't tell what might have devoured the animal, but I hoped the prey hadn't suffered much. I was surprised wildlife that large was even allowed to exist in the Tonnier neighborhoods of Alfheim. I wondered if the cops harassed the deer for loitering, maybe cuffing their little hooves and shoving them into the backs of squad cars. We made our way toward at the back of the property. The grounds had become so overgrown I couldn't tell where the lawn stopped and the underbrush began. Gradually, the canopy of trees grew thicker, until the sunlight was reduced to yellow buckshot across the forest floor. I estimated we weren't far from the old well where Hearthstone's brother had died, another place high on my never visit again list. So, naturally, we stumbled right into it. A cairn of stones covered the spot where the well had been filled in. Not a weed or blade of grass grew in the barren dirt, as if even they didn't want to invade such a poisoned clearing. Still, I had no trouble imagining Hearthstone and Andiron playing here as children. Hearth's back turned as he happily stacked rocks, not hearing his brother scream when the Brunmiji, the beast who lived in the well, rose from the darkness. I started to say, "We don't have to be here." Hearth walked to the cairn as if in a trance. Sitting at the top of the pile, where Hearthstone had left it during our last visit, was a runestone, Uthula, the rune of family inheritance. Hearthstone had insisted he would never use that rune again. Its meaning had died for him in this place. Even his new set of Rowan runes, the ones he'd received as a gift from the goddess Sif, did not contain Uthula. Sif had warned him this would cause him trouble. Eventually, she'd said, he would have to return here to reclaim his missing piece. I hated it when goddesses were right. Should you take it? I signed. In a place like this, silent conversation seemed better than using my voice. Hearthstone frowned, his gaze defiant. He made a quick chopping gesture sideways then down, like he was tracing a backward question mark. Never. Blitzen sniffed the air. We're close now. Smell it? I smelled nothing except the faint scent of rotting plant matter. What? Yeesh, he said aloud. Human noses are pathetic. Useless, Hearthstone agreed. He led the way deeper into the forest. We didn't make for the river, as we had last time, to find Andvari's gold. This time we moved roughly parallel to the water, picking our way through briars and the gnarled roots of giant oak trees. After another quarter mile, I started to smell what Hearth and Blitz had talked about. I had a flashback to my 8th grade biology class, when Joey Kelso hid our teacher's frog habitat in the ceiling tiles. It wasn't discovered until a month later, when the glass terrarium crashed back into the classroom and broke all over the teacher's desk, spraying the front row with glass, mold, slime, and rancid amphibian bodies. What I smelled in the forest reminded me of that, except much worse. Hearthstone stopped at the edge of another clearing. He crouched behind a fallen tree and gestured for us to join him in there. He signed. Only place he could have gone. I peered through the gloom. The trees around the clearing had been reduced to charcoal stick figures. The ground was thick with rotting mulch and animal bones. About 50 feet from our hiding place rose an outcropping of boulders, 2 of the largest rocks leaning together to form what looked like the entrance of a cave. Now we wait, Blitz whispered as he signed, for what passes for nighttime in this dwarf-forsaken place. Hearth nodded. He will emerge at night. Then we see. I was having a hard time breathing, much less thinking in the miasma of dead frog stench. Staying here sounded like a terrible idea. Who's going to emerge? I signed. Your dad. From there? Why? Hearthstone looked away. I got the feeling he was trying to be merciful by not answering my questions. We'll find out, Blitz murmured. If it's what we fear. Well, let's enjoy our ignorance while we still can. 24 I liked Hearthstone's dad better as a cow-abducting alien. We waited, Hearthstone provided us with dinner. From his rune bag, he drew the symbol, X. It looked like a regular X to me, but Hearthstone explained it was Gibo, the rune of gifts. In a flash of gold light, a picnic basket appeared, overflowing with fresh bread, grapes, a wheel of cheese, and several bottles of sparkling water. I like gifts, I said, keeping my voice low. But won't the smell draw unwanted attention? I pointed to the cave entrance. Doubtful, said Blitzen. The smell coming out of that cave is more powerful than anything in this basket. But just to be safe, let's eat everything quickly. I like the way you think, I said. Blitzen and I dug in, but Hearth merely settled himself behind the fallen tree trunk and watched us. Not eating? I asked him. He shook his head. Not hungry, he signed. Also, Gebo makes gifts. Not for the giver. For giver, it must be sacrifice. Oh. I looked down at the wedge of cheese I'd been about to shove in my mouth. That doesn't seem fair. Hearthstone shrugged, then motioned for us to continue. I didn't like the idea of him sacrificing so we could eat dinner. Just him being back home, waiting for his father to emerge from a cave, seemed like sacrifice enough. He didn't need his very own Ramadan rune. On the other hand, it would have been rude to refuse his gift. So, I ate. As the sun sank, the shadows lengthened. I knew from experience that Alfheim never got fully dark. Like Alaska in summer, the sun would just dip to the horizon and pop back up again. Elves were creatures of light, which was proof that light did not equal good. I'd met plenty of elves, Hearth accepted, who proved that. The gloom intensified, but not enough for Blitz to take off his anti-sun gear. It must have been 1,000 degrees inside that heavy jacket, but he didn't complain. Once in a while he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed under his netting, wiping the sweat from his neck. Hearthstone fidgeted with something on his wrist, a bracelet of woven blonde hair that I'd never seen before. The color of the locks seemed vaguely familiar. I tapped his hand for attention. Is that from Inga? Hearth winced, like this was an awkward subject. On our last visit, Mr. Alderman's long-suffering house servant Inga had helped us a lot. A Hulder, a sort of elf with the tail of a cow, she'd known Hearth since they were both kids. As it turned out, she also had a massive crush on him, even kissing him on the cheek and declaring her love before she fled the chaos of Mr. Alderman's last party. We visited her a few days ago, Hearth signed. While scouting. She is living with her family now. Blitz sighed in exasperation, which, of course, Hearth couldn't hear. Inga is a good lady, the dwarf signed. But. He made Vs with both hands and circled them in front of his forehead, like he was pulling things out of his mind. In this context, I imagined the sign meant something like delusional. Hearthstone frowned. Not fair. She tried to help. Hulder bracelet is good luck. If you say so, Blitz signed. Glad she is safe, I signed. Is the bracelet magic? Hearth started to respond. Then his hands froze. He sniffed the air and gestured down. The birds had stopped chattering in the trees. The whole forest seemed to be holding its breath. We crouched lower, our eyes barely peeking over the top of the fallen tree. On my next inhalation, I got such a snootful of dead frog stench I had to repress a gag. Just inside the cave entrance, twigs and dry leaves crackled under the weight of something huge. The hairs on my neck quivered. I wished I had summoned Jack so I would be ready to fight if needed, but Jack wasn't good in stakeout situations, what with his tendency to glow and sing. Then, from the doorway of the cave came, "Oh, gods of Asgard." I'd been holding out hope that Alderman had turned into something not so bad. Maybe his cursed form was a Weimaraner puppy, or a Chuckwalla iguana. Of course, deep down I'd known the truth all along. I just hadn't wanted to admit it. Hearth had told me horror stories about what happened to previous thieves who dared to take Andvari's ring. Now I saw that he hadn't been bluffing. Emerging from the cave was a beast so hideous I couldn't comprehend it all at once. First I focused on the ring glinting on its middle right foretoe, a tiny band of gold biting into the scaly flesh. It must have hurt badly, throbbing like a tourniquet. The end of the toe had blackened and shriveled. The monster's 4 feet were each the diameter of a trash can lid. Its short thick legs dragged along a lizard-like body, maybe 50 feet from nose to tail, its spine ridged with spikes bigger than my sword. The face I had seen in my dreams, glowing green eyes, a snub-nosed snout with slimy nostrils, a horrible maw with rows of triangular teeth. Its head was maned with green quills. The monster's mouth reminded me of Fenris Wolf's, too large and expressive for a beast, its lips too human. Worst of all, tufts of white clung to its forehead, the last remnants of Mr. Alderman's once impressive hair. The new, dragonish Alderman pulled himself from his lair, muttering, grinning, snarling, then cackling hysterically, all for no apparent reason. "No, Mr. Alderman," he hissed. "You mustn't leave, sir." With a roar of frustration, he belched a column of fire across the forest floor, roasting the trunks of the nearest trees. The heat made my eyebrows crinkle like NCE paper. I didn't dare move. I couldn't even look at my friends to see how they were taking this. Now you may be thinking, "Magnus, you've seen dragons before. What was the big deal?" Okay, sure. I'd seen the occasional dragon. I even fought an elder lindworm once. But I'd never faced a dragon that used to be someone I knew. I'd never seen a person transformed into something so awful, so smelly, so malevolent, and yet so obviously correct. This was Mr. Alderman's true self, his worst qualities given flesh. That terrified me. Not just the knowledge that this creature could broil us alive, but the idea that anyone could have this much monster inside them. I couldn't help but wonder. If I'd put on that ring, if the worst thoughts and failings of Magnus Chase had been given a form, what would have happened to me? The dragon took another step, until only the tip of his tail remained in the cave. I held my breath. If the dragon went out to hunt, maybe we could dash into the cave while he was gone, find the whetstone we needed, and get out of Alfheim without a fight. I could have really gone for an easy win like that. The dragon moaned. "So thirsty. The river isn't far, Mr. Alderman. Just a quick drink, perhaps." He chuckled to himself. "Oh, no, Mr. Alderman. Your neighbors are tricky. Posers. Wannabes. They'd love for you to leave your treasure unguarded. Everything you have worked so hard for, your wealth. Yours alone. No, sir. Back you go. Back." Hissing and spitting, the dragon retreated into his cave, leaving behind only dead frog stench and a few smoldering trees. I still couldn't move. I counted to 50, waiting to see if the dragon would re-emerge, but tonight's show seemed to be over. Finally my muscles began to thaw. I sank back behind our log. My legs shook uncontrollably. I had an overwhelming urge to pee. "Gods," I muttered. "Hearthstone," words and sign language failed me. How could I commiserate, or even begin to understand what Hearthstone must be feeling? He set his mouth in a hard line. His eyes glinted with steely determination, a look that reminded me too much of his father. He made an open hand and tapped his thumb to his chest. I'm fine. Sometimes you lie to deceive people. Sometimes you lie because you need the lie to become the truth. I guessed Hearth was doing the latter. Hey, buddy, Blitzen whispered as he signed. His voice sounded like it had been crushed under the weight of the dragon. Magnus and I can figure this out. Let us take the hit. The idea of Blitzen and me facing that monster alone didn't do much for my bladder problems, but I nodded. Yeah, sure. Maybe we can lure the dragon out and sneak in. You're both wrong, Hearthstone signed. We must kill him. And I must help. Twin and Ive we devise a fabulous horrible plan. Worst place for a council of war? How ATM_LT the collapsed well where Hearthstone's brother had died, in the middle of a creepy forest, in my least favorite of the 9 worlds, where we could expect absolutely no backup? Yep, that's where we went. I brought out Jack and filled him in on the situation. For once, he did not squeal with excitement or burst into song. A ring dragon. His runes dimmed to gray. Oh, that's bad. Cursed rings always make the worst dragons. I signed along for Hearth's benefit. Hearthstone grunted. The dragon has a weak spot. The belly. What's he saying? Jack asked. Among Hearthstone's friends, Jack was a stubborn holdout when it came to learning to read ASL. He claimed the gestures didn't make sense to him because he didn't have hands. Personally, I thought it was just payback for Hearth not being able to read Jack's lips since, you know, Jack didn't have lips. Magic swords can be petty like that. He said the is the dragon's weak spot, I repeated. Oh, well, yeah. Jack sounded unenthused. Their hide is almost impossible to cut, but they do have chinks in their belly armor. If you could somehow get the dragon to roll over, and good luck with that, you might able to stab me through and reach his heart. But even if you could, have you ever pierced a ring dragon's belly? I have. It's gross. Their blood is acid. I translated all that for Hearth. Jack, did the blood damage you? I asked. Of course not. I'm the Sword of Summer. I was forged with a magical finish that resists all wear and tear. Blitzen nodded. It's true. Jack's got a nice finish. Thank you, Jack said. Somebody here appreciates good workmanship. Piercing a dragon's belly won't damage me, but I'm thinking about you, Sapphire. You get 1 drop of that blood on you while you're cutting the dragon, and you're done. That stuff will eat right through you. Nothing can stop it. I had to admit that didn't sound fun. Can't you fight on your own, Jack? You could just fly up to the dragon and ask him nicely if he will roll over. Jack snorted, which sounded like a hammer hitting a corrugated metal roof. Ring dragons crawl on their bellies for a reason, guys. They know better than to present their weak spot. Besides, killing a ring dragon is a very personal thing. You would have to wield me yourself. An act like that affects your WYRD. I frowned. You mean it affects you weirdly? No. Your WYRD. You're weird, I muttered. He means fate, Blitzen put in, signing as he spoke for Hearth's benefit. The sign for fate was one hand pushing forward, like everything was going along just fine, la-da-da, then both hands suddenly dropping into Blitz's lap like they'd run into a wall and died. I may have mentioned that ASL can be a little too descriptive. When you kill a ring dragon, Blitz said, especially one who used to be someone you knew, you're messing with serious magic. The dragon's own curse can reverberate through your future, change the course of your destiny. It can stain you. He said the word stain like it was worse than ketchup or grease, like dragon killing wouldn't come out of your WYRD even with a good presoaking. Hearthstone signed in clipped gestures, the way he did when he was irritated, must be done. I will do it. Buddy. Blitz shifted uncomfortably. This is your dad. Not anymore. Hearth, I signed. Some way to get Whetstone without killing the dragon? He shook his head adamantly. Not the point. Dragons can live for centuries. I can't leave him like that. His pale eyes moistened. With a shock, I realized he was crying. It may sound dumb, but elves were usually so in control and subdued about their emotions, it surprised me to know they were capable of tears. Hearth wasn't just angry. He didn't want vengeance. Despite everything Alderman had done to him, Hearthstone didn't want his dad to suffer as a twisted monster. Sif had warned Hearth that he would have to come back here to reclaim his lost inheritance rune. That meant closing the sad story of his family, putting Mr. Alderman's tortured soul to rest. I get it, I said. I do. But let me strike the killing blow. You shouldn't have that on your conscience, or your WYRD, or whatever. Kid's right, Blitz said. It won't stain his destiny as badly. But you killing your own dad, even if it's a mercy? Nobody should ever have to face a choice like that. I thought Samira and Alex might disagree. They might welcome the chance to put Loki out of our collective misery. But, generally speaking, I knew Blitz was right. Besides, Jack chimed in, I'm the only blade that can do the job, and I wouldn't let the elf handle me. I decided not to translate that. What do you say, Hearthstone? Will you let me do this? Hearthstone's hands hovered in front of him like he was about to play air piano. At last, he signed, thank you, Magnus, a gesture like blowing a kiss, then a fist with the thumb under 3 fingers, my name sign. Normally he wouldn't have bothered with my name. When you talk to somebody in ASL, it's obvious who you are addressing. You just look at them or point. Hearth used my name sign to show respect and love. I got you, man, I promised. My insides fluttered at the thought of killing the dragon, but there was no way I'd let Hearthstone take the fall for that act. His WYRD had already suffered enough, thanks to Mr. Alderman. So how do we do this, preferably without acid dissolving me into a pile of Magnus foam? Hearth gazed at the cairn. His shoulders sagged, as if somebody were piling invisible rocks on top of him. There is a way. Andiron. He hesitated at his brother's name sign. You know, we used to play around here. There are tunnels, made by Wild here. He used a sign I'd never seen before. He means Nisr, Blitzen explained. They're like. He held his hand about 2 feet off the ground. Little guys. They're also called hobs. Or DSMA. Or brownies. I guessed he didn't mean the Girl Scout Junior type of brownie, or the baked chocolate kind. Hundreds used to live in the woods, Hearth signed, before Dad called exterminator. A chunk of bread swelled in my throat. A minute before, I hadn't even known brownies existed. Now I felt sorry for them. I could imagine Mr. Alderman making the call. Hello, pest away. There's a civilization in my backyard I'd like exterminated. So, the brownies' tunnels are still there? I asked. Hearth nodded. They are narrow. But you could use one to crawl close to the cave. If we can taunt Dragon to walk over the spot where you are hiding, I could strike from beneath, I said. Right into its heart. Jack's runes glowed an angry scarlet. That's a terrible idea. You'll get showered with dragon's blood. I wasn't crazy about the idea either. Hiding in a tunnel made by exterminated brownies while a 5-ton dragon dragged himself overhead presented all kinds of possibilities for a painful demise. On the other hand, I wasn't going to let Hearthstone down. Getting the whetstone now seemed almost beside the point. I had to help my friend get free of his horrible past once and for all, even if it meant risking an acid bath. Let's try a dry run, I said. If we can find a good tunnel, maybe I'll be able to stab the dragon quickly and scramble to the exit before I get splashed. Jack sounded awfully grumpy. Then again, I was asking him to slay a dragon. I suppose that means you'd leave me stuck in the dragon's heart. Once the dragon's dead, I'll come back and get you. Assuming I can figure out how to do that without getting destroyed by acid. Jack sighed. All right, I suppose the idea's worth exploring. Just, if you live through this, you'll have to promise to clean me really well afterward. Blitzen nodded, as if Jack's priorities made perfect sense to him. We'll still need a way to draw the dragon out of his cave, he said. To make sure he crawls over the right spot. Hearth rose. He walked to his dead brother's cairn. He stared at it for a long while, as if wishing it would go away. Then, with trembling fingers, he reclaimed the Uthula rune. He held it out for us to see. He didn't sign, but his meaning was clear, leave that to me. 426 Things get WYRD in Valhalla. We spent a lot of time waiting. We waited for our daily call to battle. We waited for our final glorious deaths at Ragnarok. We waited in line for tacos at the food court, because the Viking afterlife only had one taqueria, and Odin should really do something about that. A lot of Einherjar said waiting was the hardest part of our lives. Normally, I disagreed. I was happy to wait for Ragnarok as long as possible, even if it meant long lines for my pollo asado fix. But waiting to fight a dragon? Not my favorite thing. We found a brownie tunnel easily enough. In fact, so many Nisser holes peppered the forest floor I was surprised I hadn't broken my leg in one already. The tunnel we scouted had an exit in the wattens outside the clearing, and another only 30 feet from the cave entrance. It was perfect, except for the fact that the passage was claustrophobic and muddy and smelled of, I am not making this up, baked brownies. I wondered if the exterminator had used a blowtorch to eliminate the poor little guys. Carefully, quietly, we laid branches over the hole nearest the cave. That's where I would hide with my sword ready, waiting for the dragon to crawl over me. Then we did a few dry runs, which weren't very dry in that damp crawl space, so I could practice jabbing upward with my blade and scrambling out of the tunnel. On my third try, as I crawled out gasping and sweaty, Jack announced, 21 seconds. That's worse than last time. You'll be acid soup for sure. Blitzen suggested I try it again. He assured me we had time, since ring dragons were nocturnal, but we were operating so close to the dragon's lair I didn't want to push our luck. Also, I just didn't want to go back into that little hole. We retreated to the cairn, where Hearthstone had been practicing his magic in private. He wouldn't tell us what he'd been doing or what he was planning. I figured the guy had been traumatized enough without me interrogating him. I just hoped his dragon lure worked, and he wasn't going to be the bait. We waited for nightfall, taking turns napping. I couldn't sleep much, and when I did, my dreams were bad. I found myself back on the ship of the dead, though now the deck was strangely empty. In his admiral's uniform, Loki paced back and forth in front of me, trsking as if I'd failed a uniform inspection. Sloppy, Magnus. going after that silly whetstone with so little time remaining. He got in my face, his eyes so close I could see flecks of fire in his irises. His breath smelled of venom poorly masked with peppermint. Even if you find it, what then? Your uncle's idea is foolishness. You know you can never beat me. He tapped my nose. Hope you've got a plan B. His laughter crashed over me like an avalanche, knocking me to the deck, squeezing the air from my lungs. Suddenly I was back in the Nisser tunnel, little brownie dudes frantically pushing at my head and feet, screaming as they tried to get past. The mud walls collapsed. Smoke stung my eyes. Flames roared at my feet, roasting my shoes. Above my head, drops of acid ate through the mud, sizzling all around my face. I woke with a gasp. I couldn't stop shaking. I wanted to grab my friends and get out of Alfheim. Forget the stupid whetstone of Bolverk. Forget Kvasir's Mead. We could find a plan B. Any plan B. But the rational part of me knew that wasn't the answer. We were following the most insane, horrifying plan A imaginable, which meant it was probably the right one. Just once I wished I could go on a quest that involved walking across the hall, pushing a save the world button, and going back to my room for a few more hours sleep. Around sunset, we approached the dragon's lair. We'd now spent over a day in the forest, and we didn't smell so good. This brought back memories of our homeless days, the three of us huddled together in filthy sleeping bags in the alleys of downtown Crossing. Ah, yes, the good 01 bad times. My skin crawled with grime and sweat. I could only imagine how Blitz felt in his heavy anti-sun outfit. Hearthstone looked as clean and spotless as ever, though the Alfheim evening light tinted his hair the color of Tizer. As usual, being an elf, the most pungent body odor he produced was no worse than diluted pine sol. Jack weighed heavily in my hand. Remember, Senor, the heart is located at the third chink in the armor. You have to count the lines as the dragon drags itself overhead.